Global evolution. I transplanted the heart of the Supreme God. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: An experiment that changed the course of history. Superpower Private Hospital. Monitoring Room. Mr. Wu, the next experimental subject of the Source Blood project is ready, and that's him. The dean, wearing wine bottle glasses and a white coat, clicked on a small piece of surveillance camera on the big screen. The small piece of surveillance camera quickly enlarged and filled the entire screen. The camera showed a ward, a pale, skinny boy, lying on his back on the bed, staring blankly at the pure white ceiling. He doesn't look very smart. The tall young man named Mr. Wu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said with a smile, "Yes, this experimental subject usually behaves stupidly and is not very sensitive to changes in the outside world." The dean said. "My dad meant, is this person safe?" Mr. Wu asked. The dean understood and quickly answered, "Absolutely safe. The experimental subject is named Bai Pu, who suffers from congenital heart disease and was abandoned by his parents and grew up in a shelter. Because of his deteriorating physical condition, he dropped out of junior high school and had no classmates and friends. His social relationships were very clean. He was a marginal person who would not be collected even if he died on the street. Of course, for legal reasons, we still signed a clinical medical agreement with him, in the name of trying a specific drug for heart disease." Mr. Wu nodded and asked, "This experimental subject looks like he's about to die. What's going on?" The dean explained, "It may be due to insufficient blood supply to the heart. His internal organs have failed to varying degrees, and his muscle fibers have also shrunk significantly, optimistically estimated that his remaining life expectancy is less than a year." After a pause, the dean continued, "It's strange to say, the severity of this organ failure and muscle atrophy is far beyond that of ordinary heart patients. It's as if there is an invisible black hole inside his body, frantically snatching the blood pumped by the heart for nutrients." Dean Zhao, why did you choose a heart patient to carry out the source blood plan? Mr. Wu was a little dissatisfied. Dean Zhao said confidently, "Don't worry, according to the comparison of the previous samples, the degree of compatibility between this experimental subject and the source blood is far superior to the previous 3 experimental subjects. I have enough confidence that he will be able to stay awake and not be affected by the evolutionary instincts of the evolved source blood." Dean Zhao also showed a thick stack of information in his hand. "Data will not lie. I guarantee with a stack of experimental records that this time the source blood project will definitely have a breakthrough." Ward 3072. Bai Pu's eyes were empty, as if he was looking at the ceiling without focus. 11,247 multiplied by 99,821 equals 1,122,686,787. 11,248 multiplied by 99,820 equals 1,122,775,360. No one knows what this silly, pale and thin boy is thinking. The door of the ward creaked open, and several white coats pushed a stretcher in. 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, the leading male, wearing a headset, about 40 years old, with 4 acne scars on his face, blue eye sockets, nostrils tilted at 62 degrees, 7 exposed nose hairs, 2 long and 5 short, lips, body shape, skin condition, movement trajectory, stride length. The second person, Bai Pu, only took a quick glance, and a lot of information poured into his head. Suddenly, his brain was swollen and painful, and his eyes were black. Bai Pu quickly retracted his gaze and stared at the ceiling again. 11,249 multiplied by 99,819 equals 1,122,863,931. It is better to do this kind of basic calculation problem to save brain power. The medical staff helped Bai Pu up and planned to lift him onto the stretcher. Bai Pu struggled hard symbolically. The medical staff did not dare to use too much force. Bai Pu's wrist was as thin as a piece of dry firewood, and they were worried that it would be broken if they were not careful. "Director, the patient is very resistant. I request to inject a sedative and take him away by force," the white coat in the lead said to the headset. A clear reply came from the headset, "No, the experimental subject must be kept awake now, and no drugs that affect the central nervous system can be injected. After a pause, the voice in the headset came again. The experimental subject may have developed environmental dependence. Considering the importance of the experimental subject's good mental state, the experimental site is temporarily changed, and the experimental instruments are brought to Ward 3072 to conduct the source blood injection experiment on the spot. Dean Zhao was obviously explaining to Mr. Xiao Wu beside him. Although Mr. Xiao Wu's position in the group is not high, he has another identity, the second son of the chairman, representing the chairman's authority. Bai Pu was carefully put back on the bed and lay down again. A female nurse with peach blossom eyes also showed him a gentle smile, as if to soothe his emotions. Bai Pu closed his eyes and thought silently. In the experimental record, there is a conclusion of paying attention to the emotions of the experimental subject. From the current trial, this step is right. The experimental site is placed in the hospital ward, which at least gives me a geographical advantage, and one of the prepared backup plans can be used. 3 months ago, Bai Pu dragged his increasingly exhausted body and signed a drug trial project agreement with Super Energy Private Hospital. The hospital thought that Bai Pu was stupid and semi-illiterate, who had not even finished junior high school, and could be manipulated at will. But Bai Pu only glanced at the contract and saw the trap in the complicated terms. The theoretical 90% cure rate, the informed consent for accidental risks, and the additional terms of donating the body. Everything proved that this agreement was entirely for the purpose of recruiting mice, and the arrangement from admission to burial was clear. However, Bai Pu had no choice. God only left him less than a year to live. So, knowing that this was a trap, Bai Pu still chose to sign the contract. He wanted to join the game and win half a step. Facing a behemoth like Super Energy Group, SAC, Bai Pu, whose physical fitness was far inferior to that of ordinary people, was undoubtedly at the mercy of others. The little geographical advantage he had just won was just a crack in the desperate situation. The preparations have been completed. Prepare to inject the source blood. After an unknown amount of time, Dean Zhao's instructions came, and Bai Pu felt a slight pain in his arm, and then a stream of liquid was slowly injected. Hiss! Bai Pu shuddered all over. This was not a liquid, it was clearly a stream of magma. The boiling magma rushed along the blood vessels, as if it had consciousness, and went straight to Bai Pu's heart. Wherever it went, the blood vessels, bones, muscles and fibers were like land irrigated by magma, a wasteland. Spiritual world prompt, unknown strange objects are being injected, fit 99.47%. The fusion of unknown strange objects will produce unknown risks. Do you want to continue? Yes, no. Is this the prompt information given by the legendary spiritual world whale? Bai Pu whispered softly. The so-called spiritual world is the psychic world that is different from reality. The spiritual world contains countless different types of plane scenes. There are ancient martial arts wars, fighting magic, and immortal swords to kill demons. It is a trial field for human awakening strong men to pursue higher evolution. The will of the spirit world is the mysterious consciousness that controls the operation of the spirit world. If the spirit world is compared to a super large game, then the will of the spirit world is the system of the game, which is ruthless and omnipresent. 800 years ago, the spirit world infiltrated reality, and countless spirit world life forms landed on the earth through the intersection area. The infiltration of the spirit world not only brought about the survival crisis of mankind, but also opened the road to human awakening, turning the earth into an extremely realistic super-large game. The original technological civilization of the earth suffered a great impact and quickly transformed into a psychic civilization. Today, the influence of the will of the spirit world is everywhere. Even humans like Bai Pu who have not yet awakened will receive prompts from the will of the spirit world when they come into contact with things related to psychic energy. Bai Pu exhaled lightly. Based on the agreement signed with the superpower private hospital, he must unconditionally agree to the fusion in the face of the inquiry of the will of the spirit world. Of course, this is also one of Bai Pu's goals. Even without an agreement, Bai Pu would not give up. After silently saying yes, the fusion officially began. The boiling magma kept pouring into the heart, like a powerful shot of cardiotonic. Bai Pu's originally weak heart suddenly beat violently. Bang! 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 With each beat, there were fragments of impurities on the edge of the heart. With each beat, the heart became stronger, as if it was brand new. The blood pumped out was also extremely hot, filled with a violent energy. This energy followed the blood and flowed to the limbs and bones. Those withered and dead muscle fibers, bones and blood vessels all shed impurities like cicada molting, and glowed with new vitality. Bai Pu felt a huge hunger in his heart, and his eyes were black and dizzy. Usually, when the brain is overused and the energy consumption is too great, you will feel dizzy, but the dizziness is far from comparable to this time. Just at this time, streams of warm and viscous liquid were injected into Bai Pu's body from different directions. These warm and viscous liquids contain rich nutrients, which quickly replenish Bai Pu's depleted body. In the monitoring room, on the big screen, Bai Pu's body was full of tubes, and streams of carefully prepared green nutrient solution turned into green lines and injected into Bai Pu's body. Bai Pu's originally skinny and shriveled body slowly swelled up like blowing air, and his protruding ribs were gradually covered by the outline of healthy muscles, and his face, which was like a skin skeleton, began to become translucent. Very good, the situation is stable. Dean Zhao said happily. The experimental subject has no limb deformities, which shows that he is very compatible with this source blood. He has not gone crazy until now, which shows that he is free from the instinctive influence of the evolutionary source blood. Using his blood to make a blending agent will definitely allow others to bear the source blood. Dean Zhao gave a conclusion. This experiment is enough to change the course of history. It seems that the experiment went well. Where is the data? Mr. Wu's eyes lit up, looking at Bai Pu's body on the big screen, as if looking at a priceless treasure. Take the data from the physical fitness monitor. After Dean Zhao gave the order, a small black display screen quickly appeared in the corner of the big screen, with several undulating blue thin lines on it. Mr. Wu, please look at the initial data of the experimental subject. Strength 0.6, agility 0.4, endurance 0.5. The total physical attributes add up to only 1.5, which is not even as good as humans in the technological age. Now the total physical attribute has reached 4.5, which has doubled. The experiment went very smoothly. Physical is a general term for the three attributes of the human body: strength, agility, and endurance, representing the strength of a person's physical fitness. In the technological age before the psychic age, the total physical attribute of humans was about 3 points. With the advent of the psychic age, due to the penetration of psychic particles into reality, the physical fitness of humans has been slowly improving. According to the latest population quality census results, the total physical attribute of ordinary humans has now passed the 6-point mark. I didn't expect this experimental subject to have the potential to be a stud. Mr. Wu joked, it looks like a donkey down there, but he's pretty handsome. This condition is almost catching up with me. Bai Pu on the screen is no longer the pale and withered, skeleton-like appearance at the beginning, and his appearance is gradually recovering. Although he has not yet fully recovered, his appearance and demeanor are enough to make countless movie stars feel ashamed. Dean Zhao looked at Bai Pu's appearance on the screen, and then estimated the length of Bai Pu's lower body. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he did not refute it against his conscience. Mr. Wu was not jealous of Bai Pu's appearance and length. In his opinion, Bai Pu was just a little white mouse raised in his own captivity, and he was not from the same world as himself. He asked, to what extent can the source blood improve his total physical attributes? Currently, there is a lack of relevant data and it is impossible to estimate. After all, we know too little about source blood. Dean Zhao thought for a while and said, one thing is certain. The higher the total attribute, the more outrageous the demand for the quality and quantity of the nutrient solution. According to the existing model calculation, without considering the critical value of the awakener, the high Chimjia type 2 nutrient solution reserved by our group can make the total physical attribute of the experimental subject reach about 50 points. After a pause, Dean Zhao added, of course, this is also because the experimental subject was injected with only one tube of source blood. If all the 2 tubes of source blood reserved by the group are injected, or even the living tissue of the source heart is transplanted to him, I believe it will not be difficult for the total physical attribute of the experimental subject to reach 100 points. Please collect and read. Chapter 2. This is my escape route. President Zhao, at what stage do you plan to end the experiment? Mr. Wu frowned and changed the subject, because Mr. Zhao's words had already touched upon the secrets of the group. Mr. Zhao said, the critical value for becoming an awakener is 20 points of the total attributes of the 4 dimensions. In order to ensure that the experimental subject will not escape our control, I plan to end this experiment when the total attributes of the physical body of the experimental subject reach 15 points. No, it's too dangerous. Mr. Wu frowned and said, The critical value is 20 points of the total attributes of the 4 dimensions, but the total attributes of the 4 dimensions not only include the 3 dimensions of physical body, but also the 4th dimension, spirit. What if the spiritual attribute of the experimental subject is very high, exceeding 5 points? 15 points of physical attribute plus 5 points of spirit, then it reaches the critical value of the awakener. Once the critical value of the awakener is reached, Bai Pu will be eligible to participate in the awakener trial, and the will of the spirit world will directly send an invitation to teleport to the spirit world. When Bai Pu teleports to the spirit world and enters a certain plane scene, where can the super energy group find him? Dean Zhao shook his head and said, the subject has been tested for meditation, and the results show that his mental attribute is only 0.7. The total attributes of humans include 4 dimensions: strength, agility, endurance, and spirit. The first 3 dimensions are collectively called the total attributes of the body, and the data can be detected by instruments. The 4th dimension, the spirit, cannot be detected by instruments, and can only be tested by the subject doing questions, that is, the meditation test. What if he retains his strength during the meditation test? Mr. Xiao Wu was very cautious. My responsibility is to monitor risks and ensure that the interests of the group will not suffer losses. Now I ask to adjust the experimental plan. Dean Zhao looked very unhappy. How do you plan to adjust it? Once the total attribute of the subject's body reaches 10 points, the experiment must be terminated. Mr. Xiao Wu said firmly. This reserves a difference of 10 points of attributes. In any case, the mental attribute of the subject should not exceed 10 points, otherwise the other party's weak physique will not be able to bear it at all, and the brain will have exploded into a brain flower. Okay. Dean Zhao ordered reluctantly, adjust the experimental plan and adjust the expected value to 10 points. Dean Zhao, something went wrong. The assistant who had been monitoring the status of the instrument hurriedly said, the 3-dimensional physical data of the experimental subject have all declined to varying degrees. You see, his total physical attribute peak is 5.5, and now it has dropped to 4.5. Dean Zhao stared at the screen with a grim expression and muttered, this kind of fluctuation should not occur. With a supplement of HMG type 2 nutrient solution, the total physical attribute of the experimental subject should have been rising. Mr. Xiao Wu stared at Bai Pu on the big screen and wondered, the experimental subject doesn't look worse. Bai Pu on the screen already has distinct muscles. Although his eyes are closed, his complexion is completely different from his initial shriveled state. He looks like a completely healthy person. From the appearance, the change cannot be seen immediately. I believe in the data more. Dean Zhao said, increase the injection of HMGI nutrient solution and continue to observe. Mr. Wu did not stop him. Now the total attribute of the experimental subject Bai Pu is still far from the warning line of 10 points. The green line on the screen has been falling all the way. After the total attribute fell to 4 points, it finally began to climb slowly, which made Dean Zhao quite happy. However, the joy did not last long. When the total attribute climbed to 5.7, it fell again. What should I do? Increase the injection again. The assistant asked. Dean Zhao gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Increase it. He was also a little uneasy in his heart. The main raw material of HMGI nutrient solution was taken from a magical plane in the spirit world by the awakened strongmen of the group. It came from a terrible lord-level creature. Its preciousness cannot be measured by money at all. Under the breathless watch of everyone, the thick green line representing the total attribute of the physique zigzags and slowly climbs. It's falling again. But this time the peak has reached 5.9. It's only 0.1 away from the baseline of healthy humans. The assistant didn't know whether this was good news or bad news. Obviously, the experiment has unexpected deviations. Looking at the slowly falling green line, Mr. Wu said, President Zhao, I suggest stopping the experiment, abandoning the experimental subject, and stripping the source blood. President Zhao frowned and shook his head. We can't stop, at least not now. Facing Mr. Wu's questioning eyes, President Zhao explained quickly, now the peak has reached 5.9, and only the last 0.1 is the baseline of healthy humans. I want to rush again. You should know what it means to the president to restore a weak patient to health. This experimental subject cannot be easily abandoned, otherwise it may be difficult to meet an experimental subject with a higher degree of fit than him. The total physical attribute of 6.0 is the standard of healthy humans, which is of great significance to the president of Super Energy Group. The president is not an awakener, and he is seriously ill. The start of the source blood plan is for his health. Dean Zhao insisted so much because there were already big flaws in this experiment. If he doesn't produce interim results to prove his worth, he will easily lose the president's trust. Okay, for the last time. Thinking of his father, Mr. Wu chose to compromise. After giving the order to inject the nutrient solution again, a group of people stared at the green line on the screen again, and their moods kept fluctuating with the ups and downs of the green line. 6 o'clock. It's past 6 o'clock. The assistant who had been staring at the green line suddenly shouted excitedly, "Dean!" The assistant shouted and found that there was a dead silence around him. He turned his head and accidentally glanced at the big screen, and was stunned on the spot. On the big screen, the experimental subject Bai Pu exuded a soft white light all over his body. Along with the flashing of white light, various instruments and needles on Bai Pu's body surface and body peeled off one after another. This scene is so familiar to humans in the psychic era. This is. The assistant muttered to himself. Spiritual world transmission. Mr. Wu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from his teeth, staring at Dean Zhao with a cold expression. What's going on? Looking at the big screen, where Bai Pu was gradually surrounded by white light, Dean Zhao was at a loss, and could only mechanically repeat over and over again, how is it possible, how is it possible? Once the spiritual world transmission begins, external forces can no longer stop it, and other people cannot exert any influence on the transmitter, because that layer of soft white light is the special barrier of the spirit world's will, which is truly close yet far away. Connect me to War 3072. Mr. Wu gritted his teeth, snatched a microphone from Dean Zhao, and shouted hoarsely, "Experimental subject number 4. I know you can hear me now. Stop the transmission immediately and refuse the trial." Mr. Wu's hoarse roar echoed in War 3072, "You have not undergone any combat training, and the possibility of passing the trial mission is extremely low. Super Energy Group will send a pursuit team to enter the spiritual world at the same time. Do our best to prevent you from passing the trial. You will not have any chance at all. When you fail the trial, you will still be expelled by the will of the spirit world and returned here. By then, the superpower group will not have any leniency towards you, and the most severe punishment will be waiting for you. Now, it's not too late for you to turn back. The superpower group can sign a contract with you. I will give you generous treatment, let you receive top-notch training, and greatly increase the probability of successful awakening." Both kindness and force were used, but it was of no use to Bai Pu. He just stared at the surveillance camera quietly, his eyes looking calmly at Mr. Zhao Wu through the electronic signal. "Yes, teleportation from the spirit world. This is my escape route. Damn it, damn it. You scum, bug, how dare you? How dare you?" The big screen showed that in War 3072, the experimental subject Bai Pu had disappeared, leaving only an empty bed and macy syringes. Bang! In a rage, Mr. Wu directly punched a hole in the big screen, and it was covered with cracks. He kicked the laboratory table, and bottles and jars fell to the ground. How is this possible? The total physical attribute of the experimental subject is only 6 points, and the 4-dimensional attributes cannot reach the critical value of 20 points. Unless his spirit reaches 14 points, this is simply impossible. Check quickly and find out the reason. Dean Zhao took a breath and gave the order almost instinctively. The experiment failed, the precious experimental subject ran away, and the huge value of the Hichimjian nutrient solution was lost. These are not the key points. The most important thing is the tube of source blood injected into Bai Pu's body. According to the original experimental plan, after Bai Pu's total physical attribute reaches 10 points, Dean Zhao will stop the experiment and remove the source blood. This process will cause irreversible damage to Bai Pu, but it doesn't matter. Dean Zhao can freeze Bai Pu's body and collect Bai Pu's blood regularly to make a converter for the source blood. Now, Bai Pu has run away with the source blood, and everything has become empty. The group's blame is coming, and Dean Zhao must try his best to save himself. Found it. The hospital's computer was hacked 94 days ago, leaving a latent program. An assistant hurried over. The monitoring data we got is false, and the total physical attribute of the experimental subject has been rising, which is consistent with our preset. 94 days ago. Dean Zhao murmured, it happened to be when the experimental subject signed the contract and entered the hospital. This is an obvious conspiracy. Boss Wu roared, "This experimental subject named Bai Pu must be an undercover planted by other forces. There's a huge team behind him. At least, this experiment was successful." Dean Zhao sighed. This was the last bit of persistence as a scholar. He was somewhat fortunate that the reasons found out had little to do with him. The group should hold the network security team accountable. Boss Wu glanced at him coldly and said, "What about the preventive measures we left on the experimental subject?" The experimental subject was implanted with a remote sensing chip, which has functions such as positioning, neural interference, and self-destruction. Dean Zhao sighed. It's a pity that the remote sensing chip fell off after the spiritual world transmission began. Even if it is detonated, it cannot affect the experimental subject. Boss Wu looked at the large monitoring screen covered with cracks. Sure enough, there was an inconspicuous chip about the size of a fingernail lying quietly on the hospital bed. Which spiritual plane will he go to? Mr. Wu forced himself to calm down. The bad situation has already happened. Now we have to try our best to remedy it. The only way is to cross-border hunting. The source blood of the experimental subject is a psychic wonder that will produce a powerful anchoring effect. Considering the intensity of the awakened trial, he is most likely to go to the plane of flesh plague, origin. Chapter 3, The Flesh Plague, Origins. Welcome to the plane world of flesh plague, origin, to undergo the trials of the awakener. You have temporarily acquired the language of this plane, Old Swedish. Your appearance and clothing have been temporarily adjusted to adapt to the original inhabitants, and will not arouse the suspicion of the natives. The adjustment of appearance and clothing will not affect your hidden attribute, charm. You have temporarily acquired 1 cubic meter of storage space. The shape of the storage space can be adjusted at will, but the volume will not change. The emotionless reminder of the spirit world came, followed by a series of plain scene information introductions. Flesh plague, origin time. 17th century region, Europe, ring of the Baltic Sea, intensity 1.5. Background, a blood-red meteorite from space fell on the Scandinavian peninsula. The curse of flesh and blood spread across the peninsula. Many people died and became dead plaguers who acted on instinct, wandering on the dark earth, longing for fresh flesh and blood. The biting cold wind blew on the face like a knife. The scene in front of Bai Pu froze quickly. He looked at his hands and tentatively clenched them. A sense of power he had never felt before surged out. His feet stepped on the solid ground, and the clear touch of the ground was also unprecedented. Personal attributes. Bai Pu muttered silently. A translucent information prompt box appeared in Bai Pu's vision. Bai Pu, quasi-awakener, occupation, none, attributes, strength 5, agility 5, endurance 5, spirit 9, specialty, none, skill 1, source blood fusion, fake. You temporarily merged the evolution source blood, and your body has undergone unknown changes. If you fail the trial mission and return to reality, the evolution source blood will automatically peel off. If you die, the evolution source blood will also automatically peel off. Bai Pu could not hide his excitement. He ran freely on the vast land, feeling the whistling wind in his ears, and 2 lines of hot tears could not help but flow out. Finally, succeeded. Only those who have lost their eyes know the value of light. Bai Pu, who has suffered from heart disease since childhood and suffered from muscle atrophy and organ failure due to the heavy load brought by excessive brain power, has been sitting in a wheelchair since he can remember, living a life of a living dead. How could he experience how happy it is to have a healthy body? What's more, his current body is not just healthy, it has reached the critical value of a quasi-awakener, that is, the limit of ordinary humans' total attribute 20. It's as if a beggar has become an emperor overnight, and the difference in experience is even more different. With a strong body, his superbrain is no longer an unbearable burden. The dizziness caused by observation and thinking disappeared without a trace. Even Bai Pu, who has always been calm and wise, can hardly restrain his excitement. In the retina, there is another prompt message of the will of the spirit world. Trial task, collect 2 tubes of evolution source blood and successfully fuse them. Task deadline. 10 days. Task difficulty, S, current progress. 1/2, task reward, awakener promotion. Failure penalty, expulsion. You will be expelled back to the real world, and the difficulty of the next trial mission will be increased by an additional 30%, but the reward will not be increased. Warning, countdown to the Stinger squad entering this plane. 48 hours. It's not time to celebrate yet. After reading the prompt text of the spirit world will, Bai Pu narrowed his eyes and thought. The prompt text that appeared above is Bai Pu's trial mission. After completing the mission, Bai Pu can be promoted to true awakener and step into the sequence of human powerhouses. The mission progress is already 1/2, because Bai Pu has already merged a tube of evolutionary source blood. How to find another tube of evolutionary source blood? Bai Pu already has a clue. The answer is hidden in that warning message, Stinger Squad. This is obviously the name of an awakened team. Being able to give the spirit world will an early warning means that the Stinger Squad is likely to be hostile to me, and its strength is far greater than mine. Bai Pu is a small quasi-awakener, how can he provoke an awakened team? Needless to say, it must be the thugs sent by the super energy group, chasing across the plane. This team should have carried a tube of evolutionary source blood. The reason for carrying evolutionary source blood is simple, they must carry evolutionary source blood as an anchor to accurately cut into the blood and flesh plague, origin plane and hunt down Bai Pu. Anchors are usually high-value psychic wonders, or things with special meanings and a high correlation with a certain plane in the spirit world. They play a positioning role when the awakened person teleports to the spirit world. Evolutionary source blood itself has high value and belongs to psychic wonders. It has a high correlation with this plane scene called blood and flesh plague, origin. It can be said to be a perfect anchor. Without evolutionary source blood, the Stinger Squad will only randomly cut into a certain plane scene in the vast number of spirit planes, and it is impossible to enter the plane where Bai Pu is. Therefore, the other tube of source blood required for the trial task should be taken from the Stinger Squad. The difficulty of this trial task is amazingly high. According to Bai Pu, the trial tasks of general awakeners are all B-level to A-level. There will be no confrontation with other awakeners during the process. You only need to deal with the natives. Bai Pu's trial task is as difficult as S-level. He has to fight against a well-trained awakener team. Considering that he has not received any training, his combat expertise and skills are blank, and the gap in strength is too large, it is reasonable to have an S difficulty rating. Not to mention, even if Bai Pu wins the second tube of source blood, he must find a way to merge it. There is no second Yin Zhao here. The reason for such difficulty is that Bai Pu brought a tube of extremely rare spiritual world wonders. Evolutionary source blood, to participate in the trial. The spiritual world will generate trial tasks, which are often based on the potential of the trialists and are designed in a targeted manner to maximize the talent of the trialists. If a trialist deliberately brings a spiritual world wonder into the trial, there is a high probability of triggering a high difficulty task related to the spiritual world wonder. This is also the pursuit of many geniuses. They are not satisfied with ordinary difficulty and want to challenge high difficulty. There are advantages to having a difficult trial mission. For example, if you can complete an S-level trial mission, you can at least be promoted to an elite profession, and your starting point is higher than other awakeners. If you complete it beautifully, it is not impossible to be promoted to a more powerful profession. Bai Pu also noticed that the time when the Stinger team arrived in this plane was 48 hours later than his own. Bai Pu speculated that after he escaped from the spirit world, the super energy group should not delay and would definitely send a hunting team as soon as possible. The reason why the Stinger team entered this plane 48 hours later was the balance made by the will of the spirit world. If the two entered this plane at the same time according to the actual time, it is possible that the difficulty of the mission would soar to SSS. Now these precious 2 days are left for Bai Pu to plan in advance. Bai Pu found a wooden stick, a thin stone slice, and a few dead vines, and made a simple stone axe. After weighing it, it seemed to be heavier than ordinary wooden sticks and stone slices. He stepped on the cold and hard Nordic land, walked forward silently, and thought about how to deal with it. It is definitely impossible for me to fight against a team of awakeners by myself. Only by fully exploring the plot and using the strength of the natives can I fight against them. To put it another way, if I want to fuse another tube of evolutionary blood, I will inevitably have to deal with the natives. Because the plane of the origin of the flesh plague is highly related to the evolutionary blood, maybe the evolutionary blood is a rare item produced in this plane. It is very likely that the natives have the knowledge and skills to fuse the blood. On the horizon ahead, a staggering human-shaped black shadow entered Bai Pu's field of vision. It doesn't look like a normal person. Could this be the dead plague mentioned in the plane introduction? Getting closer, Bai Pu clearly saw the appearance of the dead plague. Pale skin, dry cheeks, wearing tattered linen clothes, and moving his legs mechanically. Especially the two eyes, which were blood red and the outline of the eyeballs could not be seen at all. It doesn't look fast, so it shouldn't be hard to deal with. But my weapons are simple now, and I don't have any fighting skills or techniques. I'm almost a blank slate. I can't just rush in. Bai Pu quietly retreated to a mound, squatted down, and started digging with the thin stone flakes of a stone axe. Soon he made a simple pit, and inserted sharpened branches into it. After getting ready, Bai Pu caught up with the dead plague who had already walked away. The footsteps attracted the attention of the dead plague, and it roared and turned around, stretched its arms forward, and made a pounce posture. Bai Pu clenched the simple stone axe he made in his hand, mustered up the courage to rush towards the dead plague, and swung the axe. This axe was completely unsystematic and the angle was a bit off. However, the dead plague had no intention of dodging at all, and went straight to meet it, and was hit hard by Bai Pu on the shoulder. At the same time, a claw dug into Bai Pu's chest. Swish, blood splattered. Bai Pu's linen clothes did not play any defensive role, and 3 blood marks appeared on his chest in an instant. The pain of flesh being torn apart came, and what was worse was that Bai Pu's homemade stone axe was directly damaged by this attack. The withered vines broke, and the thin stone pieces that bound it flew away. Only a bare wooden stick was left. Your attack caused 6 points of blunt damage to the Plague Destroyer. The Plague Destroyer's claw attack caused you 10 points of sharp damage, causing bleeding effect, losing 1 point of health every 5 seconds, which lasts until the wound heals. Can't beat it. Each point of endurance attribute will derive 10 points of basic health. Bai Pu's 5 points of endurance means that his basic health is only 50 points. In one round of fighting with a Plague Destroyer, he lost more than 1/5. Bai Pu pressed the wound on his chest and turned to flee. However, after enduring the claw attack, Bai Pu's skin slightly squirmed and secreted a trace of semi-solid and semi-liquid sticky oil, which quickly condensed to form a layer of transparent keratin. The prompt from the spirit world came immediately. Due to unknown reasons, your body has undergone stress-induced changes, and your defense against sharp damage has increased. The duration is 120 minutes, or until the next stress-induced change occurs. Bai Pu was slightly startled, and seeing that he had more than 30 points of life left, he gritted his teeth and turned around, and met the dead plague again. Obviously, this unknown reason must have been the fusion of the source blood, which caused the mutation of the body. Bai Pu wanted to seize the opportunity to fight the lone dead plague and try out how effective his mutation ability was. Swish! The dead plague waved his claws, and the second claw attack hit again. However, this time, Bai Pu clearly felt that the sharp claws of the dead plague touched the skin, and the stratum corneum of the skin played a deflection role, reducing a lot of strength. This attack only broke the skin and left a scar, and the damage to Bai Pu was reduced from 10 points to 5 points. The temporary change of the skin actually reduced the damage by half. Bai Pu was surprised and happy. However, he still had no intention of fighting the plague killer head-on. After verifying his mutant ability, he immediately turned around and continued to escape. The plague killer roared and chased him. Although it limped and staggered, its frequency was amazingly fast, faster than the running speed of a healthy ordinary person. Fortunately, Bai Pu's agility was 5 points, which was 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary human, so he was not caught up by the plague killer. He ran all the way and crossed a mound. Boom! With a muffled sound, the plague killer fell into the pit. Several sharpened branches buried in the pit broke with a few cracks, and did not have the effect of penetrating. The damage caused to the plague killer was minimal, at most it was just a tickle. However, Bai Pu's tactical intention had been achieved. With the plague killer's stiff hands and feet, it was difficult to climb out of the trap for a while. Bai Pu half knelt in front of the trap, swung the wooden stick in a circle, and smashed it down without thinking. Duong! Duong duong! After hitting it with a dozen sticks, the stick broke, but the dead plague was still alive, screaming and climbing up, and its sharp black nails dug out large chunks of frozen soil. The originally steep inner wall of the trap was dug out by the dead plague into a small slope. If it is given a little more time, it might really be able to escape. Bai Pu did not dare to delay, threw away the broken stick, stepped on the shoulder of the dead plague, and burst out with 5 points of strength, stepping on the inner wall of the pit, and then clenched his fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The whole head of the dead plague was smashed, and the rancid blood mixed with dark yellow brain matter slowly flowed out, and finally it was motionless. Chapter 4 Choice. Battle is over. You have opened the combat expertise. Basic combat level 1. You have opened the combat expertise. Basic equipment level 1. Finally, I have obtained the combat expertise, although it is only the most basic level 1. Bai Pu exhaled lightly. There is still a big gap between him and those well-prepared trialists. Trialists usually practice at least one combat expertise to the basic level 5, and can advance to the level at any time, before entering the spirit world to start the trial. Based on your spirit, you have obtained some information about the Dead Plague. Dead Plague, normal level 1, race, humanoid deformed monster, attributes, strength 6, agility 5, endurance 7, spirit 3, skills, claw attack, zombie body, claw attack. The Dead Plague attacks the enemy with its claws, causing sharp damage, with slight bleeding and corpse poison effects. Dead body, passive. The body of the Dead Plague is stiff, movement speed -2, equivalent to the movement speed brought by 2 points of agility. Basic armor +4, equivalent to the basic armor value brought by 4 points of stamina, immune to bleeding effects. Bai Pu suddenly realized, no wonder it was so difficult to fight. This guy has 7 points of stamina, which means he has 70 points of health. The passive effect of the dead body +4 basic armor is equivalent to 11 points of armor, which is equivalent to a small meat shield. Fortunately, the passive effect of dead body reduces the movement speed by 2 points. Otherwise, with the 5 points of agility of the Dead Plague, it will definitely catch up with the injured Bai Pu. If Bai Pu is busy, it will be difficult to lead the Dead Plague to the trap. A slightly illusory white treasure chest is suspended above the corpse of the Dead Plague. A treasure chest has dropped. Bai Pu was delighted. The probability of a treasure chest dropping when a monster in the spirit world dies is not high. This Dead Plague is not difficult to deal with. It should be just an ordinary monster. It actually dropped a loot treasure chest. His luck is really good. Bai Pu pressed the treasure chest and chose to open it directly. With a crisp sound of gold coins colliding, and a flash of white light, 6 white cards were neatly arranged in 2 rows and floated in front of Bai Pu, with the back of the card facing Bai Pu, and the front could not be seen. You have obtained 12 spiritual points. You have obtained the opportunity to draw loot cards, and the current number of draws is 2. Here it comes, the legendary card draw. Bai Pu has seen some awakened anchors draw cards, and he is not unfamiliar with this. He first walked around half a circle and glanced at the front of the card, and found that the front of the card was covered with a layer of white mist, and it was not clear at all. No wonder the awakened anchors did not look at the front when drawing cards. Bai Pu did not hesitate anymore and directly clicked on the first card in the left hand of the upper card. Wow! The light flashed, the card turned over, and the picture finally froze on a thick and short stick-like object. You have obtained equipment, Smooth Bone Hammer. The equipment is out, and it is a relatively high-value weapon. Bai Pu was delighted and immediately checked the properties of the equipment. Smooth Bone Hammer, encapsulated, quality, ordinary, white, equipment position, one-handed, equipment requirements, basic strength 4, attributes, attack power 1-4, additional skills, silky, passive. When using this equipment to attack, the attack speed is +3, equivalent to the attack speed brought by 3 points of agility. Durability 18/20. Description: the bone hammer made of the mutated bones of the remains of the Dead Plague is strong and durable. Bai Pu felt that his luck was really good. He held the end of the bone hammer and felt that it was silky smooth, like ivory. The convex bone handle at the end could play a good anti-slip role and prevent it from falling out of his hand. Tip: this equipment is in an encapsulated state. If you want to use it, you need to open the encapsulation and complete the psychic resonance. Warning: opening the encapsulation will make the equipment unusable by others. Do you want to open the encapsulation? Bai Pu chose yes without hesitation. With a flash of white light, the psychic resonance was completed. When Bai Pu held the bone hammer, he felt a blood connection, as if the bone hammer was an extension of his arm. The second loot card dropped was a blood sample. Mutated blood sample of the Dead Plague, unknown item. Please find relevant professionals for identification. After completing 2 card draws, the remaining 4 white cards, together with the white treasure chest below, turned into a stream of particles like light smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Bai Pu stood up and felt a little numb and itchy in his chest. He looked down and saw that the place where he was scratched by the Dead Plague had already appeared purple swelling. The claws of the Dead Plague contained toxins. Bai Pu frowned. Fortunately, the bleeding effect has ended, the health value is slowly recovering, and the scar on the chest does not affect his movement. He can only continue to move forward and look for villages and towns where indigenous people live. Maybe there will be a way to detoxify at that time. The sound of water came. Bai Pu looked up and saw a dark river, and his spirits were immediately lifted. This is Europe in the 17th century. Human towns rely on rivers to exist. Walking along the river, there is a greater chance of encountering indigenous people. Bai Pu identified the direction of the water flow and walked downstream. After walking for about an hour, the trees along the way gradually became lush, and between the plains and valleys, there were patches of barren land, which looked like abandoned farmland. At the mouth of the valley ahead, there were faint sounds of shouting and fighting. Bai Pu was slightly startled, and quickly climbed up the outer ridge, crouching and looking over. A dozen militiamen wearing simple leather armor were waving weapons such as dung forks and sickles to fight. There were 4 enemies in total. 3 of them were dead plague men, who looked similar to the one Bai Pu had knocked down before, all of them staggering, with dirty and tattered clothes. The last enemy of the militia was obviously much stronger than the dead plague man, and his 2 arms were particularly strong, with muscles as knotty as old tree trunks. This guy was also wearing helmets and armor, and there was a bloody ring mark on his chest armor. He was waving a heavy iron hammer with barbs, and a militiaman who looked like a captain was hit and immediately vomited blood and flew away, obviously seriously injured. The militia had the upper hand in numbers, but they were at a disadvantage in front of the iron hammer. After the militia captain was seriously injured, the militia retreated. The sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar, and a knight was rushing to the battlefield. The knight's armor and battle robe had the same bloody ring mark. Good fellow. I feel that this iron hammer is enough to kill all the militia, not to mention the 3 dead plague. The knight coming from afar seems to be in the same group with the iron hammer. The reminder of the spirit worlds will suddenly came. Main quest I. Choice. Goal. Help the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer Squad to eliminate the Brandon Militia, or help the Brandon Militia to eliminate the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer Squad. Comma. Quest difficulty. B. Quest deadline. 12 hours. Comma. Quest reward. Join the Blood Ring Fortress. Join the Brandon territory. Comma. Failure penalty. Exile. All psychic items obtained in this plane, including equipment, props, and psychic points, will be deleted. Comma. Warning. Exclamation mark. If the main quest fails, you will be exiled to the time-space turbulence. It is detected that you are performing a trial quest. If the main quest fails, it will be regarded as a failure of the trial quest, and the failure penalty will be corrected to the trial quest failure penalty, expulsion. You will be exiled back to the real world, and the difficulty of the next trial quest will be increased by an additional 30%, but the reward will not be increased additionally. Choice countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, the main quest is finally triggered. If the main quest fails, will you be exiled to the time-space turbulence? Bai Pu has heard of the time-space turbulence, which is a punishment that countless awakeners are afraid of. Being exiled is almost equivalent to a death sentence. He doesn't want to be exiled, even if it is changed to expulsion back to the real world. Bai Pu forced himself to calm down and began to think about the main quest. Obviously, Iron Hammer is the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer, belonging to the Blood Ring Fortress camp. The dozen militiamen are the Brandon Militia, belonging to the Brandon Territory camp. Bai Pu looked at the knights getting closer and closer, and went through the task information in his mind, and made a choice without waiting for the countdown to end. He raised his bone hammer, strode toward the battlefield, and shouted, "For Brandon." Hint, you chose to help the Brandon Militia destroy the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer Squad. Comma, your reputation in Brandon County plus 300, current reputation level, friendly. Comma, your reputation in the Blood Ring Fortress minus 300, current reputation level, hostile. Comma, that's right, Bai Pu's choice was to stand on the side of the seemingly weak Brandon Militia and fight against the strong Blood Ring Heavy Hammer Squad. Before Bai Pu arrived, the knight had already rushed into the battlefield. The lance was held high, and with a strong impact, it crashed into the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer. The Blood Ring Heavy Hammer was knocked high into the air, and rolled several times on the ground, like a tin can that was kicked away. After rolling a few times, the Blood Ring Hammerman stood up again, shook his head, and shouted at the knight, "Traitor." The knight ignored him, reined in his horse and turned, raised his lance again, and charged. Bai Pu smiled. The reason why he stood on the side of the Brandon militia was that he calculated that this new knight must be hostile to the Blood Ring Hammerman. The reason is also very simple. The main task is called choice, which means choose carefully. Generally, this word is only used in dilemma situations. In other words, in the evaluation of the will of the spirit world, whether to choose to help the Brandon militia or the Blood Ring Hammerman team is a dilemma, and there is no option that can complete the task particularly easily. The auxiliary evidence is the task difficulty rating given by the will of the spirit world. The task difficulty is B level. According to the task difficulty classification of D, C, B, A, and S, the B-level task is considered to be of medium difficulty. If the new knight and the Blood Ring Hammerman were in the same group, then choosing to help the Blood Ring Hammerman would be too easy. Bai Pu would not need to help at all. The Blood Ring side could easily crush all the militiamen 10 times. A task that does not even require a move and just sits back to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, is worthy of a B-level difficulty. Therefore, the new knight must be from the Brandon Lord camp. This is the only way to balance the difficulty. No matter which side you choose, it will be a B-level difficulty. As for why you choose the Brandon Lord camp instead of the Blood Ring Fortress, the reason is very simple. It is the knight who is also wearing the Blood Ring armor. The other party is wearing the Blood Ring armor, but he actually belongs to the Brandon camp. This is so abnormal, there must be a plot to be explored. These thoughts are long to talk about, but Bai Pu has very little time to think, not even 0.1 seconds. He continued to pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. When the knight charged for the second time, the distance was close and the acceleration was not fast. The Blood Ring Hammerman suddenly spun around, bringing up a whirlwind of steel. Under the sweeping key force, the knight's lance lost its accuracy. Not only did it pass by, but he was also swept by the iron whirlwind and fell off his horse. Bai Pu could see clearly that the knight was tall, with round and strong thighs, and the iron breastplate bulged high. It turned out to be a female knight. After the female knight landed, she rolled on the ground and jumped up nimbly, avoiding the additional smashing attack of the Blood Ring hammer. She took off the shield from her back, drew out the rapier, and turned around to stab her opponent in the face. Bai Pu did not think of intervening in the battle between these two powerful aborigines. His goal was simple, to kill the 3 dead plaguers first. Chapter 5 Fluid Skeleton. The Plague Killer is a level 1 normal template monster, with a total attribute of about 20 points, which is similar to Bai Pu. With 3 skills, its strength is stronger than Bai Pu. In comparison, the Brandon militia is much worse, and it takes about 3 or 4 people to fight against a Plague Killer. Don't panic, listen to my command. Bai Pu saw that the militiaman who looked like a captain was seriously injured and even had difficulty speaking, so he immediately asked for the command without any hesitation. He shouted loudly, "You 3, and you 3, attract the attention of the 2 plague killers on the left. Everyone else, come with me, kill the one on the far right first." Maybe it was the plus 300 reputation of Brandon territory that played a role, or maybe the militiamen who were like headless flies needed a backbone. Some of the militiamen who were pointed out by Bai Pu obeyed Bai Pu's orders and entangled 2 plague killers in 2 groups. Relying on the fact that the stratum corneum on his body's surface was still there, which reduced the sharp damage to the plague killers, Bai Pu directly pounced on the 3rd plague killer. Under Bai Pu's heroic leadership, the remaining militiamen also surrounded him and engaged in a righteous group fight. In the group fight, the dead plague fell all over the place, and it was difficult for them to make a decent counterattack. Even if there was a counterattack, Bai Pu would hold it in front, and the claws of the dead plague fell on him, just tickling him. In just a few dozen seconds, the 3rd dead plague fell down. Bai Pu was only hit once, and his health lost 5 points, and even the bleeding effect was resisted. This time there was only a prompt of plus 10 psychic points, and no treasure chest appeared. Bai Pu then commanded everyone to surround the other 2 dead plague. Following the same method, the remaining 2 dead plague were quickly killed, and both provided Bai Pu with about 10 psychic points. The enemy only had the last Blood Ring heavy hammer. The female knight took the agile route, and her footwork was extraordinary. She would dodge the powerful hammer of the Blood Ring heavy hammer if she could, and only use a shield to block it if she couldn't dodge it. Blood Ring heavy hammer warrior belongs to the power route. He wears heavy armor. His footwork is heavy and powerful when he moves forward and backward, and his defense is quite methodical. He only protects his face, the joints of his armor and other important parts. 4 other attacks from the female knight, He chooses to fight with injuries, forcing the female knight to return to defense. Therefore, the two have been fighting until now, and they have not been able to determine the winner, and even their health has not been lost. At this time, the militia captain lying on the side gave an order weakly, "Brothers, go and kill the running dogs of the Blood Ring." The militia looked at each other. The iron hammer of the Blood Ring heavy hammer warrior is very powerful. These militiamen will be injured or killed if they are hit. Who dares to get involved? This, brother, what should we do? A young militiaman asked Bai Pu in a low voice. After the battle that just killed the plague killer, Bai Pu has won the trust of many militiamen. Bai Pu had a plan in advance. He waved his hand, "Everyone go and move some stones." Compared with the militia captain's order to die, Bai Pu's order is undoubtedly more willing to be executed by the militia. They scattered, looking for large and small stones, and moved them to Bai Pu. The militia captain questioned, "What's the point of moving stones? Do you want to smash him to death with stones? Ridiculous." The militiamen also looked puzzled. With their accuracy, it is difficult to hit the Blood Ring heavy hammer warrior. Maybe they will hit the female knight, which will be more trouble than help. To put it another way, even if these stones hit the Blood Ring heavy hammer warrior, it is difficult to break the defense. After all, the militia's strength and agility are too weak, and the power of long-range attacks is very limited. Bai Pu shook his head and said, "Don't smash people. Let's throw the stones at their feet." As he said that, he took the lead in lifting a basketball-sized stone and threw it into the field with some difficulty. The stones in this plane world are much heavier than the real stones. Bai Pu's 5 points of strength is more than twice that of ordinary people, and he still feels tired when throwing basketball-sized stones. At first, everyone didn't understand what he meant, but just knew to do it. Soon, many large and small stones appeared on the originally flat ground of the battlefield. Suddenly, the Blood Ring hammerman stepped forward and kicked a stone, stumbling. The original attack lost its accuracy. The female knight's eyes lit up, and naturally she did not miss this opportunity. She moved sideways and swung her sword back. Blood splashed and roared continuously. The Blood Ring hammerman suffered a loss. He swung the iron hammer in anger to fight back, but accidentally stepped on a stone again and staggered again. At this moment, everyone understood. The purpose of throwing stones is to destroy the flat terrain in the field and create obstacles. Having obstacles in the field is unfair to both sides of the fight. The female knight is on the agility route, with light steps, and it is easy for her to dodge the stones. The Blood Ring hammerman takes the power route, with heavy steps, and has no time to dodge in the battle. The female knight has the upper hand. However, the Blood Ring hammerman's heavy armor has a very high defense. With the female knight scraping damage, it is unknown how long it will take. "I'll go help her." Bai Pu didn't want to wait too long, so he had to finish the main task quickly. Bai Pu was not just showing off his bravery. He had a reference. The strength of the militia captain was inferior to Bai Pu. He was only seriously injured by the iron hammer, but not killed. This meant that the Blood Ring heavy hammer could not kill Bai Pu in 1 second. As long as Bai Pu could not be killed in one hit, the targeted defense of the mutant physique could be activated. Fighting side by side with a mysterious female knight naturally had many benefits. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. The confrontation between Bai Pu and the super energy group has not yet ended. He must become stronger as soon as possible and is not qualified to enjoy comfort. It's just that the bone hammer is too short. It's safer to attack from a long distance with a long weapon. Bai Pu walked to the side of the warhorse not far away, where a 3-meter-long lance lay quietly. Bai Pu bent down and tried to pick up the lance, but when he touched it, he got a prompt: "There is a lack of psychic resonance between you and this equipment, so you cannot exert its power, nor can you take it out of this plane. Equipment requirements for this equipment: basic strength 10, basic agility 15. You have not met the equipment requirements." Bai Pu could only lift one end of the lance, and could not lift the whole lance, let alone hold it to fight. To put it another way, even if his strength and agility were up to standard, this lance would not be able to exert its power in his hand, and it would be no different from a hard long wooden stick. Alice, there is really no such good thing. How could the will of the spiritual world leave such a big loophole? Bai Pu sighed, and could only throw away the lance, hold the bone hammer tightly, and rush towards the Blood Ring heavy hammer. There were chaotic stones on the ground, which was also a challenge for Bai Pu. If he was tripped by the stones thrown by his own side, it would be funny. Bai Pu did not have the agility of the female knight, but he had subtle observation and a strong memory. Just a glance, the position of the stones was all reflected in his mind. Bai Pu took a step and stepped on the gap between the two stones, and hit the helmet of the blood ring heavy hammer steadily with a hammer. With a buzzing sound, the blood ring heavy hammer's body trembled. Compared to the sharp damage of swords, the blunt damage of bone hammers is more effective against heavy armor. The shock force generated cannot be removed by armor. The blood ring heavy hammer shouted and swept the hammer over. Normal people often retreat to avoid it, but Bai Pu suddenly rushed forward and took the initiative to crash into the blood ring heavy hammer. The blood ring heavy hammer was caught off guard, and the most powerful hammer failed to hit Bai Pu. Only the iron rod of the hammer hit Bai Pu, causing only 15 points of blunt damage. Bai Pu endured the pain, smashed another hammer, moved sideways half a step, and accurately inserted one foot between the two stones again. His body's surface cuticle disappeared between the wriggling, and the bones crackled slightly. In an instant, Bai Pu felt that his bone structure had changed, and the hard bones became a little softer. Due to unknown reasons, your body has undergone stress changes, and the defense against blunt damage has increased. The duration is 120 minutes, or until the next stress change occurs. In response to the defense reappearing, Bai Pu was bold and rushed towards the blood ring heavy hammer warrior again. The blood ring heavy hammer warrior's body surface was flashing with blood, and there was an obvious charging action. His target was Bai Pu. Be careful, the female knight reminded. Bai Pu had no time to dodge. His attributes were far inferior to the blood ring heavy hammer warrior. Even if his brain reacted, his body could not keep up with the reaction. However, the female knight was in time. She suddenly raised her shield and blocked in front of Bai Pu. Boom! With a muffled sound, the iron hammer with a trace of blood-red light was lifted up from bottom to top, drawing a blood-red arc of light. The female knight's small shield was directly knocked away, and her figure was slightly shaken. The blood ring heavy hammer warrior let out a strange laugh, and the blood-red light did not dissipate. With the inertia of the heavy hammer, he turned around, and the iron hammer drew a blood-red arc full of murderous intent, hitting the female knight's side ribs. The blood ring hammerman originally wanted to attack Bai Pu, but she didn't expect the female knight to sacrifice her strength to protect Bai Pu and fight with her, using her shield to hide her favorite fighting skill, chain forging. The result was that the female knight fell into short stiffness. The blood ring hammerman is not an ignorant and brainless NPC, nor is he a dead plague who has lost his intelligence. Seeing that the female knight, a big enemy, is in trouble, his chain forging has 2 attacks, and the most powerful second half of the sweep is directly greeted on the female knight, and the opponent will definitely not be able to dodge. Boom! A muffled sound. The iron hammer hits Bai Pu. Because the first upward attack of chain forging was blocked by the female knight, Bai Pu had enough time to react. Seeing that the female knight was in danger, he immediately stepped forward and blocked the sweep with his flesh and blood. The iron hammer swung with great force, causing Bai Pu's waist and ribs to be exaggeratedly deformed. You. The female knight's voice was obviously urgent. She took a deep breath, and the rapier suddenly emitted a blood-red glow, and stabbed at the face of the blood ring heavy hammer warrior with a hissing sound. The blood ring heavy hammer warrior was in a state of stiffness and could not defend. The female knight's continuous stabs, each sword dealt double the damage of a vital attack, and instantly caused heavy damage to the blood ring heavy hammer warrior. Ah! The blood ring heavy hammer warrior screamed loudly, and only horrible blood holes were left in his eyes. The female knight's attack, with enough damage, caused the disabled effect of blinding him. The female knight was even more ruthless, and the rapier flew, quickly clearing the remaining health of the blood ring heavy hammer warrior. Plop! The blood ring heavy hammer warrior fell heavily like a sack full of grain. The female knight immediately supported Bai Pu. How are you? Hang in there. Chapter 6 Kin. I'm fine. Bai Pu was a little unaccustomed to the physical contact of women, and slightly broke away. The previous attack seemed fierce, but Bai Pu was taking a step forward to bear the attack, and the blood ring heavy hammer was unable to deal the maximum damage. At the moment of hitting the waist, Bai Pu's body curled up like a spirit snake, and the entire waist bone led the chest, abdomen, and legs to deform with a crackle, as if they were all dislocated, which looked very scary. In fact, such deformation is a very effective buffer. It is equivalent to using the entire body to dissolve the impact force, and the final damage suffered is 19 points. At this time, Bai Pu still had more than 1/5 of his health left, which was not healthy, but he was not going to fall down. It is conceivable that if there was no defense against blunt damage, the damage of this attack would probably be close to 40 points. Bai Pu only had 30 points of blood left at the time, and he must have died on the spot. The female knight nodded at Bai Pu. "Hello warrior, my name is Yvette, and I pay my highest respects to you." Bai Pu received a series of prompt messages from the spirit world. "The battle is over. You have opened the combat expertise, basic shooting level 1, your combat expertise, basic combat has been raised to level 2, Royal Junior Knight, Yvette's favorability towards you plus 300, current favorability level, acquaintance, Royal Junior Knight, Yvette's favorability towards you plus 1000, current favorability level, friend, how did you increase the favorability twice? This is a pleasant surprise." Bai Pu has reason to speculate that this female knight named Yvette must be a key indigenous figure, and his adventure is worth it. What made Bai Pu's eyes light up was that above the body of the blood ring heavy hammer, there was a blue treasure chest floating. Bai Pu did not cause much damage, but he blocked the blood ring heavy hammer's most powerful skill, and his combat contribution was not low, so he obtained the treasure chest. However, since the indigenous Yvette's contribution accounted for the majority, the quality of this treasure chest might not be very high. In the eyes of the natives, the loot chest cannot be seen or touched, only the awakened can. Of course, the natives can directly rob the equipment of the dead without psychic resonance, which is something the awakened cannot compare to. While the militias were celebrating their victory and looting the spoils, Bai Pu unnoticedly scooped up the treasure chest and put it into the storage space. He then nodded at Yvette. "Hello, respected knight. My name is Dio Fule. You can call me Dio." The will of the spiritual world made Bai Pu's appearance and clothing automatically adapt. In the eyes of the natives, Bai Pu was not a Chinese with black hair and black eyes, but a Nordic with a high nose and deep eyes and blonde hair. The appearance after automatic adaptation is based on the original charm value, and the appearance has not decreased. Of course, Bai Pu still has to make up a name himself, and the original name cannot be used. At this time, the female knight finally took off her helmet and visor, revealing her true face. A head of slightly curly long sea blue hair, and eyes are also azure blue, quite charming. But the corners of his mouth were slightly pursed, making him look a little cold and stubborn. Yvette stared at Bai Pu's overly handsome face and was about to speak when suddenly a pair of warm hands reached over and held Bai Pu's hands. "Thank you for your help, Brother Dio. My name is Yinghua." The one who spoke was the young militiaman who had just asked Bai Pu for advice. He shook Bai Pu's hand sincerely and introduced himself enthusiastically. Bai Pu hesitated for a moment and said, "Nice to meet you, Brother Yinghua." Yinghua was a little thin, with a pair of brown eyes and a few freckles on the wings of his nose. He smiled and said gratefully, "Brother Dio, thanks to your help, otherwise we would all be finished." Bai Pu shook his head and looked at the female knight Yvette beside him. "Thanks to Ms. Yvette for helping, we should thank her." Yvette shook her head. "No, your bravery is also crucial." At this time, a voice came from the side. "Who are you two? Why are you here?" The seriously injured militia captain, supported by two militiamen, came to Bai Pu, Yvette and Yinghua. "Dio Fule, from the village upstream. My home was destroyed by the Blood Ring Fortress, and I want revenge." Bai Pu explained simply. He didn't hate this militia captain. After all, he led the militia and was quite brave. If there's a shortcoming, it is that he has no brains. "My name is Gunna." Militia Captain Gunna nodded to Bai Pu, which was regarded as acknowledging his origin. "Main quest A, choice, completed. You have obtained an additional 11 hours, 34 minutes and 33 seconds of free exploration time. This time will automatically take effect after all your stays have ended. You have joined the Brandon territory. Your reputation in the Brandon territory is plus 500, and your current reputation level is respected. An extra dozen hours of free time." Bai Pu shook his head slightly, not feeling much joy. Perhaps after officially becoming an awakener, free exploration time is very valuable, but he is now in the awakener trial period, and the trial mission itself has a 10-day stay. Captain Gunnar then turned to the female knight Yvette, and his eyes lingered on the blood ring symbol on her breastplate for a long time. "Yvette, a knight from Treacherous Castle." Yvette said. "Treacherous Castle." Gunnar took a step back as if he was facing a great enemy. The other militiamen were puzzled. "Captain, What happened to Chacrona Castle? Gunnar roared, don't get close. Chacrona Castle was the original name, and now it is called Blood Ring Fortress. The militiaman suddenly became nervous. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Bai Pu waved his hand. If it weren't for Ms. Yvette's intervention, we would have been killed by the monsters of the Blood Ring. Ms. Yvette was born in the Blood Ring Fortress. If she is willing to join Brandenburg, everything she knows will become invaluable intelligence. Obviously, Bai Pu's respected reputation played a role, and the militiamen all agreed with his statement. However, Captain Gunnar was still very cautious and asked, Ms. Yvette, you are from the Blood Ring Fortress. Why are you an enemy of the Blood Ring? Please tell me the reason. Yvette shook her head and said, I have an important mission, and I must meet the Lord of Brandenburg before I can tell him. Please take me to see His Excellency Duke Frederick William immediately. Obviously, as a militia captain with low strength, Gunnar was not taken seriously by Yvette. Captain Gunnar hesitated for a moment and said, the Duke is indeed inspecting this area. However, I have no right to take you to see him. I can take you to see Lady Kin first. She is the Duke's advisor. I have heard of the knowledgeable Miss Kin. She is an outstanding doctor. Yvette looked at Bai Pu and said with concern, Mr. Dior, will you come with me? It would be better if you asked Miss Kin to treat your injury. Sure enough, Yvette's favorability was not given for nothing. Bai Pu's adventure had initial benefits. If it were not for Yvette's favor, he, a civilian, and without a super high reputation in the camp, how could he be qualified to meet the camp leaders directly? On the way, Bai Pu was not idle. He took advantage of a break to open the blue treasure chest. You have obtained 109 spiritual points. You have obtained the opportunity to draw loot cards. The current number of draws is 1. Looking at the 24 blue cards neatly arranged in front of him, Bai Pu sighed and closed his eyes and clicked casually. Wow! The card flipped over, the pattern appeared, and finally turned into an ancient scroll. The other cards turned into a stream of particles, and dissipated between heaven and earth along with a blue treasure chest. You have obtained the scroll of advanced weapon expertise. Using the scroll can enable you to learn combat expertise, advanced equipment, two-handed hammer, level 1. Good news, it has been shipped. Bad news, it can't be used. Bai Pu sighed and still used the scroll. It can't be used now because there are no two-handed hammer weapons, but it doesn't mean that it won't be used in the future. As the scroll was used, a stream of information flowed into his mind. The experience of swinging the two-handed heavy hammer countless times began to be integrated into Bai Pu's limbs and bones, turning into instinctive combat skills. Soon, in Bai Pu's personal attribute interface, the expertise column added an item advanced equipment, two-handed hammer, level 1. By analogy, Bai Pu seemed to have a better understanding of one-handed hammer weapons. Bai Pu's basic equipment expertise column has derived a branch of basic equipment, one-handed hammer, level 1, which makes it easier to swing the bone hammer. Brandon Territory, Studding Town. Bai Pu and Yvette met the Lord's advisor, Kin. Kin has black curly hair that goes over her shoulders, and dark brown eyes hidden behind hanging lenses, with the temperament of an intellectual beauty. She wears a loose black robe, but her tall and straight outline can still be seen. Hello. Kin looked at Bai Pu carefully and said with a smile, Mr. Dior, your body seems a little abnormal. Bai Pu lifted up his tattered linen shirt and pointed to the purple scratch on his chest. I was unlucky and was scratched by the plague. That's not what I meant. Kin glanced at Yvette next to him, stopped the topic, and said with a smile, however, the poison of the plague must be removed as soon as possible, otherwise you may become the next plague. As she said that, Kin took out a necklace inlaid with turquoise from the collar of her black robe and gently pressed it against Bai Pu's chest. I'll do it myself. Bai Pu was about to take the turquoise necklace, but Kin waved her hand to stop him. Her fair and slender fingers gently slid along Bai Pu's chest skin, as if rubbing oil. The warm turquoise necklace drew circles on his chest, and it seemed to have a hint of milky fragrance. Bai Pu's body was a little stiff. He lacked experience before and was not good at contact with the opposite sex. Kin slowly stroked Bai Pu's chest with her turquoise necklace, and said to Yvette, who was a little uneasy beside her, Ms. Yvette, I heard that you are from the Bleeding Ring Fortress. His Excellency the Duke and I are very curious why the peace was broken and the vanguard of the Bleeding Ring crossed the Baltic Sea and invaded the border of Brandon. Yvette took a deep breath, It was His Majesty the King who made the decision to invade, and I am the Queen's knight. Queen. Qin paused slightly. Is it Maria Eleonora? I remember she was the sister of the old Brandon Lord. She married to Sweden because of the friendly relations between the two countries. How is she doing now? Very bad. Queen Eleonora and Princess Christina are both under house arrest by the king. Yvette said. Gustave? Is he crazy? Qin frowned and said, Christina is the mother of the flesh and blood plague, carrying the original curse. She was the first person to come into contact with the cursed meteorite. How could Gustave do anything to her? If Christina loses control, the whole world will fall into chaos. Yvette shook her head and said, His Majesty the King regards the princess as the source of power, and constantly extracts the princess's blood for research to create the Blood Ring Army. Even the Queen, who originally disliked the princess, could not accept this practice and disobeyed His Majesty the King, which led to the two being placed under house arrest. So, Queen Eleonora sent you to Brandon to ask for help? Qin asked. Yvette nodded. I understand. It seems that the war between Brandon and the Blood Ring is inevitable. Qin opened the collar of the black robe and put the turquoise necklace back between the towering. You go to see Duke William. The purple-blue poison on Bai Pu's chest had disappeared without a trace. He stood up and said, Then I will go to the audience as well. Now that he has joined Brandon, it is not a bad thing to get acquainted with a boss. Wait a moment. Qin looked at Bai Pu with a little fiery eyes. To be honest, I am very interested in your body. Ahem. Yvette interrupted Qin's fierce words. Sir Qin, you are the advisor of Duke William. Please pay attention to your identity. Even if you have intentions towards Diofur, you should not make an invitation in public. It seems you misunderstood. Qin said with a smile, My interest in Dio is not limited to what you think. I am more interested in his physique, and I want to study it. Dio's physique may be the key to fighting the Blood Ring. Chapter 7 Cutting Off the Bloody Hand. Yvette was skeptical, but this was Qin's home turf after all. She took a deep look at Bai Pu, and then followed Gunnar to see the Lord. Qin and Bai Pu were the only ones left in the room. The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Qin pulled Bai Pu to sit on the bed and pushed him gently. Bai Pu didn't expect that Qin, a seemingly delicate scholar, had so much strength that he fell on the bed all of a sudden. He pushed his hands back and tried to sit up when Qin pressed a finger on his chest. Don't be nervous, I'm just giving you a physical examination. Qin took out a red-framed magnifying glass from the collar of his black robe, lay on Bai Pu's chest, and observed the wound on Bai Pu's chest inch by inch. Your physique is indeed very special. If ordinary people are scratched by the dead plague, they will quickly turn into new dead plague if they are not treated in time. But you have held on for so long and still have the energy to fight. There should be a mysterious substance in your body that plays the role of an antibody. After a pause, Qin continued, It's just that this mysterious substance seems to be injected and forcibly fused after birth. You can't freely control its power, otherwise there is no need for me to detoxify. Bai Pu listened to Qin's words and felt admiration in his heart. The mysterious substance that Qin said was obviously the evolutionary source blood. Bai Pu couldn't freely control the evolutionary source blood, and could only activate the adaptive defense of the source blood by passively taking a beating. This is also because he has not awakened. Maybe after being promoted to an awakener, it will change. Scholar Qin, can you help me master this power? Bai Pu sat up and closed the tattered linen clothes on his chest. My home was destroyed by the Blood Ring, and I want revenge. We have the same position. However, before I agree to you, I also need some help from you. Qin said with a smile. Bai Pu looked at Qin, who was smiling, and felt a chill on the back of his head. The way Qin looked at him at this moment was exactly the same as that of President Zhao of Super Energy Group. It was as if he was looking at an extremely rare and precious experimental material. What do you need? Bai Pu asked. Your blood. Qin and Bai Pu looked into each other's eyes and said with a smile, Don't look at me like that. When I collect your blood, I will be careful to control it and take precautions so that your life will not be endangered. I'm not worried about that. I want to ask, what's the point of you wanting my blood? Bai Pu asked. Qin said, with the invasion of the Blood Ring, many people in the Brandon territory have hidden the curse of the flesh plague in their bodies. Once the curse breaks out, except for a few people with suitable physiques, everyone else in the territory will become plague victims. There is no need to fight this battle. After a pause, Qin continued, however, your blood can be used to make antibodies for the flesh plague, allowing those infected to recover. As compensation, I can help you temporarily develop the power in your body and make an alchemical potion that greatly increases your power in a short period of time. As Qin explained, the will of the spirit world also sent a task prompt. Side quest, donate blood. Task goal, provide Qin with 1000 milliliters of blood. Task deadline, none, equivalent to the remaining stay time in this plane. Task difficulty, C+. Task reward, intensified blood. Bai Pu accepted this side quest without hesitation. The difficulty of C+ should not be life-threatening. However, this difficulty rating is also based on Bai Pu's special physique that has integrated the evolutionary source blood. If it were someone else, the difficulty of the task would soar to S. Therefore, the value of the mission reward, the intensified blood, cannot be measured by a simple C+ mission reward. After getting Bai Pu's consent, Qin was very excited. She opened her toolbox and took out one creepy tool after another. Sharp-tipped feather tubes, bladders of unknown animals, ropes made of bark fibers. To be honest, if the mission difficulty rating was not only C+, Bai Pu might have run away. Now, he could only endure the discomfort and let Qin tie his upper arm with a rope, watching the feather tube inserted into his blood vessels, silently counting the blood flowing into the animal bladder. After several blood draws, even though Bai Pu's physique is twice as strong as that of ordinary people, he can't help feeling dizzy. The heart is beating strongly, sucking nutrients from Bai Pu's body and pumping out fresh blood to replenish the body's needs. The familiar feeling of hunger came again, as if there was a black hole in the body that was constantly devouring. Fortunately, Qin had prepared dry food here, including long strips of hard bread and frozen wild boar ham. Qin's maid cut the bread and ham into thin slices, and after spreading jam on them, the taste was quite delicious. While Bai Pu was feasting, Qin also began her research. Bai Pu's work had been completed as early as the end of bloodletting, and Bai Pu's assistance was not needed afterwards. It is worth mentioning that after the bloodletting, Qin's favorability towards Bai Pu increased by 500 points, initially reaching the level of friends. After eating and drinking, Bai Pu felt sleepy and fell asleep on Qin's bed. When he woke up, Bai Pu found that there were several more people in Qin's room. Among them was the female knight Yvette, who was looking at him with complicated eyes. Bai Pu stretched and felt that his energy had been fully restored. Glancing at his arm, Bai Pu suddenly discovered a surprising fact. His whole body had been scrubbed clean, and the original tattered linen clothes disappeared, replaced by a set of quite exquisite silk pajamas. No wonder Yvette had that look. Bai Pu stood up and asked, "How long have I slept? No, did I faint?" Bai Pu has 9 points of spiritual attributes, which means that even if Bai Pu falls asleep, he will not sleep too deeply, and the slightest movement can wake him up. As a result, in his sleep, Bai Pu was not only changed, but also dragged and scrubbed. He didn't wake up, so the only explanation is coma. Qin smiled and said, "Oh, you woke up so soon? You consumed so much energy, I thought you would sleep a little longer." Yvette. "Ms. Qin, don't joke. What did you do? Why am I in a coma?" Bai Pu was a little dissatisfied. He opened his attribute panel at the first time and found no abnormal state, which made him feel a little relieved. Qin waved his hand and smiled. "When the blood was collected, the fruit essence of the Sinala blood vine was injected into your body. This essence can quickly replenish blood, and the side effect will make people fall into coma for a period of time. In theory, even an elephant should sleep for 8 hours. I didn't expect you to wake up in 4 hours, which is amazing. I am more curious about your body." Qin handed over a bottle of red potion with a feather tube inserted in it. "Here you go, this is the agreed reward." This bottle of potion was obviously the reward for the side quest, donate blood, invigorating blood. Bai Pu glanced at it. The will of the spirit world sent a prompt message. Invigorating blood, special item, quality unknown. Pure blood essence extracted from the host of evolutionary blood. After the host of evolutionary blood is injected, it can temporarily gain 7 free attribute points, which last for 120 minutes. Warning, people other than the host of evolutionary blood need to pass a strength test to be injected with invigorating blood. If the strength test fails, the injector will become a slave of the host of evolutionary blood. It's a good thing that Mr. Dio woke up earlier. We are very short of time. The speaker was a young man with a golden curly beard. He stood in the center of the room, without a helmet, and his long golden curly hair fell to the left and right, like a mighty lion. The man was wearing black light armor inlaid with gold, a long sword with of ultra carving on his waist, and a wide-brimmed fur collar cloak, which was decorated with gold and silver threads and gems, showing his noble status. Beside the man, there was a scholar in a grey robe and a fully armed strong man, who should be his subjects. Qin said at the right time, Dio, let me introduce you, this is the Elector of Brandenburg, Duke of Prussia, the great Lord Frederick William, these two are the erudite court wizard Galen, and the reliable Egerton Zweig. The so-called electors refer to the princes who have the right to elect the Roman emperor, that is, the feudal lords who have the privilege of voting to elect the emperor. Bai Pu did not have much knowledge of history, but he had heard of Prussia, which was the predecessor of the German Empire. This Duke William was the ancestor of the later emperors of the German Empire. For Bai Pu, Duke William has a more important identity. He is the boss of the Brandon camp in this plane. No need to be polite. Duke William waved his hand to stop Bai Pu's salute, and said lightly, Ms. Yvette has reported everything to me. My aunt, Ms. Eleonora, has been imprisoned. She hopes that Brandon can send elite troops to land in Scania. In fact, even without her summons, the war between Brandon and the Bleeding Ring fortress is imminent. Qin nodded and said, yes, the vanguard of the Bleeding Ring has crossed the Baltic Sea. Gustav's ambition is not limited to the Nordic peninsula. He wants to conquer the whole of Europe. Duke William said, I will return to the territory and call all the electors and lords to a meeting to form a resistance army to fight against the invasion of the Bleeding Ring monsters. I need you to fight against a Bleeding Ring vanguard and try to delay the landing of the main force of the Bleeding Ring. The court wizard Garland quickly gave advice. Gustav sent the vanguard troops across the sea to explore Brandon's strength and establish outposts. Eliminating the commander of the vanguard is the most powerful counterattack and will definitely delay the landing of the main force of the Bleeding Ring. Qin said, when the Duke was patrolling the territory, he encountered 2 Bleeding Ring strongholds and has destroyed them. Together with the Bleeding Ring stronghold destroyed by Dio and Yvette, there are a total of 3. Secret orders issued by the commander of the Bleeding Ring vanguard were found on the enemy. After Ms. Yvette's interpretation, we know the commander's name Bloodhand Column. Qin looked at Bai Pu and said, this is a tricky guy. He made a great reputation in the previous war when the Blood Ring fortress conquered Denmark. He was called Bloodhand because of his bloody fighting style. Since the Duke is too busy, he can only rely on the strength of a few of us to eliminate him. Every bit of combat power is precious. The prompt message of the will of the spiritual world came. Main mission II, cut off the Blood Hand. Mission target, kill the commander of the Blood Ring vanguard, Bloodhand Column. Mission deadline, 10 days. Mission difficulty, S. Mission reward, Brandon merit 501,500 points, depending on the contribution of completing the task. Failure penalty, expulsion, same as the trial mission failure penalty. Now Bai Pu has chosen a camp. The main line of the camp must be accepted, and there is not much room for maneuver. However, this does not prevent Bai Pu from bargaining. He looked directly into Qin's eyes and said, for Brandon, I have no choice. However, you also said that there is a hidden power in my body. After this mission is completed, I hope you can help develop this power so that I can truly control it. Qin said helplessly, I studied your blood sample. There is indeed a mysterious substance in your body, but at present, it seems that the strength of this mysterious substance is not enough. The strength must at least be doubled to meet the development standard. Translated, Bai Pu has to find a second tube of evolution source blood and let Qin help merge it, so that he can finally complete the Awakener's trial mission and develop the various wonderful uses of the evolution source blood. Okay, I will work hard to achieve it. At that time, I hope you can keep your promise. Bai Pu said. Qin nodded. The prompt information of the main task II changed quietly, and the last column of task rewards became, task reward, Brandon merit 1,000 points, depending on the contribution of completing the task. You are qualified to fuse the evolution source blood once. The evolution source blood is provided by you. The evolution source blood should still be taken from the Stinger squad. Bai Pu checked the warning message of the trial task. The countdown to the Stinger squad entering this plane. 35 hours, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Update time, 2 updates a day during the new book period, at 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. respectively. I hope to bring good mood to readers before and after get off work. It is not easy to burst out during the new book period, and it will burst out when it is put on the shelves. Please don't support the book. 24-hour reading is the only criterion for measuring the potential of a book. which is related to whether this book can be recommended on some key issues. Please everyone, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Heartbeat. A sense of urgency arose. Bai Pu took a deep breath. It seems that we have to kill Bloodhand Column as soon as possible. I am very curious, since the Duke has such strong power, why doesn't he kill Bloodhand Column before returning? Because we don't know the exact location of Bloodhand Column. If the exact location is known, it is no problem for the Duke to stay here for a day or two, get rid of Column before leaving. But aimless search will only delay his precious time to assemble the army. Qin said, the coastline on the north coast of the Baltic Sea is too long. Although the militia has formed a search team, they can't find Column in a short time. Bai Pu raised his hand and said, where are the secret orders found in the 3 blood ring strongholds that have been wiped out? Can I take a look? Qin looked at Bai Pu with some surprise. She felt that Bai Pu's temperament seemed a little different, like a sharp sword that had just been rusted off, showing its edge. Adjutant Zweig, please let Mr. Dio take a look at the secret order. He is trustworthy. Qin suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and helped to speak. If Qin had a low favorability towards Bai Pu, she would not have paid any attention to Bai Pu, let alone offered to help. But now her favorability level with Bai Pu is already friend, so it is normal for her to offer help. Adjutant Zweig, who was beside Duke William, nodded and agreed, and handed 3 secret orders to Bai Pu. On top were a series of obscure symbols, and below were Latin translations written in delicate handwriting. This is the secret order of the Blood Ring Fortress. Even if the enemy seizes it, they cannot read it without the codebook. Fortunately, Ms. Yvette helps to decipher it. Qin came to Bai Pu's side, and her breath was slightly sweet. From the wording, these 3 secret orders should have been issued by Bloodhand Column at the same time, as soon as they successfully landed in Brandon territory. Bai Pu looked up at Zweig. Do you have a map? Can you mark the locations of these 3 blood ring strongholds on the map? Duke William was a little interested. He signaled Adjutant Zweig to take the map and hang it up, and personally marked the 3 locations with X. Bai Pu glanced at the map. Mountains, hills, basins, village settlements, one terrain after another passed through his mind and turned into parameters. The difficulty of crossing complex terrains such as mountains, hills, basins, etc., the possibility of detours, the time spent on extra journeys. Bai Pu once again asked for the daily military intelligence reports of the local village militia organizations. He flipped through several thick stacks of reports page by page, as fast as counting money, making people doubt whether he had read the report text carefully. The credibility of the military intelligence report, the possibility of encounters between village militias and blood ring soldiers, the time spent. A large amount of information gathered in Bai Pu's mind, turning into dry and cold numbers, and was calculated rapidly in Bai Pu's brain. Finally, Bai Pu's finger pointed to a coordinate. Since Bloodhand Column came across the sea, the most likely place for him to land is here. Several high-ranking indigenous people gathered around. Bahim. Qin called out a place name with a hint of surprise on her face. Is it so close to us? Adjutant Zweig shook his head and said, it's impossible. Balhim is very close to Stettin. Since the Duke came to the local area, the militia of Balhim has come to report military intelligence every day. There is no trace of the invasion of the Blood Ring. Everyone, please take a look at the military intelligence report of Balhim village. These reports are very interesting. Bai Pu spread a few pages of paper on the table, and Duke William and others gathered around. After reading the report carefully, several high-ranking indigenous people frowned. They also saw the clues. It's not that the military intelligence report of Balhim village has flaws. On the contrary, these reports are too professional and perfect. The data is detailed, the inspection is comprehensive, and the wording is professional. It's like a fake flower with perfect color, shape, and layering. There is nothing wrong with it in all aspects, except that it lacks a sense of reality. If these military intelligence reports were delivered every day and filed together with the military intelligence reports of other villages, it would indeed be difficult to arouse suspicion. But now that it was singled out, several high-ranking indigenous people carefully pondered and immediately saw the flaw. It seems that Dio's judgment is correct. Balhim is very likely the hiding place of the Blood Ring Vanguard Command. From a pessimistic point of view, the village may have been controlled by the Blood Ring. Qin said in a heavy tone. Control is a euphemism. Considering the bloodthirstiness of the Blood Ring monsters, the villagers of Balhim may have long become food for the army of Dead Plague. Since Qin's judgment is also true, it is worth delaying for a day. Duke William said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "There is no time to lose, let's set off now." As soon as Duke William finished speaking, Bai Pu received an update reminder from the will of the spirit world. The difficulty of the main task II, cutting off the bloody hand, has been adjusted to D level, downgraded from S level. Since your analysis is the main reason for the reduction in the difficulty of the task, the scheduled reward for the main task II remains unchanged. Bai Pu looked at Duke William in surprise. Although he expected that Duke William's participation in the war would make the difficulty of the main task drop sharply, he did not expect the drop to be so exaggerated. It seems that the strength of Duke William and his party is beyond expectations. It is worthy of being the general boss of the Brandon camp. After several hours of trekking in the snow, the group finally arrived in Balhim. After a brief reconnaissance, Bloody Hand Column's headquarters was indeed located in Balhim. To be precise, it is a 50-meter-long sailing battleship. This battleship is called Pioneer and is the flagship of Bloody Hand Column, which has been anchored at the seaside at the entrance of Balhim village. Bai Pu's calculations proved to be accurate. He received a reminder from the will of the spirit world that his reputation in the Brandon camp was plus 200, and the favorability of several senior officials towards him was improved. The most valuable favorability belongs to Duke William, who has also increased by 100 points. This is the favorability of the general boss of the camp, which is worth 1,000 gold. It is worth mentioning that after Qin's favorability increased again, Bai Pu actually received another additional message. Brandon Court Advisor, Qin's favorability towards you has increased. Your favorability with a spiritual figure of the opposite sex, Brandon Court Advisor, Qin, has surpassed the level of ordinary friends, and you can now check the level of attractiveness between you and her. Currently, Brandon Court Advisor, Qin's level of attractiveness towards you is heartbeat. Bai Pu checked it out, and the will of the spiritual world gave relevant information. Attractiveness is generally a relationship between opposite sexes, and is divided into 5 levels. The normal attractiveness is normal, and the higher levels are appreciation, heartbeat, admiration, and love. The will of the spiritual world will only give a prompt when it reaches the heartbeat relationship. Bai Pu was a little overwhelmed. In the real world, he has never experienced a relationship between men and women and lacks experience in this. Now is not the time to consider this matter. The Stinger Squad, the Awakening Mission, the Superpower Group. Bai Pu's survival is still facing serious threats. Taking a deep breath, Bai Pu chose to deal with it rationally. Qin is a very important high-ranking aboriginal, and her words have an influence on Duke William. Her improved favorability and love for him made Bai Pu more confident about the next plan. After the group sneaked into the warship, destroyed the rudder and cut the sail, they appeared and began to wreak havoc. Qin chanted a spell and splashed a bottle of blood-red liquid. Before the latter landed, it evaporated into a light red mist and spread to most areas of the Pioneer. This is the blood magic performed with the help of the casting medium, the Cursed Blood Mist, which can weaken the enemy on a large scale. The effect is very obvious. The blood ring deformed soldiers on the ship choked and coughed one after another. Even the transformed elite soldiers such as the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer Warrior were significantly affected. It is conservatively estimated that the combat effectiveness will be reduced by 1/3. During this period, Duke William always respected his status and did not participate in the battle. His guard officer's Zweig was already quite strong. His attack all the way was crushing. Even the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer Warrior could not survive 2 moves in front of Zweig. Although the Cursed Blood Mist of Qin has weakened, Zweig's strength is still evident. The court wizard Jilin is good at blood magic and can directly extract the blood from the enemy's body, which is weird and powerful. Bai Pu knows that the strong in the spirit world can be divided into different levels such as ordinary, elite, enhanced elite, and leader according to the strength growth template. He estimated that Zweig and Jilin might be enhanced elite strongmen, a level higher than the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer. Yvette should be elite level, with the same strength as the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer. Everyone killed all the way to the captain's room of Blood Hand Column, and the Cursed Blood Mist gradually dissipated, and finally encountered obstacles. A deformed person with a huge right arm and gnarled muscles appeared in front of him. The deformed person waved a bronze column, and when he attacked, the evil wind blew in his face. The first blow shook Adjutant Zweig away and fell into the sea. Of course, Zweig was not injured. He climbed aboard with a dark face and joined the battle again. However, this deformer was really helpless in the narrow deck passage. His right arm was deformed, with a powerful strength beyond the current level, and the bronze pillar he swung was too huge, so there was no room for everyone to dodge. Zweig was knocked into the sea for the second time, and Duke William finally couldn't sit still. Everyone retreat. Duke William seemed to disdain the siege, and even the wizard Garland wanted to use blood magic, but was stopped by him. The Duke walked forward slowly and drew out the sword with the eagle emblem engraved on his waist. Swish! Duke William drew his sword and slashed, and a blood-red light several meters long shot out from the sword tip. With just one blow, the deformer's proud giant right arm was cut off. Afterwards, Duke William wiped the sword with a handkerchief very elegantly, sheathed the sword, and didn't bother to make up for it. Everyone rushed forward. Bai Pu was not polite either, rushing up to beat the drowning Blug, smashing it with a bone hammer. The aberrant died, and a dark blue treasure chest floated out from his body. Just looking at the color, it was higher quality than the blue treasure chest of the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer. Bai Pu thought to himself that this aberrant should also be a reinforced elite-level warrior. Another good news is that after continuous battles, Bai Pu's basic equipment, one-handed hammer, branch has been integrated with the newly learned skills and upgraded to basic level 3. Who dares to break into my ship? A roar sounded, and the heavy wooden door of the captain's room was kicked open. A giant man over 2 meters tall, wearing heavy black armor, rushed out. The giant's right arm was very special. It was broken at the wrist, and a blood-red giant axe was connected to the broken arm. The handle of the giant axe was covered with blood-red lines, like blood vessels, connected to the blood vessels of the giant's broken arm. Chapter 9: The Secret of the World. What a strong momentum, this is Bloody Hand Column. Bai Pu was a little surprised. No wonder the will of the spirit world gave the task difficulty rating of S level at the beginning. If Duke William did not participate in the battle, it would be impossible to crush all the way like this. Bai Pu had to do everything he could to integrate the militia organizations of all the local villages, lead away most of the soldiers around Bloody Hand Column, and then besiege Column with Jean, Yvette and others. The difficulty can be imagined, and the time consumed is even longer. It is unknown how many days it will take to integrate a brand in militias of various villages. The hope of completing this task within 10 days is really slim. Countdown to the Stinger squad entering this plane. 25 hours, 52 minutes and 7 seconds. Bai Pu glanced at the countdown again. He did not forget this biggest X factor. If Duke William did not participate in the battle, Bai Pu would have to be careful of the Stinger squad coming in to disrupt the situation when doing the main task. It would be even more impossible to succeed. Duke William walked forward slowly, and his calm demeanor formed a sharp contrast with the violent and roaring Bloody Hand Column. My Lord Duke, I suggest that we capture him alive. Bai Pu said loudly. Is it necessary? Duke William was slightly startled and asked with his head tilted. If Bai Pu had not gained his favorability, Duke William would not have asked this question at all, and would have just regarded Bai Pu's words as fart. Qin hesitated for a moment and said, I also think it is necessary. At present, we lack high-end research samples for the blood ring deformed monsters. Okay then. Duke William nodded slightly. Bloody Hand Column listened to several people casually talking about their treatment of him, as if he was a lamb to be slaughtered, and his heart was furious. He suddenly jumped up, and the giant axe wrapped in blood-red light chopped down hard. Duke William slightly turned sideways to avoid the attack. With a crackling sound, the blood-colored energy left a huge crack on the log deck, and wood chips and rivets flew everywhere. This destructive power made Bai Pu's eyes jump. Duke William's face was calm. He drew out the sword with the vulture carving again, and handed out 3 swords in a row. The first sword cut off Bloody Hand Columbus's giant axe arm. The next 2 swords pierced Bloody Hand Columbus's left and right kneecaps respectively. The sticky black blood spilled all over the deck. Bloody Hand Columbus roared and wailed, but his body fell limply to the ground. Although Bloody Hand Columbus was strong, he was only the commander of the Blood Ring Vanguard Army, equivalent to the boss in the first act of the game, and was incomparable to the Duke William, the general boss of the camp. Adjutant Zweig stepped forward and tied him up with the iron chain on the anchor. Qin took out a sharp feather tube and gave Bloody Hand Columbus a needle. The latter's howling soon stopped, like a wounded beast, and fell asleep. Well, the defeat of the Blood Ring vanguard should serve as a stern warning to Gustav II. He will not send troops across the Baltic Sea in the short term. Duke William mounted his horse, Mr. Zweig, please stay at the front and prepare for the war with the Blood Ring. Mr. Garland and I are going back to Brandenburg to convene a meeting of the imperial electors and lords and to assemble the army. Ms. Qin, do you want to return with me? Qin shook her head and smiled. I have obtained a very excellent experimental subject and plan to stay here for research. Everyone laughed, thinking that Qin was talking about Bloodhand Column. However, Qin secretly blinked at Bai Pu. This little action was not noticed by others, but was seen by Yvette. She raised her hand. I want to stay too. Ms. Yvette, I understand your desire to fight and rescue the Queen. Duke William shook his head and refused, but I'm sorry, I need you, the one who knows the Blood Ring Fortress best, to attend the next Imperial Lords Assembly to prove to all the electors and lords the huge threat of the Blood Ring. Yvette was speechless and could only accept the arrangement. In the town of Stettin, Qin's temporary laboratory. On the experimental table, the unconscious Bloodhand Column was tied tightly with iron chains. The specially polished sharp iron hook at the end of the chain pierced his shoulder bone, making him unable to move. Ms. Qin. Thank you for asking for help. Bai Pu said. You don't need to address me so politely, Dio. Qin said with a smile, besides, I didn't lie to you. I did get a high-end experimental subject. Bai Pu said, it seems that the experimental subject you are talking about is me. Yes. Qin blinked her eyes with a hint of charm. In exchange, Column can be handed over to you for disposal. No matter what you want to do by leaving Column alive, I will not stop you. Bai Pu thought to himself that the wisdom of the natives should not be underestimated. Qin obviously saw that his suggestion to capture Column alive was ulterior motives. Although her love for him has reached the heart-beating level, she still kept a clear mind. I agree to cooperate with your experiment as long as it does not endanger my life. Bai Pu said, however, as your experimental subject, I should have the right to know, can I ask a question? Of course, Dio. You are not only an experimental subject to me, because I like men who are smarter than me. Qin said with a smile. This is the reward for the last cooperation. You used my blood to make an alchemy potion. Bai Pu turned his palm and a bottle of intensified blood appeared in his palm. Are there any problems? Qin blinked. If this potion is injected into someone other than me, the other person may become my slave. I want to know the principle. Bai Pu said. Oh, this involves the great secret of this world. It will take a long time to answer this question clearly. Qin said with a smile. It doesn't matter, I have plenty of time to listen to the story. Bai Pu was very calm. At this time, there were still more than 10 hours before the Stinger team entered. In fact, decades ago, there was no extraordinary power in this world, no blood-fighting spirit, no blood magic. Science is advancing day by day, technology is constantly improving, the former knight class is gradually declining, and gunpowder weapons are beginning to prevail. Qin stood up, pacing, and said slowly, until the cursed meteorite fell in Scania, the extraordinary power appeared. At first, it was just a rumor in the Scanian area. It is said that where the meteorite fell, there appeared warriors who were as powerful as 10,000 people, and wandering dead plague. At this time, no one knows that there is a mysterious substance in the meteorite. This substance contains the power of evolution, which can make people evolve and become stronger. Originally, this was God's blessing, but unfortunately the mysterious substance has very strict requirements on the host's physique. People with incompatible physiques will be deeply affected by the instinct of evolution, their bodies will become deformed, and they will become ignorant and brainless monsters, dead plaguers, who only know the instinct of evolution and pursue flesh and blood. People with compatible physiques will not only not be disturbed by the instinct of evolution, but will also adapt to the power of the mysterious substance, thereby developing blood-fighting spirit and blood magic, and possessing great power far beyond that of mortals such as our Duke, Lord Frederick William. Such people are called qualified people. There are too few qualified people, and most of the infected humans have become dead plaguers. This is why the meteorite is called the cursed meteorite, and the influence of the mysterious substance is called the power of the curse. 10 years ago, Princess Christina passed by Scania and touched the cursed meteorite, becoming the ultimate host of the mysterious substance. From then on, the breath she exhaled merged into the wind and clouds in the sky, and the blood and tears she shed merged into the rivers of the earth. The power of the curse spread, and now it is deeply hidden in everyone's blood. Bai Pu recalled that when the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer Warrior activated his skills, his body's surface would flash a blood-red light, so he asked, "Are the elite soldiers of the Blood Ring Fortress all qualified? Can they all use blood fighting spirit?" Qin shook his head and said, "Those Blood Ring elite soldiers are actually the King of Sweden, that is, the current Blood Ring Emperor, Gustav II, who has mass transformed through flesh and blood alchemy." Bai Pu repeated, "Flesh and blood alchemy." Qin explained, "As I said just now, the curse will make the dead plaguers crave flesh and blood. This is actually the pursuit of external energy intake for the sake of evolution, which is equivalent to the instinct of evolution." At the beginning of the spread of the curse, some alchemists were unwilling to see their relatives become dead plaguers. They began to study how to extract the blood of qualified people and make alchemical potions that suppress the instinct of evolution. Their research failed, and the relatives who drank the alchemical potion turned into deformed ones that are more terrifying than the plague bearers. They have powerful strength comparable to that of qualified ones, and have also restored their thinking ability, but have lost their memories and humanity. Like the plague bearers, they pursue the flesh and blood of the living. The famous Grand Duke of Bergen, Blood Mist Butcher, Scarlet Wings, these most powerful deformed ones are all failed products of the first generation of alchemical potions. This is the origin of flesh alchemy, this emerging discipline. Flesh alchemy. Bai Pu listened with great interest, and he had a deeper understanding of the background of the flesh plague, origin plane. Qin continued, "After the rise of flesh and blood alchemy, many scholars joined in, and I was one of them. It was not until the representative of the first generation of deformers, the Grand Duke of Bergen, used blood magic to drain the entire city of Bergen and created the blood pool tragedy that the panicked kings and lords faced up to the threat of deformers and banned the research of flesh and blood alchemy. The only exception was Princess Christina's father, Gustav II. Not only did he not ban the research, he also recruited a large number of scholars to Treacherous Castle to consult with Princess Christina, the ultimate host of the mysterious substance. At the time, I thought he was trying to save his daughter. But I didn't expect that Gustav II was trying to study ways to control deformers and satisfy his ambition to dominate the world. Later, he succeeded. The Treacherous fortress was renamed the Blood Ring Fortress, and the Blood Ring's deformed legion marched westward and conquered Denmark in one battle. Gustav quickly took control of the Scandinavian peninsula, conquered the territories of the Slavs, and crowned himself emperor. After the Blood Ring Fortress took control of northern Europe, the pace of invasion did not stop. As you can see, they have now crossed the Baltic Sea and invaded Brandon. I understand what you said. It is indeed the big secret of this world. It seems that my blood can control others, and the principle is the same as that of the Blood Ring Fortress to control those deformed people. After all, the mysterious substance in my body is from the same source as the mysterious substance in Princess Christina's body. Bai Pu said. So, I like smart men. Qin smiled and said, "The principle of the Blood Ring Fortress to control the deformed people is very simple, that is, to use Christina as the mother to rewrite the evolutionary instincts into a magic spell that obeys orders. If you can control the mysterious substance in your body, you can control the deformed people under your influence without magic spells. That bottle of alchemical potion is just my early realization of your future abilities." Bai Pu's heart was warmed. Although he has not awakened yet, the potential of the evolutionary source blood has begun to show. The two abilities currently revealed, the ability to adapt to external damage and the ability to create deformed slaves, are powerful abilities that countless awakened people envy. Bai Pu is looking forward to his awakening more and more. As a friend, I still have to remind you. The enemy that can be controlled by that bottle of alchemical potion cannot be stronger than you. Qin said. Bai Pu nodded to show that he understood. There is also a pass the strength test in the item description of the Spirit World Whale. If the opponent does not pass the strength test, he will become Bai Pu's slave. If he passes the strength test, he will naturally resist the effect of the potion. Bai Pu looked at the warning prompt of the Spirit World rules again. At this time, there are still 12 hours and 33 minutes before the Stinger team enters this plane. I want to know one more thing. Chapter 10, Sting Squad. In the town of Stettin, outside Qin's temporary research institute. Snow hills. With a flash of white light, three figures turned from virtual to real. We are here. It is indeed the plain scene of the origin of the flesh plague. Of course, after all, There is the evolutionary source blood as an anchor. This is a source plane. It is a rare opportunity to enter the source plane, so we must search it thoroughly. The two people standing at the back were very excited. One of them was a woman in a white robe with a slender figure. She said to the leader in a delicate voice, "Boss Yuchen, what do you say? Should we complete the main task first, or catch the escaped white mouse first?" These three people were obviously the Stinger Squad, the awakened team ordered to hunt down Bai Pu. Don't be careless. After all, the other party entered this plane 48 hours in advance and may have laid a good foundation. The leading awakener Yuchen was short and thin, with a slightly hoarse voice. "We may not catch mice this time. Maybe the other party is a web spider, and it has already laid a net and is waiting for us. Let's see what the main task is first." The woman in the white robe smiled and said, "The boss is cautious. In fact, in the face of absolute strength, what's the use of having a little relationship with the indigenous people? In 48 hours, he can get along well with an elite indigenous person. The main task is here." The first awakener who spoke was a sturdy man wearing bronze armor. After carefully reading the prompts of the main task, his face gradually became ugly. "We were directly assigned to the camp of the Blood Ring Fortress, which is not surprising. But how could the main quest be generated, to rescue the commander of the Blood Ring Vanguard?" The sturdy awakener in bronze armor murmured, "It doesn't make sense. According to intelligence, the Blood Ring Fortress has conquered Denmark and Tsarist Russia not long after the Blood and Flesh Plague origin plane was opened, and it is planning to cross the Baltic Sea and march to Brandon. The commander of the Blood Ring Vanguard should be equivalent to the overall boss of this scene. Why do we have to rescue him right away?" The three people felt a sense of absurdity in their hearts, which can be described by an old saying, "We are about to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first?" It is obvious that the awakener changed the direction of world events. The short man Yuchen asserted. But it's only been 48 hours, how could he?" The woman in the white robe was speechless. Only the awakened understand how difficult it is to change the direction of world events. The Aborigines who can decide the direction of world events must be powerful and powerful heroes. How can such a person change his strategic decision just because of the advice of an unknown awakener? The awakeners who can change the direction of world events are often from big forces. Their forces have been deeply cultivated in a certain plane world for many years and have deep connections and influence among the Aborigines. They can never be newcomers like the experimental subject Bai Pu who have no backup. Things have already happened. Don't waste time. Yu Cheng said coldly, "The main task shows that the difficulty of rescuing Bloodhand Column is A, which means that the guards are not strong. The Aborigines who captured Column should have left. Okay, we still have hope." The woman in the white robe breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't be happy too early. When the spirit world will evaluate the difficulty of the task, it will only calculate the strength and behavior patterns of the Aborigines, not the disturbance of the awakeners. What if that guy named Bai Pu kills Bloodhand Column directly when we just appear? Then our main task will fail directly." Yu Cheng said. "It's impossible. Since the indigenous master chose to capture Bloody Hand Column alive, it means that the living column is very important. He can't be killed casually by an awakener like him." The woman in white robe said. "I think Column's endurance and health should be very high. Even if he has no ability to resist, it is not easy for a trialer to kill him." The man in bronze armor added. "This is our last chance." Yuchen also agreed with their judgment. "Han Guang, Juke, this operation is very critical. We will lurk over there. If we don't take action, it's fine. If we take action, we must hit the target." The woman in white robe Han Guang agreed, waved her hand, and a soft light enveloped the three people. In a blur, the figures of the three people disappeared. Stealthily all the way, the three people soon came to the window of Kin's laboratory. Through the iron window, you can vaguely see Bloody Hand Column tied with iron chains. Although one arm was broken and both legs and knees were disabled, Bloody Hand Column's chest could still be seen rising and falling slightly. Obviously, he was not dead, but sleeping. The three breathed a sigh of relief. Han Guang used his mental power to sense a circle and quietly said to the team, "It's safe, there are no magic alarms. I don't think there are any traps." Yu Cheng's hawk-like eyes scanned the area and came to a conclusion. Juke immediately pried open the iron window. The short and agile Captain Yu Cheng turned over and entered, and Juke and Han Guang supported him outside. Yu Cheng sneaked to the side of Bloodhand Column and swung his dagger. Wherever he passed, the iron chain broke, and Bloodhand Column escaped. Bloodhand Column suddenly opened his eyes, and his blood-red eyes were still fierce. It's done. Yu Cheng was relieved. Now even if the natives came, he was not afraid. Although Column was half crippled, his remaining power was still there. With the combat power of the Stinger Squad, who would he be afraid of in this remote town? He immediately stepped forward and said, "General Column, we are here to save you." Yet, Column groaned, and just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened instantly. Black blood continued to overflow from the corners of his mouth. Column's body was stiff for a long time and fell to the sky. At the moment of death, his eyes were still wide open, as if he had endless regrets. At the same time, the Stinger team cried out in surprise, and all three of them received a reminder of the will of the spirit world. Warning, Bloodhand Column died. Main mission I, rescue failed. You and your team are about to be exiled to the turbulence of time and space. Countdown 60 seconds. At the same time, Yuchen felt that a test tube filled with blood-red liquid in the storage space was boiling hot, and the reminder of the will of the spirit world came again. The spiritual world wonder you carry, evolution source blood has the characteristic of being sure to drop. When you die or the main mission fails, it will automatically drop. Impossible. Yuchen's eyes widened. He suddenly jumped out of the window and rushed out of the laboratory. His eyes swept around the roofs, roads, and vehicles of the town of Stettin, but he did not find any suspicious traces. Juk and Hanguang next to him also rushed over, looking panicked. "Boss Yuchen, what should I do?" Hanguang said in panic. "Do you have items to return to the city?" Yuchen asked with gritted teeth. Hanguang's face turned pale. I don't." Juk took out a closed scroll. "I do. I exchanged one last time, but it can only be used by one person, and it takes 10 seconds to prepare. I have an amnesty order, which can exempt me from the penalty for failure of the main task and return to the real world instantly. But it has been bound to me." Yuchen's voice was hoarse, and he showed a yellowed page of paper. His name had already been signed on the amnesty order. Hanguang was stunned, and after a few seconds he came to his senses and suddenly held Juk's hand. "Brother Shi. What should I do? I don't want to die. Woo. I chose the gradual disappearance technique for the team last time, and didn't take the scroll back to the city." Yuchen and Juk were stunned and motionless. Hanguang cried and said, "I want to go home. Brother Shi, I know you are the best, please save me." Around the three people, there was already a faint turbulence of time and space twisting and approaching. The space available for movement was getting smaller and smaller. "Xiaohu, don't cry. Don't be afraid. For you, I can give up everything." The sturdy Juk spoke like a gentle drizzle. At the same time, he handed the scroll in his hand to Hanguang. Hanguang was surprised and happy. She took the scroll and tore it open immediately. She maintained a motionless posture, and her body was shrouded in a layer of soft white light. It was obvious that she had entered the countdown time to return to the city. Thank you, Brother Shi. I will always remember you." With a crying voice, Hanguang's figure disappeared and returned to the real world. Yuchen watched this scene quietly without saying a word. It was not until Hanguang left that he took a deep breath and said to Juk, "Don't worry, Laoshi, I will definitely avenge you. Take good care of Xiaohu." Juk's stubby fingers trembled slightly and grabbed Yuchen's arm. "Don't worry." Yuchen broke free from Juk and raised the amnesty order. The light flashed, and the whole person disappeared. Only a red test tube was left in the original place. Both partners have left, and the countdown is over. Juk screamed, and the turbulent flow of time and space completely submerged him. His body was divided into uneven small pieces by the strange power of time and space, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Where the fish intestines disappeared, a test tube filled with ruby liquid was quietly suspended. The liquid in the test tube seemed to have self-awareness, bubbling and constantly changing its shape, like boiling magma. An overly handsome boy walked over, stretched out his hand to pick up the test tube and held it in his hand. His palm was firm and powerful, as if he held the whole world. Please move your fingers and turn on the update reminder of this book so that you can receive update notifications. 24-hour follow-up reading is very important. Please do not neglect the seedlings, and take care of them in time. Follow-up reading is watering, and voting is equivalent to fertilizing. Chapter 11, Make Me Your Slave. Holding the evolutionary blood, Bai Pu's mind flashed the last thing he asked Qin 12 hours ago. How to quickly kill blood-hand column without causing trouble. This is a very difficult thing to do. The best way to avoid trouble is to use poison, but blood-hand column is a deformer. The body is affected by the evolutionary instinct. All foreign substances that are not conducive to evolution will be naturally rejected. In layman's terms, the poison resistance of the deformer is full. Fortunately, Qin gave a solution: the blood of intensification. This is the essence of Bai Pu's blood, which contains the power of the evolutionary blood. The evolutionary instinct of blood-hand column will not reject the blood of intensification, but will warmly welcome it and actively absorb it. Qin prepared the intensified blood for the second time, adding a little bit of blood thistle toxin to it. Bai Pu pinched the time to inject blood-hand column and left quietly. Blood-hand column's death did not leave a treasure chest for Bai Pu, but only gave Bai Pu a reward of 3,000 psychic points. Bai Pu did not pay attention to these. His real goal had been achieved. As for why Bai Pu could speculate in advance, the main task of the Stinger Squad? It seems difficult, but in fact, it only needs to be speculated step by step. First of all, Bai Pu and the Stinger Squad are likely to be hostile, which is speculated from Bai Pu's trial task. The second tube of source blood required to complete the trial is in the hands of the Stinger Squad. The spiritual will arranges the trial task in this way, and it is likely to put Bai Pu and the Stinger Squad in the opposing camps in the same region. Bai Pu, who is in an absolute disadvantage and enters the plane world in advance, has the priority to choose. In particular, Bai Pu solved the leader of the Blood Ring camp, blood-hand column, in advance, causing a serious imbalance in the strength of the two camps in the north of Brandon. After the Stinger Squad entered, the probability of being assigned to the Blood Ring camp for remedy increased to 99%. After confirming the opponent's camp, Bai Pu was thinking about what the opponent's main task would be, that is, predicting the next control method of the spiritual will. After the Stinger Squad entered this plane, facing the leaderless Brandon north of the Blood Ring camp, they couldn't even trigger the main task twice. The importance of the camp leader is beyond doubt. Bai Pu said to capture Column instead of killing him, just to prompt the spirit world will to issue the task of rescuing blood-hand Column to the Stinger Squad. If you lay out in advance, everything that follows will come naturally. Is this what you want? Qin's figure appeared behind Bai Pu. This is the mysterious substance you mentioned. It has another name, called evolution source blood. Bai Pu turned around and said. Qin carefully took the test tube from Bai Pu's hand, looked at the evolution source blood, and whispered, "Evolution source blood, it's a very appropriate name. So, can you tell me your identity?" Qin witnessed the scene of the Stinger Squad being exiled with her own eyes, and it was inevitable that she would doubt Bai Pu's identity. Bai Pu sighed and said, "Sorry, I can't tell you anything on my own initiative." Qin did not blame him, because Bai Pu's words themselves contained a lot of information. She blinked and said, "It's not that you don't want to tell me, but because of some restrictions, you can't say it on your own initiative, and you can only rely on me to guess, right?" Bai Pu secretly praised Qin's intelligence. Indeed, the will of the spirit world prohibits awakeners from actively revealing the existence of the real world to the natives. Today, 800 years after the psychic era, this is a taboo known to ordinary people. Qin stared at Bai Pu with her brown eyes and continued to guess. "I have heard rumors about visitors from other worlds before. Could it be that you are from other worlds like those three people?" Bai Pu's eyes were calm. At this time, no rebuttal means tacit consent. "Your world should be very exciting." Qin was fascinated. "I really want to go to your world to see." Bai Pu said nothing. "Okay. Don't think about these meaningless things, follow me." Qin returned the evolution source blood to Bai Pu and smiled again. "I still owe you a promise, right?" The prompt message of the will of the spirit world came. Main quest II, cut off the bloody hand, completed. You have obtained an additional 8 days, 11 hours, 58 minutes and 54 seconds of free exploration time. The total time of free exploration is currently 8 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes and 28 seconds. This time will automatically take effect after all your state time ends. Based on your participation in the task, you have received a reward. 100 merit points. You have obtained the qualification to fuse the evolutionary source blood. Bai Pu and Qin agreed that after Bai Pu obtained the second tube of evolutionary source blood, Qin would help him complete the fusion. Sitting on the experimental table, Bai Pu was in a trance and returned to Ward 3072. However, this time, the doctor responsible for fusing the source blood was no longer Dean Zhao, but Qin, an indigenous scholar in the spiritual world. Qin, who was doing the preparations, seemed to be in a good mood and kept humming a Nordic-style tune. Qin, you don't have to be angry. Bai Pu suddenly spoke. I'm not angry. Qin turned his face and glanced at Bai Pu. I'm in a good mood. Bai Pu said to himself, I am very grateful to you for speaking for me in front of the Duke. Whether it was capturing Bloodhand Column alive or making poison to kill him in the end, you have been helping me. Qin was silent for a while, threw away the feather tube in his hand, and his face was as cold as ice. Yes, I have been helping you. Look what I got. An excellent experimental subject. A man who is smarter than me. Putting aside the fact that you may disappear at any time, I really gained a lot. Sure enough, Qin was angry because Bai Pu came from a different world, which meant that Bai Pu could leave the world of flesh plague, origin at any time. I didn't mean to deceive, but I couldn't help it. Bai Pu said calmly, comparatively speaking, you have hidden more things from me. Isn't it? The frost on Qin's face quickly faded, replaced by curiosity. Tell me, what did I hide? Bai Pu took a deep breath. You are from the blood ring. You are from the blood ring. As soon as Bai Pu said this, the curiosity on Qin's face disappeared without a trace, and he became serious. Do you know what you are talking about? Qin slowed down his tone, sat in front of the experimental table, and asked word by word. I know. What's your evidence? Evidence. Bai Pu thought for a moment. Too many. Your superb level of flesh and blood alchemy, your familiarity with the Blood Ring Fortress, your unusual relationship with Duke William. Tell me more about it. Qin narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms on the laboratory table, as polite as a primary school student. Perhaps she felt that her breasts were too heavy, so she simply lifted them up and placed them on the laboratory table. From Bai Pu's condescending angle, it looked quite immoral. Let's talk about alchemy of flesh and blood first. When you first met me, before you examined my body, you noticed my abnormal physique. Even Mr. Jialan, the court wizard beside the Duke, couldn't do this. It's too far-fetched to doubt me just based on this. Qin said, maybe I just happen to be a genius in alchemy of flesh and blood. Bai Pu said, it's not just this. Your understanding of meteorites, your clear understanding of the source of evolution, and your understanding of the blood ring control seal are not explained by the word genius. You must have seen with your own eyes, or even studied Princess Christina, the ultimate host, with your own hands. You are probably one of the alchemists who accepted Gustave's invitation to consult with the princess. At this point, Bai Pu shut up. Because he had received a prompt from the will of the spirit world, Brandon Court advisor, Qin's love for you has increased significantly. Current love level, admiration, speak, why don't you say anything? Qin said with a smile, Mr. Dio, who knows everything, why don't you guess who I am? There's a reward for guessing it right. She stood up and got closer and closer to Bai Pu, her breath exuding a sense of temptation, like the sweetness of a ripe peach. Considering your unusual relationship with Duke William, the answer is already obvious, and there's no need to say more. It's just that I'm a little surprised that he didn't recognize you, but that's not impossible. Bai Pu leaned back with some difficulty, and said helplessly, Qin, you're squeezing me. The word Qin made Qin stop approaching. Okay. Qin shrugged, and a surge of waves rose. What do you want to show me your wisdom? A man as rational as you should not be a male peacock showing off his feathers because he is in heat. I hope you won't do anything when you help me fuse the source blood. Bai Pu revealed his cards. Qin also said frankly, yes, I plan to do some tricks when I help you fuse the source blood. The final result is that you can fuse the source blood, but you will become a deformer. I will then use the blood ring seal to turn you into my slave. Bai Pu felt a chill on his spine. A trial participant who has lost his autonomous consciousness and ability to act independently cannot return to the real world, so Qin's plan may really come true. Qin continued, after all, what I promised you is to help you fuse the source blood to develop your strength, but I didn't promise anything else. You promised me to be my experimental subject, but you broke your promise. You are so smart, there is no point in me lying to you, so I might as well tell you clearly. Qin finally stared into Bai Pu's eyes, with a hint of cunning in her brown eyes. Smart Mr. Dio, how are you going to convince me? If playing word games, Bai Pu actually did not break his promise, because he did not promise how long he would be an experimental subject. It's just that Bai Pu cannot argue like this, otherwise the talks will definitely fail. Qin, you should know my origins. Aren't you curious about how I was able to successfully fuse the first tube of source blood in my body? Qin frowned and said, it should be the scholars in your world who helped you fuse it. Yes. However, they did not use alchemy of flesh and blood, but a completely different technology. Qin's eyes lit up. Bai Pu said softly, one can learn from others' experience. If you turn me into a slave of the deformed, all you will get is an obedient doll, but if you help me successfully fuse the evolutionary source blood and allow me to travel freely, you will get the knowledge of the whole world. The knowledge of the whole world. Qin said with a smile, it's a lot. But I think it's still a little less than my loss. Bai Pu felt helpless and frustrated. Qin was the best person to help him fuse the source blood. He had tried his best to persuade her, but women's hearts are hard to predict. Qin's fingertips drew a circle on Bai Pu's chest. So, in order to make up for my loss, you have to give me another promise. What promise? Bai Pu asked. I hope, after you fuse the second tube of source blood, you will turn me into your slave. Chapter 12 The Heart of Evolution. Turn you into my slave. Bai Pu was surprised. He thought he had analyzed Qin's character thoroughly, a woman obsessed with knowledge, pursuing wisdom, and a little paranoid. But he still didn't expect Qin's paranoia to reach this point. You should be happy to do it. I am still very confident in my own value. Qin said with a smile, only in this way can we guarantee that we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Maybe, I can go to your world to have a look. Bai Pu was silent. He understood Qin's intention. First, Qin was worried that after leaving the flesh plague, origin plane, she would never come back, and the separation between the two would be a farewell forever. Second, Qin pursued a broader world and wanted to enter the real world to which Bai Pu belonged in this way. Don't you worry that after I turn you into a slave, I will make you do many things against your will. Bai Pu asked. A thing against my will? Rape me. Qin looked at Bai Pu's handsome face and smiled. This is not against my will. It's not certain who will take advantage. After a pause, Qin said, you are a smart and rational man. You won't do meaningless things to me, such as abuse and venting. After I become your slave, I will be your precious private property. You can't take care of me enough. The most likely thing you will ask me to do is to study alchemy of flesh and blood. Isn't this exactly what I want? Qin was obviously saying some lewd words, but these crooked theories sounded quite reasonable. A beautiful, noble, intelligent and knowledgeable Aboriginal woman took the initiative to ask to be her slave. As a man, Bai Pu, even though he was rational, could not help but feel proud, excited, and complacent, and his lower abdomen was a little hot. Bai Pu is not a moral model. He will not refuse sternly like the protagonist of The Righteous Side in the movie. After saying this, refusing again would only appear hypocritical. I am happy to accept it, but it will be very difficult to implement. Bai Pu said, if I want to take you as a slave, I need to be stronger than you. You should know this. Qin nodded, yes, the blood ring seal can successfully restrain the deformed because the blood ring fortress is a pyramid system divided according to strength. The highest is Emperor Gustav, the second is Prime Minister Oxenstierna, Marshal Horn and Scholar Schroederer, and the third is generals at all levels, such as Bloodhand Column. Bai Pu said, your apparent strength is about the same as Adjutant Zweig and Wizard Garland, Enhanced Elite, and a little weaker than Bloodhand Column, Leader. But your true strength should exceed that of Bloodhand Column, right? Qin nodded with a smile. The prompt message of the spirit world's will came, due to the active display of the native. Qin, you have learned some information about the target. Qin, pseudonym, level 3 enhanced leader race, humanoid human profession, blood mage attributes, strength 12, agility 17, endurance 45, spirit 49 skill 1, flesh alchemy. Qin has stored a variety of blood curse herbs for mixing corresponding flesh alchemy potions. Qin can use blood magic to activate flesh alchemy potions, greatly improving their effectiveness. Level 3 enhanced leader. Although Bai Pu was prepared, he was still shocked. He said, after I absorb the second tube of source blood, I should not be able to surpass your strength for the time being. 2 tubes of source blood should not be your limit. Qin said. Indeed, this is just my starting point. Bai Pu said solemnly, I will become stronger. In the near future, I will definitely surpass you. Then I will wait for that day to come and become your slave. Qin said very naturally, with expectation on her face, as if the word slave was similar to lover and bride. You have fused the second tube of source blood. The current progress is 2/2, based on the spiritual treasure you fused. Evolution Source Blood. You have obtained a growable talent, Evolution Heart. The following is an introduction to the talents of the Evolution Heart. Evolution Heart Level 1, Growable Talent, Unknown Grade, Talent Skill 1, Adaptive Evolution. You can store various evolutionary forms to adapt to different types of damage. Currently stored evolutionary forms. 2-4, Keratin Skin, Fluid Skeleton, Talent Skill 2, Pure Blood Defense. You can store up to 2 drops of pure blood in your heart. By injecting pure blood, you can gain 7 points of free attribute bonus. If you inject pure blood into others, in addition to giving them 7 points of free attribute bonus, there is a chance that they will become your temporary slave. Talent Skill 3, please collect enough life source points to unlock. Current life source points 44/100. Hint A. When consuming a standard Earth diet, store 1 drop of pure blood every 7 days. Intake of nutrients rich in spirit particle energy can significantly shorten this cycle. Hint B. Killing powerful life forms can enable you to gain life source points and tap into more abilities of the Heart of Evolution. The talent introduction is quite long, almost like a short essay. The 2 major talent skills are enough to make other awakeners envious. Most awakeners don't have talent abilities. Not to mention that there is a 3rd talent skill that has not yet been discovered. Bai Pu took a glance and found that the 2 major talent abilities of Heart of Evolution had actually been manifested before. The 2 evolutionary forms of Adaptive Evolution, Keratin Skin and Fluid Skeleton, respectively appeared when fighting against the Dead Plague and the Blood Ring Heavy Hammer. However, now Bai Pu has initially mastered the Evolution Source Blood, and no longer needs to be beaten to make the body produce stress changes. He can directly transform. The pure blood mentioned in Pure Blood Defense is actually the alchemical potion intensified blood that Kin made for him before. Now Bai Pu no longer needs Kin's post-processing. He can manipulate the power of the Evolution Source Blood and directly generate pure blood to enslave others. Of course, we should also see that Bai Pu can also use pure blood to increase his strength. The power of 7 free attributes in the early stage is not weak. The last tip, killing a powerful life form, can enable you to gain life source points and tap into more abilities of the Heart of Evolution. Bai Pu tried to check what the ability was, but got a prompt that he needed to explore it himself. Judging from the fact that he had accumulated 44 life sources, Bai Pu had previously killed Bloodhand Column with poison. Although he did not get any treasure chests, Column's life source points were still sucked. Putting the talent aside for the time being, Bai Pu continued to look down at the new prompts. The trial task has been completed, and you have obtained the qualification for the Awakener promotion. Based on the difficulty of your trial task and the efficiency of completing the trial task, your Awakener promotion template is Strength in Elite. Strength in Elite Occupation. Bai Pu was delighted. This is almost the best template that a trialer can get. The growth potential is equivalent to that of Adjutant Zwag, Wizard Garlina and others around Duke William. When exploring the spirit world, you can easily stand out. For ordinary trialists, the difficulty of the trial task will not exceed A level, and most of them will get the standard template in the end. Those who can get the elite template must have a very high efficiency in completing the task. Bai Pu did the S-level trial task, which was completed in just 2 days, so it is reasonable for him to get the Enhanced Elite template. Above the Enhanced Elite, there is also the Hero Profession, which is equivalent to the Aboriginal Leader. However, I have never heard of a trialist getting the Hero Profession directly. Generally, it is only in the subsequent spiritual world exploration that a very small number of geniuses can get it after going through many difficulties and completing the second job transfer. Bai Pu already has a goal. He wants to collect more evolutionary source blood and all spiritual world wonders related to evolutionary source blood. There will be a day when he will break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. The current Enhanced Elite profession is already a near-perfect starting point. You can choose one of the following special professions in the Flesh Plague Origin world as your profession. A. Crazy Blood Fighter. Use boiling crazy blood to inspire powerful power and crush your enemies. B. Blood Curse Hunter. Use a weird blood curse to ruthlessly chase your prey. C. Blood Armor Shield. Draw the life of the enemy. Construct a blood and flesh shield. You are the wall. D. Blood Magician. Use blood magic to extract the power of the ignorant for your own use. Chapter 13 Flesh Armor. Now we can only see the simple introduction of the profession. It is a pleasant surprise that there are 4 professions to choose from. These are 4 different professions, representing different special attributes. Item A, Blood Brawler, should be Strength Specialty, Berserker type. Item B, Blood Curse Hunter, mostly Agility Specialty, Assassin or Shooter type. Item C, Blood Armor Shield Guard belongs to Endurance Specialty, Tank Profession, mainly MT that resists damage. Item D, Blood Magician is Mental Specialty, Mage Profession. Bai Pu did not hesitate for too long and directly chose Item C, Blood Armor Shield Guard. Although the other 3 options are very tempting, Bai Pu's choice of profession is still very rational. He needs to match his Heart of Evolution talent to play the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The 2 major talent skills of the Heart of Evolution talent, the first, Adaptive Evolution, the reduction of targeted damage, is simply a tank skill. The second, Pure Blood Control, is mainly to drive the aberrant slaves to fight, which is equivalent to half a summoning profession. As we all know, summoners are most afraid of decapitation tactics. Once the summoner is killed instantly, no matter how many or how strong the summoned creatures are, they are useless. Bai Pu chose the tank profession, which is the strongest defense, and the safety factor is greatly improved. There is one last reason. The tank profession is generally difficult to get. The trialer needs to show the ability to withstand a lot of damage during the trial, so that the promotion option of the tank profession may appear. When the trialer enters the spirit world, his health is generally only a few dozen points. How dare he take the damage? The natives are left to bear the damage, and the trialer shrinks in a safe position to output. This leads to a shortage of people with endurance who can be tanks. In general, teams are stacked with people with strength expertise and play the role of tanks. It is no exaggeration to say that the main tank, is the mainstay of a team or even a team. Having a strong MT as hard as a steel cone is the reliance of many teams to challenge powerful leaders. After the selection is completed, the prompt message of the will of the spirit world comes. You have chosen the enhanced elite profession, Blood Armor Shield Guard. The main attribute of the Blood Armor Shield Guard, Endurance. Each time you level up, you will gain 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 4 points of endurance, and 2 points of spirit. Based on the rewards from the enhanced elite occupation trial, you gain 10 points of primary attribute. Your endurance plus 10. You gain a total of 3 points of priority. This includes 1 point of awakener basic priority and 2 points of enhanced elite occupation priority. Based on the characteristics of your occupation, Blood Armor Shield Guard, your health and endurance ratio is increased to 20:1. Each 1 point of endurance represents 20 health points. You gain Heavy Armor Mastery. When wearing heavy armor, your movement speed is not affected. When wearing heavy armor, you gain the Stability feature, making it more difficult to be knocked away or repelled. You gain a special energy slot, Blood Fighting Spirit. A flash of light passed by, and a warm current flowed into Bai Pu's heart, and then flowed through his limbs. Bai Pu felt that his body had undergone subtle changes, and the density of his bones and muscles had increased. Although his body size had not increased, his weight had definitely increased significantly. A new energy flows through Bai Pu's blood. This is Blood Fighting Ki, but Bai Pu cannot control it freely for the time being. The special energy Blood Fighting Ki is a resource consumed only when the Blood Armor Shield Guard performs skills. Ordinary attacks cannot mobilize Blood Fighting Ki to increase damage. You have learned the professional skill, Flesh and Blood Armor, 2 stars, Flesh and Blood Armor. You can draw and carve flesh and blood spells on heavy armor equipment. Activating the flesh and blood spell will absorb the flesh and blood energy of surrounding enemies to strengthen your defense. At the same time, you can only draw spells on 1 piece of heavy armor equipment. Information flowed into his mind, and Bai Pu automatically understood the method of drawing and activating the flesh and blood spell, which is also a branch of flesh and blood alchemy. Unfortunately, I don't know if it is the limitation of the will of the spirit world. The flesh and blood spell cannot be strengthened through self-study, nor can it be taught to others. Bai Pu checked the detailed data of the flesh and blood spell. Blood and flesh spell, deal 1 and 3 points, depending on the enemy's injury level, dark magic damage to the affected enemy every second, and allow you to continuously gain the same amount of shield value for 120 seconds. The shield priority is 5, and the upper limit is 30 points. As for priority, it is the judgment level when there is a skill conflict in the battle between awakened people. For example, When Bai Pu's health value dropped to 1 point, he activated the professional skill, Blood and Flesh Armor, and the shield priority was 5 points. When the opponent uses a penetrating attack that ignores shield, if the priority is 4 points or less, Bai Pu can use the shield to block the damage. If the priority reaches 5 points or more, Bai Pu can only hope for the best. I feel that you have become different. Qin looked at Bai Pu and said. Yes. Bai Pu nodded calmly. Since the health value ratio of the Blood Armor Shield Guard is as high as 20, Bai Pu's 15 points of constitution generate a full 300 health points. Compared with a mere 50 horsepower when he first entered the spirit world, his survivability is several times stronger. The strength of the Trialists and the real Awakeners is not at the same level at all. Thinking back to Bai Pu's trial mission, he was actually fighting against a team of Awakeners. The difficulty was really terrible. The S-level difficulty of the spirit world's will was definitely hellish. When are you leaving? In Qin's opinion, Bai Pu had achieved his goal and would not stay in this world for long. In another half a month. Bai Pu said. After the trial mission was completed, the remaining nearly 8 days became Bai Pu's free exploration time. In total, Bai Pu could still freely explore the Flesh Plague, Origin Plane for 16 or 17 days. This free exploration time is very precious. The Awakeners can use the free exploration time to explore side quests, challenge powerful monsters, and win various rewards. Even if they encounter danger, they can leave the spirit world and return to reality at any time, but the rewards they have obtained will not disappear. Bai Pu plans to use this time to clear out the remaining strongholds of the Bloodring Vanguard Army. The elite deformed monsters of the Bloodring Vanguard Army only obey the orders of the higher-level general, Bloodhand Column, because of the Bloodring curse. After the death of Bloodhand Column, they lost their commander and stayed in their own base like a guard dog, and would not take the initiative to attack. This is a good thing, to avoid causing too much chaos to the north of Brandon, and the Brandon camp can be slowly cleaned up. Bai Pu plans to participate in the battle. Although he is now an enhanced elite profession with a strong attribute panel and powerful professional skills, his combat expertise is still very low after all, and his combat skills are blank. For example, Bai Pu is like Duan Yu, who just absorbed the internal energy of a group of disciples of the Wuliang sword sect. He has a good internal energy, but he does not know actual combat moves, and it is difficult to fully exert his strength. Fighting with the remaining enemies of the Bloodring Vanguard Army is not very dangerous, but it can hone Bai Pu's combat skills. He has decided to practice the use of one-handed weapons and shields, and at least practice 2 combat expertise to the advanced level. Basic expertise is the level of the trialer, and advanced expertise is the benchmark for the awakened. During the rest time after the battle, Bai Pu plans to follow Qin to systematically learn the knowledge of alchemy. The origin of the Flesh Plague is a source plane. A lot of knowledge in the source plane can be learned and brought back to the real world for use, because the source plane is generated based on a certain historical period of the real Earth and is very similar to the Earth. If there's guidance from the natives and systematically learn the knowledge of the source plane, a few awakened people can comprehend the relevant secondary occupations. Many major forces in the real world are eager for talents and secondary occupations. Bai Pu will definitely not return to the real world in advance. The super energy group will inevitably retaliate against him in the real world after this setback. Although Bai Pu already has the prototype of a countermeasure, the variables are unpredictable, and the enemy's revenge methods are too many. In this case, every time Bai Pu's strength increases, the margin for response will be wider. Chapter 14 You are too rational. Half a month later. In Brandon territory, a blood ring stronghold. Clang. Amid the crisp vibration of metal collision, 2 blood ring heavy hammers collided with each other. The blood ring armor was exactly the same, just like 2 steel cans. The only difference was that the blood ring heavy hammer on the left had a ribbon tied on his arm with the Brandenburg coat of arms. Moreover, this special blood ring heavy hammer looked more sturdy and powerful, knocking his opponent back 2 steps. Even the armor had a slight dent. The 7 free attributes of pure blood defense are all added to the power of the slaves, and the improvement is still very obvious. Unfortunately, pure blood defense has a low success rate in converting slaves to enemies with elite templates. The most important thing is that at this stage, pure blood can only convert temporary slaves and cannot be taken out of this plane. My departure means its death. If I want to turn Qin into my slave, I need to get a place to convert into permanent slave after I get promoted to the hero profession in the future. Bai Pu, who was behind him, was holding a book of alchemy in his hand. He looked up at the fight between the two blood ring hammermen. Sparks kept flying from his iron hammers, and he was slowly evaluating in his heart. The blood ring hammerman with a ribbon was an elite slave that Bai Pu had enslaved using his talent skill 2, pure blood defense. The enemy's blood ring hammerman suddenly roared loudly. As he roared, several plague survivors quickened their staggering steps and pounced on Bai Pu. Adaptive evolution, carrot in skin. Bai Pu put away the book and directly activated the first evolutionary posture, gaining a high reduction of 50% against sharp damage. He lowered his shoulder and knocked the first plague survivor with his spiked iron shoulder guard, causing him to stagger back. Charge left, charge right. The siege of several plague survivors only left a few white marks on Bai Pu's skin, and it was almost impossible to break Bai Pu's defense. You know, in addition to the adaptive evolution of targeted defense, Bai Pu's basic endurance is as high as 15 points, which means that 15 points of basic armor can reduce a lot of physical damage. On the iron shoulder guard, the blood-colored lines of the flesh and blood spell lit up, as if red flames were burning. Around Bai Pu, strands of blood-colored energy extended from the bodies of several dead plaguers and attached to Bai Pu's body surface, forming a translucent blood-colored shield. Professional skills, flesh and blood armor. The dead plaguers continued to bear magic damage. Although 1 to 3 points of magic damage per second was not high, it accumulated over time. For the dead plaguers with only 70 to 80 health points, high armor and low magic resistance, it was still an unbearable pain. The bone hammer in Bai Pu's hand also kept falling down in a methodical manner. Each blow accurately hit the head of a dead plaguer, deforming its skull, and black blood spurted out of its nasal cavity and ear holes. Soon, several dead plaguers died under Bai Pu's bone hammer, providing dozens of psychic points in a scattered manner. After clearing the monsters, Bai Pu switched to adaptive evolution, fluid skeleton form, stepped forward, and cooperated with a hammerman servant to kill the blood ring hammerman. Wisps of blood-red mist dissipated from the blood ring hammerman's body and were sucked into Bai Pu's body. Only Bai Pu could see this process clearly. You have obtained 2 life points. Current life points: 79 out of 100. Life points are the resources to unlock the third unknown ability of the Heart of Evolution. After Bai Pu's experiments, it was found that enemies above the elite level must produce them. He is still unclear about the role of life points, so he can only collect them first. A blue treasure chest floated in front of him. Picking up the treasure chest, Bai Pu felt a little happy. He opened it directly and selected one of the blue cards to click it. The card turned over, showing a lucky bag pattern, and there was a small X3 symbol next to it. Then Bai Pu received a prompt: you have obtained 458 psychic points. Another psychic point, but a triple drop rate isn't bad, it's better than drawing useless equipment. Bai Pu consoled himself. Your combat power has taken shape. None of the elite knights under Adjutant Zweig can match you. When you accumulate more combat experience, level up, Zweig may not be able to defeat you. Qin, wearing a gorgeous wide-brimmed fur-collared cloak, spoke not far behind Bai Pu. These days, Bai Pu has been running and fighting on the frozen soil of the north of Brandon, and Qin has been accompanying him, under the pretext of recording Bai Pu's combat data for research. The north is vast, and the blood ring strongholds are distributed far apart. Even if Bai Pu can rely on his brain to calculate the approximate location of the blood ring stronghold, it often takes a day or two to find a blood ring stronghold. On the way, Bai Pu sometimes encounters some dead plague victims. All in all, Bai Pu has experienced dozens of battles of all sizes in the past half-month. At this time, Bai Pu has trained his one-handed hammer combat expertise to the basic level 456%, and his fighting expertise to the basic level 399%. The speed of improving such expertise is quite terrifying. In addition to Bai Pu's high comprehension and his ability to summarize his shortcomings, the guidance of the masters among the indigenous people is also an important reason. These days, Bai Pu often finds Adjutant Zweig and his elite knights to learn from each other. With Qin following him, Bai Pu has an alchemy teacher who can be consulted at any time. As early as 10 days ago, he successfully comprehended the alchemist's secondary profession and learned several basic alchemy formulas. In terms of loot, Bai Pu harvested 4 blue treasure chests, all dropped by blood ring hammermen. There are also several white treasure chests, which are obtained by killing the plague killer. Only 2 pieces of equipment were opened from the 4 blue treasure chests, and the rest of the draws were lucky bags, which exploded with psychic points. The low explosion rate of equipment can be seen. One of the equipment is Bai Pu's current Iron Thorn shoulder guard, which came from the dark blue treasure chest dropped by the Bloodhand Column's guard, the deformed person with a huge right arm. Iron Thorn shoulder guard, encapsulated, quality, enhanced elite, dark blue, equipment location, shoulder, equipment requirements, basic strength 5, attributes, shoulder armor plus 10, additional skills, charge the target at double speed, causing light piercing damage, blunt damage, and knockback. During the charge, you are immune to deceleration effects below the additional priority. 2. Cooldown time 12 hours, durability 18/20. Description: the fangs of the blood ring crave the blood of the innocent. The quality of the dark blue equipment is much better than the white equipment. The additional charge skill is activated actively, which is equivalent to an additional displacement. With Bai Pu's current enhanced elite template's basic priority of 3 points, the total immunity is below the priority, 5 points. The other equipment is an ordinary white top, blood ring standard plate armor, encapsulated, plus 15 upper body armor value, fixed physical damage reduction of 5 points, but the equipment requires a full 10 points of basic strength. Bai Pu's pitiful 5 points of basic strength is not enough, so he can only leave it in the storage space to collect dust. At this time, Bai Pu's personal attribute panel is Bai Pu Enhanced Elite Level 1, Race, Humanoid Human, Profession, Blood Armor Shield Guard Alchemist, Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 15, Spirit 9, Professional Skills, Flesh Armor, Combat Expertise, Advanced Equipment, Two-Handed Hammer, Level 1, Basic Equipment, One-Handed Hammer, Level 4, Basic Combat Level 3, Combat Skills, none. Let's go back to Stettin. I should go now, Bai Pu said. There was less than a day left for free exploration, and Bai Pu was a little tired. There was no point in staying here any longer. There was news from Brandenburg that Duke William had convened a meeting of lords in Westphalia. During the meeting, Yvette, the former junior knight of the Swedish royal family, made an impassioned speech, exposing the ambition of the Blood Ring Fortress to conquer the world. Duke William took the opportunity to call for the formation of a resistance army. However, the short-sighted lords were arguing over the number of troops to be sent and the right of command. Even with the prestige of Duke William, the dispute could not be quelled. After all, there were more than 300 autonomous regions, large and small. It is said that Duke William said half-jokingly and half-seriously after the meeting, "We need a unified German Empire." Because the key leader of the faction was absent, it was basically impossible for Bai Pu to dig out the main task III and obtain the third stage of residence time. The later the main task is, the more difficult it is to trigger. Qin hugged Bai Pu from behind. Although separated by clothes, the soft and thick weight was still clearly conveyed. "Dio, you are too rational. Sometimes, I really doubt my own charm." Bai Pu turned sideways, stretched his arms back, and gently lifted up the piano. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. Find a Bacher. White light flickered, and the scene froze. Bai Pu was in a universe of stars. Scene after scene, like a high-speed movie fast-forward, passed by quickly. The roar of the dead plague, the oppression of the blood ring heavy hammer, the heroic posture of the female knight. The scene finally froze on the scene of Bloodhand Column's mouth with black blood flowing out, his eyes wide open, and his face facing the sky. Plain world, flesh plague, origin, time. 19 days, 3 hours, 33 minutes and 7 seconds, time. 17th century, range, Europe Baltic Sea. Based on the tasks and evaluations you completed, you received a psychic point reward of 3,496 points. You have accumulated 350 points of world fame in the Flesh Plague, Origin Plane. Your fame level in the Flesh Plague, Origin Plane is sea level, slightly famous. You have obtained the sea level title, Hawkeye. Please maintain and improve your fame level. The next time you enter the Flesh Plague, Origin Plane, you will receive additional benefits based on your Spirit World ticket. Bai Pu checked the effect of the Eagle Eye title. Eagle Eye, SIG level title. Wearing this title to enter the spirit world plane, you will gain the reconnaissance skill and obtain some information about the target. After using the reconnaissance skill, you need to wait for a natural day before you can use it again. Not bad, very practical. If it can be used in the real world, it will be even better. Bai Pu shook his head and threw away the greedy idea. This Eagle Eye title should be a reward for his achievement in finding the headquarters of the Blood Ring Vanguard Army in the vast north with one glance. Then, the spirit world will send a new prompt message. You have gained the inherent ability of the awakened, digital physique. You have gained the inherent ability of the awakened, psychic field. Attacks that do not contain psychic particles cannot cause actual damage to you. You have gained the inherent ability of the awakened, storage space. The volume of the storage space is 10 cubic meters. The length, width and height can be changed at will, but the volume will not change. Tisk, psychic field. This is the root cause of the decline of the influence of the state machine in the early days of the psychic era. Hot weapons were completely retired, and individuals had transcendental power. The knights broke the law with force. However, with the development of the psychic era, the establishment of the official awakened armed forces has long ended the chaos in the early days. Awakened people have psychic fields? The country also has psychic combat troops, all of whom are awakened, equipped with standard equipment in the spiritual world. Nowadays, even powerful awakened people have to abide by the law in the real world. In the real world, the government can dispatch a large number of secret archers and strong crossbowmen at any time, and crush any awakened people who dare to challenge the order with absolute numerical advantage. Only the spiritual world is a lawless place, not under the jurisdiction of any country's government. No matter how lawless the awakened people are in the spiritual world, the law cannot control them. Of course, being an awakened person means that you are not stupid enough to challenge the order of the real world. As long as you respect the law, the country will still treat the awakened people very well. In addition, awakened people are not short of money, and it is much more comfortable to enjoy life in the real world than to be wanted. In front of Bai Pu, a satellite bird's eye view of the real world appeared. The view quickly sank and zoomed in, and soon in front of Bai Pu, the structural diagram of War 3072 of the Super Energy Group Hospital appeared. With a bed as the center point, a huge circle encompassed the Jiangnan base city where the Super Energy Private Hospital was located, and even included other nearby satellite cities. You are about to leave the spirit world and return to the real plane. You can choose any place within a radius of 100 kilometers of the teleportation anchor point as the return anchor point. The return anchor point can be freely selected. This is one of the information that Bai Pu had checked a long time ago. Of course, you must abide by the laws of awakened people in China and cannot choose private territory as the return anchor point. It is also best not to choose a private place of the opposite sex, such as a female bathroom, as an anchor point for return. Although it does not violate the law, it will be condemned by social morality. It is precisely because of this provision of the spirit worlds that the Super Energy Group is eager to send people into the spirit world to hunt them down. Otherwise, they only need to wait in War 3072. Why bother? It's time to go back. The good show has just begun. Bai Pu left the starry sky amidst the twinkling stars. Jiangnan base city, Zichen, dark alley. A flash of white light, Bai Pu appeared at the end of the alley. You have returned to the real world. It is detected that you are returning to the real world for the first time after becoming an awakener, so hereby I remind you, please work hard to gain and improve your popularity in the real world. Every 3 natural months, a roulette draw will be conducted based on your popularity level in the real world. In the roulette draw in the real world, there is a chance to get a ticket to enter the spirit world. Calculating your popularity in the real world, please wait. Bai Pu was silent. With the development of the psychic era to this day, the importance of real popularity has long been known to everyone. The roulette draw once a month, which can draw psychic points, equipment, props and other useful things for awakeners, is already very popular. Not to mention that there is a chance to draw a ticket in the roulette, which means a chance to enter the spirit world. This is something that is not available in lotteries and other planes of the spirit world. Therefore, real-world fame is more important than fame in most spirit planes. In today's society, awakened people have come up with various tricks around real-world fame. Some have good looks and likable personalities, so they become anchors. Some are good at talents, so they debut as stars, and a few awakened people who are confident in their own abilities participate in the Awakener League. Completed calculation. Your real-world fame is 197 points. Current fame level, D, beginning to show your talent. How can I have D-level fame? Bai Pu was stunned. What does D-level fame mean? At least you have to be an anchor with tens of thousands of fans, or a second or third tier celebrity who has played an important supporting role in a film or TV series. Bai Pu grew up in an orphanage since he was a child. He was sickly, had few friends, and knew very few people. How could he have D-level fame? After thinking about it, the only thing that could make his real-world fame soar was the superpower group. And it should be a bad reputation. Maybe Bai Pu's name has already been registered with the security bureau. This is not a bad thing. As long as it is handled properly, bad reputation can be transformed into good reputation. Superpower group and I are naturally opposed. At present, the gap in strength is huge. I must strive for fame in the real world. The higher my fame, the less room superpower group has to do something bad to me, huh? I didn't expect that I would be so beautiful after I recovered. Bai Pu admired himself through the window of the military green Jeep on the side of the road, a little absent-minded. Can I consider learning to sing and dance rap and debut as a star? No wonder the female natives of the Flesh Plague origin plane have such a fast increase in their favorability towards themselves. Although in the spirit world, the appearance has been adjusted adaptively, the hidden attribute charm value will not be reduced. If the original appearance is high, the appearance after adjustment will not be low. The car window suddenly slowly dropped, revealing a girl with brown glasses and wheat-colored skin. Her eyes shone straight at him through the top of her glasses. Are you drunk? You're hanging out in the middle of the night in disheveled clothes. Be careful not to be taken to the police station as a pervert. Bai Pu didn't expect there was someone in the car. Hearing the words disheveled clothes, Bai Pu was shocked. Only then did he realize that he was not wearing any clothes, only a pair of spike iron shoulder guards. The clothes Ken gave Bai Pu could not be taken out of the spirit world. The tattered linen clothes given by the spirit world by default would automatically disappear when leaving the spirit world. Bai Pu entered the spirit world naked, and returned to the real world almost naked. Recently, Bai Pu's endurance attribute has increased too fast, and his perception of the cold and heat in the outside world is not so clear. In other words, he doesn't feel cold easily. Fortunately, the other party should only be able to see his upper body, and has not yet discovered the embarrassing fact that he is not wearing pants. Bai Pu dodged and got away. The beautiful woman with brown glasses leaned out of the car window, looked at Bai Pu's quickly disappearing back, and muttered, I didn't expect that he was an awakener. Did he just come back from the spirit world? After a brief pause, the beautiful woman with brown glasses added, the butt is quite perky. Half an hour later, Bai Pu was walking on the street in a set of old clothes. The only piece of equipment, iron shoulder pads, was put into the storage space by him. The upper body is a sports suit, and the lower body is a pair of washed white jeans. This is what Bai Pu took from the old clothes recycling station of a community charity organization. The old clothes recycling station is full of idle old clothes donated by residents, and the charity organization will distribute these clothes to those in need. Bai Pu needs it now. I am probably the most miserable awakener. Bai Pu said self-deprecatingly. In the real world, he doesn't want to steal or rob, not because of his high moral standards, but because of the bottom line he set for himself. The awakened can be lawless in the spirit world, but if they return to the real world and do not restrain themselves, it is easy to confuse the spirit world with reality, ignoring human life, ignoring rules, and eventually embarking on a road of no return. The influence of the superpower group in reality is much greater than that in the Flesh Plague origin. However, in the real world, there are restrictions on rules and order, and the competition is about who is better at using the rules of the game in the real world. Now, the superpower group has the advantage of first-hand deployment, and may have been monitoring my account and social relations through official forces. I can't use the balance in my personal account to consume, and I can't even appear in the previous community. Otherwise, the superpower group will quickly lock my location. Bai Pu thought silently, which is why he did not choose the capital of the Jiangnan region, Jiangnan Base City, when he returned, but chose Zicheng, 80 kilometers away. In Zicheng, Bai Pu was unfamiliar with the place, and his actions were certainly limited, but the monitoring power of the superpower group must be weak. I must find a backer for myself. Bai Pu looked up and saw a message being broadcasted on the big screen in Zicheng Square. Welcome Mr. Bratton, General Manager of Byron's Pharmaceutical Group. to Zichen for inspection. This time, the Byron's delegation will discuss trade cooperation with Yadin Pharmaceutical and other well-known companies, or involve a number of bulk pharmaceutical raw material procurement projects, which will inject new vitality into Zichen's economic development. Chapter 16, The Divine Strategy Army. Zichen Hotel. Morning. Bai Pu quietly passed the security guards at the staircase and came to the door of the presidential suite on the top floor. What are you doing? At the door, two strong bodyguards wearing headsets blocked Bai Pu's way. Excuse me, I'm looking for Mr. Bratton. I have something important to discuss. Bai Pu replied in a deep voice. Mr. Bratton is receiving an important guest. Please leave. No, how did you come in without notifying me? The two bodyguards spoke almost at the same time, one expelled and the other shouted. These two people are not awakeners, but trialists who failed to awaken. The probability of a trialist's successful awakening is actually very small. Facing the complex and unknown spiritual environment and extremely difficult trial tasks, the possibility of failure is too high. Every time a trialist fails, the difficulty of the next trial task will increase. This is a punishment from the will of the spiritual world. Basically, people who fail 3 trials will never pass in this life. Of course, even if he failed the trial, he would not starve to death. After all, he had 20 points of 4-dimensional total attributes, and his physique was 3 times that of an ordinary person. He could survive by finding another way. Being a bodyguard is a common way to change careers. Bai Pu tilted his body and passed between the two people at an incredibly fast speed. The two bodyguards turned around and chased him. One of them reacted faster and punched Bai Pu in the back. With a bang, it hit Bai Pu in the back. Bai Pu's body did not even shake, but with his force, he directly knocked open the door of the suite. Inside the suite, in front of the conference table, several eyes were cast at the same time. Bai Pu saw Bratton sitting in the main seat at a glance. He was a white, fat, bald old man, exactly the same as he saw in the news. Behind Bratton, a tall black man strode over and shouted in English, "Who are you? Get out." As he said that, he had already reached out to grab Bai Pu. This black man should be a senior awakener, and his strength is much stronger than Bai Pu. A palm grab, implying changes in multiple angles, has a feeling of having nowhere to dodge. Without advanced combat expertise above level 4, it is impossible to do this. Bai Pu immediately opened the personal attribute panel, set 2 of the lines to exhibition status, and said loudly, "Mr. Bratton. I am here to request to join the School of Balance. I am valuable enough." The School of Balance is the core organization of the Byron's Chamber of Commerce. In other words, the entire Byron's Chamber of Commerce is a peripheral organization that exists and serves the School of Balance. When the attribute panel is in the exhibition state, it is presented to others in a variety of different text forms. In the eyes of people who speak Chinese as their native language, it is in the form of Chinese characters. In the eyes of people who speak English as their native language, it is in the form of English, which will not cause obstacles to understanding. Alchemist. Enhanced delete, tank. An English word and a Chinese phrase, respectively, came from Bratton and the person sitting opposite him. "Wait a minute, Benny," Bratton said with a pleasant face. The black awakener Benny had grabbed Bai Pu's collar and lifted him up, ready to throw him out, but after hearing what Bratton said, he let him go. "Young man, your name is Bai Pu, right?" Bratton had seen some of the information Bai Pu showed and knew his name. He smiled and said in Chinese, "I personally welcome you to join the School of Balance. But can you tell me the reason? For a rare primary awakener like you, it shouldn't be difficult to join any superpower." "Thank you." Bai Pu straightened his clothes, took a few steps forward, and sat at the end of the conference table. "Your secretary should be checking my background and will soon tell you the reason why I joined the School of Balance. Her word should be more credible than mine." The female secretary standing next to Bratton nodded hesitantly. She was indeed using the PDA to check the name Bai Pu, but she didn't expect Bai Pu to be so perceptive. Soon, the female secretary's face changed slightly, handed the PDA to Bratton, and whispered a few words in his ear. Bai Pu, a clinical patient contracted by the Super Energy Group, disappeared about 20 days ago. He is suspected of stealing psychic treasures of great value. I have already reported it to the Huaxia Security Department. Bratton nodded slightly. "I understand why you want to join the School of Balance. Please allow me to refuse." "Excuse me." Bai Pu turned and left. Bratton, who wanted to speak and continue to explain the reason for the refusal, was stunned. Is it so decisive? In fact, from Bai Pu's point of view, the reason for leaving is very simple. He found out that the Byron's Chamber of Commerce is involved in the psychic medicine industry and has purchased large quantities of psychic medicines from abroad. There is business competition with the Super Energy Group, which is also deeply involved in the psychic medicine industry. Such a superpower is most likely to accept him. However, the relationship between superpowers is complicated. There are not only conflicts of interest, but also cooperation of interests. It is not surprising that the other party refuses to accept him. The school of balance is not Bai Pu's only choice. He should not waste time in his semi-public appearance this time, and he should quickly find a new home. Bai Pu was not willing to fall into the hands of the superpower group. If he could not find a force to accept him, he would rather leave the base city and enter the vast wilderness area to become a wanderer in the mountains. Wait a minute. A female voice sounded. It was the girl sitting opposite Bratton. She had a healthy wheat complexion, wore brown glasses, a black leather jacket and skinny jeans, and a straight white shirt inside, which made her look quite heroic. The girl with the brown glasses quickly stood up and blocked Bai Pu. This speed was faster than Bai Pu. Obviously, this girl with the brown glasses was also an awakener. Why, don't you recognize me? You were looking in the mirror in front of my car window last night. The girl with the brown glasses smiled on her heroic face. Bai Pu had noticed her when he entered the meeting room, but he had no time and no reason to say hello. He forced a smile and said, "Hello. Sorry, I'm in a hurry." In a hurry to find the next one? Why don't you consider us? The girl with the brown glasses handed over a business card. Bai Pu glanced over and saw words such as Dadan, Shenzhen, and Liling written on the business card. Dadan Group, Shenzhen Army. Bai Pu was a little surprised. He had heard of Dadan Group, which was also a famous company in the spiritual medicine industry. As the core organization of Dadan Group, Shenzhen Army is not very famous. It is only heard of occasionally and is not considered a superpower. Our Shenzhen Army Club has not yet entered the Super League, and it is not well known in the eyes of ordinary people. The girl with the brown glasses named Li Ling coughed. However, the strength of Shenzhen Army is absolutely guaranteed. I need an organization that dares to confront the Super Energy Group. Bai Pu emphasized. You mean the core organization of the Super Energy Group, the Superstar Alliance? Li Ling smiled and said proudly, the Superstar Alliance is indeed a wealthy family with a long history and profound heritage. We can't compare with its power in the spiritual world. But in reality, the situation is about to be reversed. Do you know why? Bai Pu shook his head honestly. Li Ling didn't keep it a secret and directly took out a dark green certificate. Bai Pu glanced at it and his eyes shrank slightly. That's an officer's ID card. Wow, it's actually an awakened organization with a military background. No wonder they are so confident. I've read the accusation against you by the superpower group. To be honest, this is a civil dispute, and the charges should not be established. Li Ling stuffed the officer's ID card into the inner layer of her jacket. The second button on the chest of her white shirt was pushed up high. From Bai Pu's perspective, he could see a touch of snow, which contrasted sharply with her wheat-colored skin. So, you believe I'm innocent? Bai Pu asked. I'm willing to believe you for another reason. Li Ling looked at Bai Pu's slightly ill-fitting worn-out clothes and showed a touch of appreciation. This old clothes, did you just pick it up from the trash can? I remember you came back from the spirit world last night, and you didn't even have clothes. As an awakened person, you didn't steal or rob. With such a bottom line, you must be worthy of trust. This is what I bought from the community's public welfare waste clothing recycling station, Bai Pu said in his heart. He didn't correct Li Ling's statement. After all, the waste clothing recycling center is not much different from a trash can. Residents donate their old clothes when they can no longer wear them. Many people, for convenience, actually throw their unwanted old clothes into the trash can. How about joining the Shenzhen Army? With your foundation, you can be competent as a tactical core tank, MT, of a large team with a little training. You definitely have a bright future. Li Ling said. Bratton on the side couldn't sit still. He rubbed his face, showing an infectious kindness and smile, and walked over to Bai Pu and said, Young man, your initial goal is to join the balance school, right? I think it's worth considering, as long as you are willing to agree to some additional terms. Bai Pu glanced at Bratton. This old beedang, who said please allow me to refuse at the beginning, was actually trying to refuse but also to accept. It is estimated that if Bai Pu pleads a few more times, he will go along with it, propose additional terms, and then pretend to agree reluctantly. Please allow me to refuse. Bai Pu shook his head firmly. Chapter 17 Accusations. Bai Pu knew what the so-called additional terms were without having to think about it. The Byron's Chamber of Commerce and the Superpower Group competed fiercely in the field of psychic potions, and their business scopes overlapped in many places. As a fugitive experimental subject of the Superpower Group, Bai Pu certainly had a high research value, so the additional terms should be to agree to cooperate with the research of the School of Balance. For the School of Balance, Bai Pu's value as an experimental subject was far greater than the value of an enhanced elite tank profession. This was also the reason why Bai Pu refused. Bratton could only smile awkwardly after being hit back by his own words, secretly hating himself for being too arrogant before. Captain Lee. Do I need to join the army? Bai Pu confirmed. Although he was somewhat reluctant to join the army in his heart, always feeling that it would be restricted, he had no choice but to compromise in order to deal with the real threat of the Superpower Group. Li Ling looked at Bai Pu with some surprise. If you want to join the army, you have to pass the political review and moral examination. Even if the restrictions on awakened people are relatively loose, it is impossible to be so casual. From Li Ling's words, Bai Pu analyzed that the awakened organization of the Shen Set Army is not the awakened army of China, but a semi-military and civilian organization with a military background that absorbs outstanding awakened people. It should include core members, active military personnel, and guest members, non-military personnel. I am willing to join, but I require a formal contract. Bai Pu said. Of course. Li Ling agreed immediately, and she immediately ordered the entourage next to her to print out the membership contract. Bai Pu proposed to sign a formal contract with a trace of caution. Because when he checked the Byron's Chamber of Commerce, he also checked its partners, including the Dadan Group. Although the Dadan Group is involved in the spiritual medicine industry, it is mainly in the upstream of the industry and is responsible for the supply of large quantities of spiritual medicine raw materials. There are few conflicts between the Dadan Group and the Byron's Chamber of Commerce and the Super Energy Group. On the contrary, the cooperation is very extensive and the relationship has always been good. Bai Pu had to be on guard. What if the Shen Set Army was trying to temporarily stabilize itself and secretly asked the Superstar Alliance to come and arrest people? Signing a formal contract and joining the Shen Set Army would make them one of their own. If the Shen Set Army even cheated its own people and sold them to outsiders, who would stay in this organization? Li Ling was very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, 2 copies of the contract were placed in front of him. Bai Pu read the contract carefully. The terms in it were not generous, but there was no trap to cheat people. He no longer hesitated and signed his name. Congratulations, we will be colleagues in the future. I hope you will be strict with yourself, strive for self-improvement, join the army as soon as possible, and become a true comrade in arms. Li Ling's attitude became much more formal, and she stretched out her hand to Bai Pu. Bai Pu shook his hand and thought to himself, no thanks, I don't have the idea of joining the army for the time being. Bai Pu and Li Ling were both sitting in the back seat of the military green jeep. From Bai Pu's perspective, he could see a piece of white through the gap between the buttons on Li Ling's white shirt. He looked away and stared at the back of the driver's head. The first thing to do now is to cancel the Jiangnan Police Department's record of you. I'll try and see if I can do it. While Li Ling was talking, she had already taken out her cell phone and made 2 calls in succession. The cancellation of the record was not smooth, because Li Ling belonged to the military and was not in the same system as the local police department. The relationship between the Jiangnan Police Department and the Super Energy Group was actually closer. Of course, facing the pressure from the Shen Set Army represented by Li Ling, the Jiangnan Police Department did not dare to resist and chose to smooth things over. Let's go to Jiangnan Base City. Li Ling put down her phone and briefly explained to Bai Pu. The Jiangnan Police Department proposed a civil mediation plan, which requires you to meet with a representative of the Super Energy Group for mediation. I will go with you. Bai Pu agreed, of course. Anyway, the membership contract has been signed, and it was signed in front of everyone in the Byron's inspection team. With such a witness, Bai Pu's joining the Shen Set Army can be said to be a done deal, and no one can deny it. Li Ling couldn't possibly cheat Bai Pu, otherwise if the news got out, the military morale of the Shen Set Army would be dispersed. Jiangnan Base City, Security Department, Mediation Hall. Three parties were sitting at the long conference table: Jiangnan Security Department, representatives of the Super Energy Group, Bai Pu and Li Ling. The young man sitting opposite Bai Pu, wearing a sophisticated suit, with an undisguised sinister light shining from under his gold-rimmed glasses, stared at Bai Pu. "Doesn't he hate me too much? Why bother? You are also a worker, and you are so loyal to the capitalists as a dog." Bai Pu thought to himself, and suddenly heard the introduction of the chief of police. This is the secretary of the chairman of the Super Energy Group, Wu Chen. His other identity is the second son of Mr. Wu Yongxin, chairman of the Super Energy Group. He is very sincere to come here in person to mediate the issue on behalf of the Super Energy Group. Bai Pu suddenly realized that it was the capitalist himself, which was not surprising. Wu Chen snorted and said, "At the beginning, we signed the agreement and spent a tube of precious evolutionary blood and 750 milliliters of Hachimjia solution on the experimental subject Bai Pu, not to mention the other precious auxiliary drugs and expert diagnosis fees. But what happened? The experimental subject disobeyed the order and escaped to the spirit world with the valuable treasure. This is a blatant breach of contract." Wu Chen did not mention the second tube of evolutionary blood that was taken away by Bai Pu in the origin plane of the flesh and blood plague in the spirit world. Because the incident happened in the spirit world, it is not under the jurisdiction of real laws, and the Security Bureau will not accept it. So, what is the Super Energy Group's request? Wu Chen stared at Bai Pu. Of course, continue to fulfill the agreement. Bai Pu must return to the Super Energy Private Hospital and cooperate with the experiment. As soon as Wu Chen opened his mouth, Bai Pu recognized his voice. At the Super Energy Private Hospital, when Bai Pu was about to teleport to the spirit world, it was Wu Chen who roared and threatened Bai Pu to give up the trial. Bai Pu shook his head and said, "I remember the agreement we signed was a clinical medical agreement. As a patient for drug trials, I entered the Super Energy Private Hospital to treat my congenital heart disease for free. The Super Energy Group collected clinical data on the drugs, which are all part of the agreement." After a slight pause, Bai Pu continued, "I am very grateful to the Super Energy Private Hospital for curing my heart disease. Now I am healthy, and the Super Energy Group's drug trial has also been successful. Isn't this a win-win situation for everyone? I don't understand where the breach of contract is. If you want my data after I recover, that's fine. I can get tested in any public hospital and give you the results free of charge. You took away the evolutionary blood." Wu Chen said word by word, gritting his teeth, "We demand it back. The evolutionary blood should be the miracle drug that cured my heart disease." Bai Pu said calmly, "The clinical medical agreement states that drug trial treatment is free of charge throughout the entire process. I've never heard of a miracle drug being taken out of a patient's body because it's too expensive." Wu Chen's momentum stagnated. In the final analysis, the agreement signed between the group and Bai Pu was unreliable. It was not an experimental agreement, but a clinical medical agreement. The agreement stipulates that if Bai Pu dies due to adverse reactions, the hospital will not be responsible. It stipulates that Bai Pu must cooperate with the injection and fusion of the evolutionary source blood, and must choose yes when asked by the will of the spiritual world. It also stipulates that after Bai Pu's death, his body will be voluntarily donated to the Superpower Private Hospital. But it didn't say what to do if Bai Pu survived and recovered. Under normal circumstances, as Bai Pu said, it is a happy thing for everyone if the patient who tested the drug survives and recovers his health. The pharmaceutical company has obtained the accurate formula data of the special medicine and can enter the stage of mass production. But the problem is that Bai Pu's special medicine, the evolutionary source blood, is an irreproducible spiritual wonder, and there is no possibility of mass production at all. The original plan of the superpower group was not to cure Bai Pu at all. The original plan was to peel off the source blood after the experiment was successful, freeze Bai Pu, and make it the mother body for making the source blood blender. Bai Pu stared at Wu Chen and delivered the final blow. "Among your entourage, are there any scholars in charge of this project? Can you tell me what happened to the 3 previous test subjects? This has nothing to do with this case." Wu Chen said. "No, it's related." Bai Pu said indifferently, "Those 3 test subjects were not as suitable for the source blood as I am. Their bodies were deformed during the experiment. As the source blood was stripped out, they all died. Your special medicine for evolving the source blood has a very high mortality rate. I risked my life to participate in the drug trial. I gambled with my life. Now I have won the bet and the drug trial was successful. You are going to strip the special medicine again, causing irreversible damage to my body or even death. Everyone in the Security Bureau, is this really fair and reasonable? Bai Pu's words made sense, and the people from the Super Energy Group could not find a reason to refute it. Wu Chen did mention that the computers of the Super Energy private hospital had been invaded in advance, but there was no way to investigate this matter. Later in the debate, even the police officers in the Security Bureau who were responsible for recording and maintaining order showed their approval of Bai Pu's words. If it weren't for Li Ling, no matter how right Bai Pu was, he would not dare to come to Jiangnan Bay City to reason. The so-called dignity is only above the edge of the sword, and the truth is only within the range of the cannon. No matter how good you are in literature, you need to be armed to support it. Only when your fist is bigger than the opponent's, or at least as big as the opponent's, can you be reasonable. Li Ling looked at Bai Pu with admiration. Eloquent speech is also an important part of measuring the awakened person's ability to explore the spiritual world. She was prepared to use her power to suppress others, but now it seems that she doesn't need to make that call. In the end, the Jiangnan Security Bureau decided to lift the record against Bai Pu. The Super Energy Group's accusation against Bai Pu of stealing spiritual wonders of great value is not established. Chapter 18. Do I look old? Wait a minute. Before Bai Pu and Li Ling got into the car, Wu Chen's voice came from behind them. Mr. Wu, is there anything? Bai Pu greeted. Wu Chen stared at Bai Pu. I have a suggestion. I hope you can consider it carefully. It seems that Wu Chen has calmed down. I heard that you signed a contract with the Shenzhen Army. I hope you can change the contract and join the Superstar Alliance. All liquidated damages will be borne by the Superstar Alliance. Wu Chen said very seriously, not joking at all. Do you think it's possible? Bai Pu asked back. The Superstar Alliance has the most in-depth research on source blood. At present, the junction controlled by the Superstar Alliance still stores the foundation of evolving source blood, the living tissue of the original heart. Don't you want to get it? Wu Chen's words were tempting. You join the Superstar Alliance, you are one of us. As long as you have enough merits, sooner or later you will be able to transplant that heart tissue, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds, and it will be common for you to be promoted to hero profession or even a strengthened hero profession. You don't have to worry, because you are the one who best fits the source blood constitution. That piece of heart tissue is a poison to others, but it is a great help to you. Who else should I give it to if not you? Heroic profession. The powerful awakener template corresponding to the indigenous leader is the ultimate goal desired by countless awakeners. A powerful hero profession awakener even has the strength to challenge an indigenous leader like Bloodhand Column alone. Li Ling was a little worried. To be honest, even she was a little moved when she heard such conditions. Bai Pu's eyes have always been clear. He listened to Wu Chen patiently, shook his head and said, Mr. Wu, since you don't need that heart, why not sell it to me? As for joining the Superstar Alliance, forget it, I can't turn back. Wu Chen took a deep breath and his face turned unfriendly. He gritted his teeth and said, Bai Pu, don't forget, there is another clause in the clinical medical agreement. After you die, your body will be donated to the Super Energy Group free of charge. Li Ling interrupted him, are you threatening our Shenzhen Army? This is not a threat. I'm just stating a fact. Wu Chen smiled coldly, let me state the second fact. In the spirit world, the strength of our Superstar Alliance far exceeds that of the Shenzhen Army. The spirit world is a lawless place, and neither the military nor the government can control it. Bai Pu gently stopped Li Ling's chest from rising and falling, and said, actually, I also like the spirit world, because the will of the spirit world is very fair. So what if the Superstar Alliance is strong? The spirit world planes I can match are all low level, and intermediate and advanced awakeners cannot enter. Wu Chen was afraid of Li Ling after all, and did not dare to continue to say harsh words to give people a chance to talk. He just pointed at Bai Pu twice with his fingers, left a sentence you have guts, and turned and left. The military green jeep was driving at a constant speed. The advantages of the military awakening force are large numbers, strict discipline, highly unified skills and equipment, and overwhelming advantages in group combat in the real world. The shortcomings are also obvious. The military lacks talented and capable top-level awakeners, because top strong people are often independent, like a high degree of freedom, and cannot bear the constraints of militarized management. Li Ling looked at Bai Pu's perfectly curved profile and explained slowly, you need a ticket to teleport to the spiritual world, and one ticket only allows one team to enter. To form a team of awakeners, you need high energy points or rare team building props. The large-scale combat advantages of the military's awakeners cannot be brought into play in the spiritual world. This leads to the military's weak influence in various planes of the spiritual world, which is not as good as large organizations that have been deeply rooted for many years. So, this is the reason why the Shenzhen army was established. Bai Pu asked. Yes, the Shenzhen army is an attempt by the military to see if it can attract awakened masters to join through a relatively free system, so as to make up for the military's lack of top-level combat power. Li Ling said helplessly. Unfortunately, the military's serious image has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The top awakened people we want to recruit directly refuse when they hear about the background of the Shenzhen army. Therefore, although the Shenzhen army has been established for many years, the effect has not met expectations. Bai Pu thought to himself, this is the truth. If I didn't urgently need a backer, I might not be so happy to join. Li Ling took a deep breath, and her white shirt bulged high, then slowly retracted. She cheered up and said, however, as early as 5 years ago, the Shenzhen army had changed its thinking and was determined to select awakened people with potential and talent from low-level awakened people to enter the genius camp and cultivate them into top combat power. You debuted as a strength in elite, and a rare tank profession, of course I can't miss it. 5 years ago? The first batch of trained talents should have achieved results. Bai Pu said. Li Ling nodded. The Shenzhen team formed by the Genius Awakeners of the first Genius Camp has entered the A-level league this year. You have caught the last train of the second phase. The Superstar team sponsored by the Super Energy Group seems to be a giant in the Super League. Bai Pu said. The influence of the A-level league is still incomparable to that of the Super League. The former is for domestic entertainment in China, while the latter is an international competition. Well, you still have to be careful. As Wu Chen said, the influence of the Superstar Alliance in the spirit world is much greater than that of the Shenzhen army. I'm not worried about the problems in the spirit world, I'm worried about the real world. Bai Pu said, they can't beat me in the spirit world, and they may attack me in the real world. You don't seem to be panicked, do you have any countermeasures? Li Ling asked. Well, there is a way to deal with it, which is to increase my popularity in the real world. Bai Pu said, the story that happened to me is actually quite attractive. Can you allocate some publicity resources? The more famous I am, the less likely the Superstar Alliance will do something bad to me in reality. Publicity resources are very valuable. Real-world popularity is related to the rewards of the roulette draw, especially the quality of the tickets, which no awakener will despise. We also need a large number of honor points to exchange for publicity resources within the Shenzhen army. Li Ling shook her head and said, I can say hello and do 1 or 2 exclusive interviews with you, but to achieve the point of deterring the Superstar Alliance, you need to maintain a super high popularity, which is definitely impossible without years of publicity. Then there is only one last way. Bai Pu leaned back tactically and lay on the backrest of the back seat. Let me take the college entrance examination. Take the college entrance examination. Li Ling didn't react for a while. Well, the top scorer in the college entrance examination can get a huge popularity bonus. Please ask the organization to help me solve the academic problem. I dropped out of junior high school and am not eligible to take the college entrance examination. Bai Pu said. It's not a question of qualifications. The college entrance examination is a world event in reality, and it is even recognized by the will of the spirit world. The will of the spirit world will pay attention to the fairness of the college entrance examination, and issue world event rewards to awaken people with excellent college entrance examination scores. Your academic qualifications are easy to deal with. You just need to take a supplementary test to prove that you have the equivalent of high school. But what about your age? The college entrance examination stipulates that candidates must not be over 18 years old. This cannot be faked. Bai Pu was a little speechless and pointed to his nose. Do I look old? I'm only 17 years old this year. Chapter 19, Stowaway's Token. 17 years old. Li Ling's voice rose 8 octaves. Even the driver secretly glanced at Bai Pu through the rearview mirror in the car. It's not that Bai Pu looks old, but he is too mature and calm, without the jumpiness of a young boy, which inevitably makes people misjudge his age. Li Ling muttered, You are only 17 years old? I'm 27. When you were playing in the mud in kindergarten, I could solve trigonometric functions. Bai Pu didn't care about the age difference between Li Ling and himself. Maybe because of his more mature psychological age, he is more accepting of mature women. In the flesh plague, origin plane, Antkin is already in her 30s. Psionic particles seem to have the effect of prolonging youth. Many male awakeners are in their 70s and 80s, and they can still work day and night. As for women, it goes without saying that Kin is still tight and smooth in her 30s, and her face is beautiful, even better than a young girl. After confirming that he could take the college entrance examination, Bai Pu changed the subject. Just now Wu Chen mentioned that the heart is stored in the junction controlled by the Superstar Alliance. What is the junction? Li Ling came back to her senses and sighed. The junction is the secret realm mentioned by the awakened anchor. Oh. Bai Pu understood instantly. There are also some secret realms on the real Earth, which contain various monsters and treasures. In order to gain popularity in the real world, some awakened anchors will venture into the secret realm and start live broadcasts or record videos to earn clicks and attention for themselves. Li Ling explained, the junction is actually the intersection of the spirit world and the real world, which is equivalent to a one-way channel from the spirit world to the real world. At the beginning of the psychic era, the spirit world creatures invaded the real world through the channel of the junction. However, with the progress of the Earth's psychic civilization and the improvement of the overall strength of the awakened, many junctions have been controlled by the awakened. One-way channel. Bai Pu grasped these 4 words. The only way for awakened people to enter the spirit world is to buy a ticket. The passage at the border cannot allow awakened people to enter the spirit world in reverse. Which borders are controlled by the Superstar Alliance? Can you find out where the heart is hidden? Bai Pu asked. What do you want to do? Li Ling was slightly surprised. Don't mess around. You are too weak now. I'm just asking. Bai Pu smiled harmlessly. Li Ling said helplessly, the information about the borders controlled by the Superstar Alliance is ordinary information and can be easily found in the database. As for where the heart is hidden, you and I can't find it with our authority. Squeak. The jeep stopped in front of a spacious and imposing large manor in the suburbs. We are here. This is the branch base of the Shenzhen army in Zicheng. Li Ling patted Bai Pu's shoulder. Get off, kid. Welcome to the world of awakened people. Shenzhen army, Zicheng hall. Bai Pu stepped into the spacious hall. It was very quiet inside and there were not many people. A petite girl with twin ponytails was typing away at the keyboard at the front desk. Zaya Oxeo, I've brought a new person, the one who signed the contract today. Li Ling handed over a contract and introduced to Bai Pu. This beautiful lady is Zaya Oxeo, the front desk receptionist of the Zicheng branch. Hello, brother Bai Pu, right? So handsome, really so handsome. Welcome to join the Shenzhen army. Zaya Oxeo's eyes lit up. Her face was small, and when she smiled, a delicate dimple appeared on her left cheek. Li Ling was speechless for a while, and said, Zaya Oxeo, don't act young. Brother Bai Pu is only 17 years old this year, only half your age. Ah. Huh? Zaya Oxeo and Bai Pu exclaimed at the same time. In Bai Pu's eyes, Zaya Oxeo was quite young in terms of figure, appearance, and dress. She looked like a 15 or 16-year-old junior high school student. As a result, Li Ling told him that Zaya Oxeo was actually in her 30s. Li Ling. You exposed me again. Zaya Oxeo glared at Li Ling angrily, then looked at Bai Pu a little embarrassedly, and lowered her head. This Bai Pu, the little brother's eyes are too sharp, like my college counselor. I accidentally called him old. Just call me Bai Pu. Bai Pu couldn't help complaining about the little brother's name. No, I want to call you little Bai Pu. I'm so much older than you. Zaya Oxeo straightened her chest and expanded her shoulders, and her slender hands showed exaggerated length. At first, she called Bai Pu Jedge, and she really wanted to tease the handsome boy. Zaya Oxeo, you are responsible for registration, and tell Bai Pu about the system of our Shenzhen army. By the way, he is the member of the second genius camp selected by me. Don't forget the benefits he should have. Li Ling sat on the sofa in the hall and picked up a book, The Rise and Fall of the Aztecs. Okay, no problem. Zaya Oxeo glanced at Bai Pu's face and felt happy. Zaya Oxeo's position in the Zicheng branch is quite important. She is not only the front desk receptionist, responsible for welcoming new members, but also responsible for managing the logistics of the entire Jiangnan region, responsible for the issuance of honor points and the exchange of military supplies. The military supply exchange of the Shen Set Army does not recognize Huaxia currency or spiritual energy points, but only honor points. Organization members can obtain honor points by hunting monsters in the wilderness, selling spiritual intelligence, completing mission commissions, and other different ways. Take the mission commission as an example. AD level commission has a base reward of 100 honors. It is generally a more tedious and low-risk field work, and low-level awakeners can be competent. C-level commissions have a base reward of 300 honors, and there will be low-intensity battles, which are more risky for low-level awakeners. B-level commissions have a base reward of 1,000 honors, which are prohibited for low-level awakeners to accept. The A-level commissions above start with thousands of honors, and the difficulty is even more difficult. Making money is like holding urine, and spending money is like water. The same is true for honor points. It is not easy to earn, but it is very fast to spend. A low-level blank standard equipment requires 100 honor points to exchange. Learning a skill once, here refers to the lowest level 1-star skill. The basic cost is 100 honor points. For a relatively scarce 1-star skill, it is normal for the required honor points to be several times higher. A 2-star skill has a basic cost of 1,000 honor points. The legendary 3-star skill starts at 10,000 honor points. What should a newcomer who has just awakened do? Except for one professional skill, it is a pure blank. There is no strength to earn honor points. What should he do? The Shen Set Army does not allow members to trade honor points with each other. In this regard, the Shen Set Army also has a humane system. Each member has a certain debt amount, that is, first consume honor points, enhance strength, and then earn honor points to pay off the debt. The amount of debt is related to strength. The stronger the awakener, the higher the amount. For example, Bai Pu is currently only level 1. Although he is an enhanced elite, his debt amount is only 300 honor points, which is equivalent to the debt amount of a level 3 standard template member. The Shen Set Army adopts an open attitude and does not reject ordinary awakeners of the standard template. Regardless of their strength, awakened people can apply to join the Shen Set Army. After all, the template is not constant, and the exploration of the spirit world is full of variables. Today's ordinary professions may be promoted gorgeously after an exploration of the spirit world, and they may be transferred to elite or even heroic professions. Anyway, the treatment is linked to strength, and the honor points also need to be earned by the awakened people. The Shen Set Army will not give away too many resources. Suzai Oxio showed Bai Pu the inventory of military supplies of the Shen Set Army. Of course, only the content that Bai Pu can see with his authority. This is amazing enough. Bai Pu can only say that it is worthy of being a large organization with a military background. There are all kinds of equipment, props and even skill books, which are dazzling. You are a member of the second phase of the Genius Training Camp recommended by Li Ling. There is a benefit to take. Suzai Oxio clicked on the computer and showed Bai Pu the Genius benefit. Stowaway's token, C+ level prop. It allows the holder to ignore the requirements of the main task, forcibly leave the spirit world, and return to the real world. It takes 10 seconds to prepare, and it can only be launched if no natives observe it. Chapter 20 New members of the Genius Camp. Forced escape item. Bai Pu was delighted. Although there were two major limitations, namely, 10 seconds of preparation and no native observation, this item could get rid of the punishment for failure in the main mission, exile. Its value was so great that it could not be measured by its quality. Especially after seeing the exile of the Stinger Squad and the tragic scene of the bronze-armored man being cut into pieces by the turbulent flow of time and space, Bai Pu realized the preciousness of the Stowaway's token. Is this kind of forced escape item rare? Bai Pu asked. It's very rare. Although it's only of C+ quality, it's an exclusive product of the spirit world. Suzai Oxio said, with the development of psychic civilization today, many equipment, potions, and even skilled books can be made by awakened people, so the prices of standard equipment, common potions, and low-level skilled books are basically stable. But no awakened person can make such a forced separation item, so it can only be obtained from the spirit world. Bai Pu narrowed his eyes. Since it is a benefit for the second-term members, there should be a relatively stable way to produce it. Suzai Oxio looked at Bai Pu in surprise, nodded and said, indeed. Awakened people will gain camp merit points when they venture into the spirit world. Try your luck with a camp quartermaster. If your reputation is high enough or your luck is good enough, you can buy it. Quartermaster. Bai Pu remembered that in the plain world of Flesh Plague, Origin, the Brandon camp also had a quartermaster, the adjutant named Zweig. However, there was no such forced separation item in the list of adjutant Zweig's supplies. Maybe Bai Pu's reputation is not high enough. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, there is no forced escape prop in the Brandon camp's military supplies. Suzaoxio said enthusiastically, as a newcomer to the Genius Camp, the organization will arrange for you to enter the Bone Crypt instance to observe your potential. The Bone Crypt is a virtual instance created by our Shenset army based on the border area. Have you heard of the border area? I've heard a little about it. It is said to be the intersection of the spirit world and reality. Bai Pu said. Not only that, after the border is controlled by the awakened, a virtual copy similar to the mirror space can be designed based on the data of the border itself. Suzaoxio smiled very purely, not like a 30-year-old ant at all. When you go to the Bone Crypt, you must behave well. In order to cultivate talented newcomers, the organization has placed many virtual treasure chests in it. The virtual rewards you draw in it can be exchanged for free in the military supply warehouse after you come out. Okay, Zioxio, stop being a fangirl. Go fill in the information first and prepare to apply for an identity card for Bai Pu, and apply for a personal information terminal for him by the way. Li Ling, who was reading a book on the side, put down the book, stood up and walked over, first drove Suzaoxio away, and then turned to Bai Pu. Since Zioxio has already told you about a Bone Crypt, then you should go and try it out now and test your potential. Before venturing into the Bone Crypt, you cannot use the honor debt quota to exchange for military supplies. I don't need to tell you the specific reason. I'll contact the school now to see if I can find a good high school for you. Thank you. Bai Pu thanked him sincerely. Of course, he understood why the organization prohibited the early use of the honor arrears. The test in the Bone Crypt can be regarded as a baseline test, which mainly looks at the talent potential of the newcomers and how they can gain in the world of trial tasks. Using the arrears in advance will lead to inaccurate tests. In fact, there is another reason. The Bone Crypt will definitely yield some random rewards. If the things redeemed in advance are repeated with the random rewards, it will be a waste of honor points. It is better to wait until you come out of the Bone Crypt to see the harvest situation, and then spend honor points to check for omissions. No need to thank me, I hope you didn't come up with this idea on a whim. The college entrance examination is not that simple. Before Li Ling turned around and left, she muttered again, you actually want to become famous by relying on the college entrance examination. You are really whimsical. After watching Li Ling leave, Bai Pu's sight returned to the handheld computer. Facing a dazzling array of equipment, Bai Pu directly glanced at it. He planned to take a look at the combat skills, not to learn skills, but to understand the various skills and characteristics of the awakened ones so that he could deal with them in the future. Heavy attack, a 1-star skill. Use a melee weapon to charge briefly before hitting the opponent, causing additional physical damage. If the opponent's head is hit, it will cause a concussion effect, reducing its movement speed by 5. Cooldown 30 seconds. Exchange requirement 100 honor, leap slash, a 1-star skill. Launch a medium-range jump attack at the target, causing a small knockback effect and additional physical damage. Cooldown 120 seconds. Exchange requirement 300 honor, whirlwind throw, a 2-star skill. Throw a weapon to attack a long-range opponent, causing moderate damage and interrupting its current action. If there is no obstacle, the weapon will fly back to your hand. Cooldown 120 seconds. Exchange requirement 1500 honor, whirlwind slash, Zioxio. Hey, Sister Ling is gone. Just as Bai Pu was browsing the skill list, 2 teenagers walked out of the corridor inside the hall and bumped into Suzaoxio, who was holding a data form and preparing to apply for an identity card. You are so disrespectful. Call me Aunt Sue. Suzaoxio put her hands on her hips in a very imposing manner. Okay Zioxio, no problem Zioxio. The 2 teenagers laughed and were not scared at all. Suzaoxio quickly lost her momentum and said with a smile, let me introduce you. This is a new member of the 2nd term of the Genius Camp. He is an enhanced elite tank profession. A new member of the Genius Camp? Enhanced elite. Both teenagers were shocked and reached out to shake hands with Bai Pu and exchanged names. The gentle and refined boy on the left, wearing a school uniform, was codenamed Killen. The boy on the right was burly and dark-skinned, codenamed Black Tiger. Both of them were awakened elite professions. The gentle Killen came to his senses and said the first thing, "Luckily you are a tank." "My goodness, Taurus's position is no longer secure." "Not necessarily," said the tall and burly Black Tiger. "Taurus has been in the genius camp for almost a year after all, and level suppression is no joke." After a few words, Bai Pu found that although the two were teenagers, they were very mature. After all, they were awakened people who stood out through the life and death test of the spirit world. Black Tiger was very talkative. According to him, there are currently 6 most outstanding members of the second phase of the genius camp, all of whom are codenamed after animals, including Killen and Black Tiger. The Taurus just mentioned is an elite professional tank among the 6 people and an indispensable pillar of the team. The 2 people have no conflict with Bai Pu's professional positioning, and they did not show any hostility to Bai Pu. "Bai Pu, you just entered the genius camp and haven't entered the White Bone Crypt for the test yet? Let's go, we will take you to find Instructor Chu." Black Tiger pulled Bai Pu, very enthusiastic. Killen was also adding fuel to the fire. "Yes, you have to try your best. If you perform well, you can even get a free qualification to enter the border area for training." Currently, there is only one enhanced elite profession in the second phase of the genius camp, a genius shooter codenamed Mad Dog. Now there is another enhanced elite, and it's a tank. Of course, the 2 are very interested. Another reason is that the 2 are not very convinced by the enhanced elite. As an elite profession, they don't think they are worse than others. Maybe they just have bad luck in the trial mission. If Bai Pu's performance is average, it's a pity. The genius camp is a place that depends on strength. Chapter 21, The Bone Crypt. Zichen Branch, underground in the manor. Passing through the gloomy corridor, the heavy iron door opened with a creak. Light poured out from the door, drowning Bai Pu like a tide. Bai Pu had a similar feeling of being teleported to the spirit world, but this time there was no mission. The scenery in front of him froze. In the dark underground world, looking up, you can see the drooping stone thorns, with unknown vines entwined in between. On the ground, there are some strange large fungi. The plants in the underground world are very different from those on the surface. They do not need to absorb sunlight, but instead emit a faint light, so that this underground world is not pitch black. In addition to the faint light of the plants, you can also see some piles of bones with pale phosphorescent flames. Occasionally, you can see 1 or 2 lonely human figures shaking, and where the eyes should be, they are flashing with deep soul fire. This is the Bone Crypt, the world of the cemetery, the paradise of skulls. Bai Pu looked at the green ball floating above his head, with a small camera on it, recording Bai Pu. This is a psychic camera that can use psychic particles to transmit signals. It is an epoch-making invention. From then on, ordinary people have a more convenient and quick channel to understand the world of awakened people. In order to gain popularity in the real world, some awakened people will start live broadcasts during adventures in some low-difficulty wilderness areas and border areas, commonly known as wilderness and secret realms, to increase their popularity. The credit of the psychic camera is here. Killen asked Bai Pu to bring this psychic camera in, saying that it is an organizational regulation that the time spent on each level of the Bone Crypt must be recorded. Killen and Heihu are in the tactical research room at this time, following Chu Shiji, the instructor of the Genius Battalion of the Shense Army, facing the big screen, observing the pictures transmitted by the psychic camera. Bai Pu does not reject the fact that his professional skills are known to others. After all, if he wants to sprint for popularity in the real world in the future, exposure is inevitable, and it is also normal to be studied with a magnifying glass, especially by the Superstar Alliance. However, it is also necessary to moderately hide 1 or 2 trump cards as a self-protection. Wearing the iron-spiked shoulder guard, and picking up the smooth bone hammer, Bai Pu strode forward. From time to time, the sound of dry bones being stepped on and broken could be heard, which could be heard far away in the quiet crypt and even echoed. Ah! The cold and hoarse howl of the undead sounded, accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other. 2 skeletons stood up from the pile of bones, raised their rusty swords, and ran towards Bai Pu. I don't know if their attacks are considered sharp damage or blunt damage. Bai Pu looked at the opponent's rusty and broken swords, shook his head slightly, and still opened the keratin skin, and stepped forward. Chop, swish. The attacks of the two skeletons fell on Bai Pu one after the other. Tactical research room. Black Tiger shook his head when he saw this scene, too amateurish. The rotten bone skeleton is a monster with a weak template. Its combat expertise is only at the basic level. Even if it faces two at the same time, it should be easy to dodge and parry. I heard that Bai Pu had never received systematic combat training before. He dropped out of junior high school. Sister Ling is contacting schools for him. Maybe his foundation is relatively poor. Killen said. But I am more curious. How did he get the enhanced elite profession? Could it be that, as the rumors say, he stole a valuable spiritual treasure to get the enhanced elite template? Black Tiger murmured. Instructor Chiu did not speak, but stared at the screen with full concentration. Seeing that the discussion between the two people was gradually going off track, he shouted softly, "Don't guess blindly. Didn't you see that Bai Pu didn't dodge on purpose? He was just testing the damage that the rotten bone skeleton could cause to him. The rotten bone skeleton / caused you 2 points of sharp damage. The rotten bone skeleton / caused you 1 point of sharp damage. Bai Pu was certain in his heart. He swung the bone hammer to attack, and found that he had to hide a rotten bone skeleton 3 or 4 times in a row to smash it. In total, the health of a rotten bone skeleton is about 30 or 40 points. As for the damage caused by the rotten bone skeleton, it is about the same as a mosquito bite. The blood loss caused by sporadic attacks is not as fast as Bai Pu's own health recovery speed. What Bai Pu didn't know was that it took him nearly a minute to kill 2 rotten bone skeletons. This performance fell into the eyes of Killen and He Hu in the tactical research room, and they undoubtedly looked down on him even more. After the first round of battle, Bai Pu had already mastered the attack power, health and other information of the rotten bone skeleton. It's time to take action. Bai Pu muttered silently, looked back at the psychic camera floating behind him, grinned, and chose to turn off the live broadcast screen. In the tactical research room, the screen went black and automatically switched to the floor plan of the first floor of the White Bone Crypt. Only a green dot was left, flashing at the entrance to the first floor of the crypt. Hey, why did he turn off the screen? Killen shouted. Instructor Chu sat on the chair, but he was not in a hurry. He waved his hand and said, "The camp test did not say that the screen should be turned on. You just need to record the time." Bai Pu only turned off the live broadcast screen, but did not turn off the positioning function, which shows that he knows the limits clearly. Through positioning, I can know Bai Pu's location. Let's see where he can get. Killen and He Hu looked at each other and felt that Bai Pu, the newcomer, was a bit bold and seemed to be difficult to fool. In the Bone Crypt, the style suddenly changed. Bai Pu, who turned off the live broadcast screen, seemed to have changed into a different person, running happily on the first floor of the crypt. In his hands, each of them held a thigh bone and knocked against each other, and the crisp sound of bone collision was clearly heard. Clusters of soul fire lit up, and the originally dormant skeleton monsters woke up one after another. The ignorant and brainless monsters picked up their rusty weapons and rushed towards Bai Pu. Soon, a large group of skeletons followed behind Bai Pu. Bai Pu stopped only after running to the end of the first floor of the crypt. Looking at the swarming rotting skeletons, Bai Pu smiled happily, like an old farmer looking at a harvested wheat field. He sat on his horse with his waist bent, and got ready. The rotting skeletons' knives, when slashing at Bai Pu, mostly only left red marks and caused 1 or 2 points of damage. Only a few skeleton soldiers with higher attack power, equivalent to the standard template of level 1, could only cause 3 or 4 points of damage. As for the group of skeleton monsters slashing at Bai Pu, the powerful force caused the body to be unbalanced, but Bai Pu had the passive characteristic of heavy armor mastery, which made it more difficult to be knocked away or repelled. Bai Pu gritted his teeth and held on, standing firmly in place, like a steel nail embedded in the ground. It seemed that a large group of skeletons surrounded Bai Pu. In fact, Bai Pu surrounded them alone. On the iron spike shoulder guard, the flesh and blood runes lit up inch by inch, as if burning. The blood-red energy in the skeleton monsters that besieged Bai Pu was absorbed onto Bai Pu's body surface and turned into a layer of blood-red shield. Professional skills, flesh and blood armor. The continuously replenishing flesh and blood shield, 3 points of group magic damage per second, and lasting for 120 seconds. It is a perfect skill that combines offense and defense. The only disadvantage is that intelligent enemies will find ways to escape the range of the skill. But the skeleton monsters are ignorant and brainless, and are perfectly restrained by the flesh and blood armor. After dozens of seconds, the skeleton monsters in the inner circle fell one after another. However, for every one that fell, a new one took its place. When the duration of Bai Pu's flesh and blood armor ended, there were no skeleton monsters standing on the field. And Bai Pu's health value remained full. There were only broken bones and 3 glowing virtual treasure chests. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu, you have successfully cleared the first level of the Bone Crypt. Next, you can choose to exit the dungeon, or challenge the second level of the Bone Crypt. If you do not step into the second level within 60 minutes, you will automatically leave the dungeon. Right square bracket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, One Wave. My combat expertise has been upgraded. Bai Pu was prompted when he was surrounded and beaten. His combat expertise has been upgraded to the basic level 4. However, the experience bar of his professional level has not increased at all. Bai Pu's professional level experience is still at level 156%. It seems that the virtual copy designed based on the border cannot improve the professional level, but it can hone combat expertise. I don't know if it can hone combat skills, but in theory it can. Bai Pu patted each virtual treasure chest, and the treasure chest disappeared in a stream of light. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu, for receiving the reward, Leap/Skill Book. Please go to the quartermaster of the corresponding branch of the Transcend army to collect it. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu, for receiving the reward, City Guard Shield, White Standard Equipment. Please go to the quartermaster of the corresponding branch of the Transcend army to collect it. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu, for receiving the reward, Lucky Bag 2, containing 128 honors. Not every skeleton will drop a virtual treasure chest. To be precise, only skeleton soldiers with stronger strength and equivalent to the standard template may drop a virtual treasure chest. Bai Pu once again carved the blood and flesh spell on the Iron Spike shoulder guard. This process took him half an hour, and consumed 4 points of mental power and 40% of blood fighting spirit. Mental power is energy generated based on the spiritual attribute. Each point of mental attribute represents 1 point of mental power limit. Fortunately, Bai Pu's basic mental power is relatively high, 9 points. If it were an ordinary tank-type awakener, he might not be able to spare 4 points of mental power to carve the blood and flesh spell. Blood fighting spirit is a special professional energy slot, and it will be consumed when using physical combat skills. The recovery speed of blood fighting spirit is related to the stock. When the consumption is less, the blood fighting spirit stock is large and the recovery is fast. Once the consumption exceeds 50% and the stock is less than half, the recovery speed will slow down. If the fighting spirit dries up, the stock is 0 and the recovery speed will be extremely slow, then it will need to rest fully. That's all the harvest from the first floor. I'd better go to the second floor to take a look. After resting for a while, Bai Pu stepped into the entrance of the second floor of the White Bone Crypt. Horizontal ellipsis. Time goes back to about an hour ago. Tactical research room. Looking at the green dot representing Bai Pu's location, Killin and Heihu were running wildly in the first level of the dungeon. One wave flow. Killin murmured, "Is it so unrestrained? Could he use the method of eliminating sound to sneak to the end of the level?" Heihu analyzed. "That's impossible. You must kill monsters for virtual treasure chests to appear." Bai Pu knows this very well. Instructor Chu said, "I think Bai Pu must have some kind of group damage skills, coupled with his own high defense, so he chose this one-wave combat strategy. In this way, his method of testing the damage of the rotten skeletons at the beginning also makes sense." Killin said suddenly. "My goodness, what kind of skills are so powerful that they can clear all the skeletons in one wave?" Bai Pu is too arrogant. Before Heihu finished speaking, the clearance prompt lit up on the big screen. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu, for destroying all monsters and successfully clearing the first level of the White Bone Crypt. Time used: 5 minutes and 24 seconds. What? Killin and Heihu opened their mouths wide. Even Instructor Chu was not calm anymore. He stood up and said, "Quick, Check what is the record for a rookie to clear the first level. I remember that in our Jiangnan district, the fastest record for a rookie to clear the first level was 7 minutes and 56 seconds, which was left by Mad Dog last year. Killen murmured, how did he improve it by 2.5 minutes? Soon, Su Xiaoxiao found the answer. The fastest record for the first level of the Bone Crypt in the 7 major districts is 4 minutes and 58 seconds. What a pity, it was only 26 seconds off. Instructor Chu slapped his thigh and regretted it. Bai Pu spent more than a minute testing the attack power of the rotten bone skeleton. If he hadn't tested it, he would definitely have broken the speed record of the 7 major districts. Instructor Chu is a soldier. He has a special obsession with the word record. Records represent the highest, fastest, and strongest, and are the highest honor that soldiers can strive for in peacetime. Who would have thought that a tank profession could challenge the records of the 7 major districts? Although it is rare to break the record of Jiangnan district now, it is inevitable that there will be some regrets. You know, this record is specially given to newcomers who are exploring the Bone Crypt for the first time, and there is no chance to do it again. Why hasn't Bai Pu come out yet? Is he trying to break into the second floor? Killen asked doubtfully. The monsters on the second floor are generally level 2, which will suppress Bai Pu. Not only is there level suppression, the strength of the monsters on the second floor has all been upgraded. The worst has the combat power of a skeleton soldier, and there are also a small number of elite skeleton warriors and bone mages. Heyu listed them all. I was promoted to level 4 last month before I cleared the second floor. The difficulty was too high. You are a coward. You have to wait until you become an intermediate awakener and your strength has greatly improved before you dare to challenge the second floor. Instructor Chu snorted, based on your level of combat expertise, you have a good chance of passing it at level 3. Aren't you afraid of being bullied by the Bone Mage? Heyu said, the Bone Mage's cripple technique is too disgusting. Su Xiaoxiao stared at the motionless green dot on the screen, fantasizing about Bai Pu's beauty, and turned the topic back. Do you think little Bai Pu can clear the second floor? With the fighting power that Bai Pu showed in clearing the first level, as long as he takes steady steps, it is possible for him to clear the second level. Instructor Chu said with emotion, perhaps, another newcomer who can clear the second level will appear. After an hour of long waiting, little Bai Pu has started. Su Xiaoxiao said excitedly. On the screen, the green dot has appeared in the floor plan of the second level of the Bone Crypt. It seems to be much more cautious this time, and it has been moving very slowly. What the hell? Looking at the green dot running wildly again on the screen, the usually gentle Killen was so scared that his manners fell to the ground. There was a deep confusion and puzzlement in Heiyu's eyes. Why is this? Can the second level be swept in one wave? It should be impossible. There are nearly 100 undead monsters on the second level. In addition to 2 undead mages and 3 skeleton warriors, the worst of the others are standard template level 2 skeleton soldiers. A newcomer who has just awakened cannot withstand the siege of so many monsters unless he cheats. Instructor Chu said. We have reached the end of the level. He has stopped. He should be surrounded by monsters now. Killen sighed. Bai Pu should be coming out soon. The green dot on the screen flickered, like a candle in the wind, as if people could see Bai Pu being surrounded by monsters. Unfortunately, if he had played it safe, he might have had a chance. Before Instructor Chu finished his words, a line of words suddenly appeared on the screen and quickly enlarged. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu, for destroying all monsters and successfully passing the second level of the Bone Crypt. Time used: 10 minutes and 17 seconds. Right square bracket. Chapter 23 Skeleton Warhorse. In the tactical research room, everyone was stunned. Why? Black Tiger was so numb that he could only repeat these 4 words. There's no need to check. This must be the fastest speedrun record for the second floor. Su Xiaoxiao said. That's right. Even the intermediate awakener took no less than 20 minutes to clear the second floor. Instructor Chu smiled bitterly. Last year's strongest newcomer Li Yufang took nearly 7 hours to clear the second floor. Bai Pu is only level 1 now and has no combat skills. How can he be stronger than an intermediate awakener? Black Tiger, who finally came to his senses, said in disbelief. You can't compare like this. Maybe this copy is too suitable for Bai Pu to perform. Instructor Chu said. Why didn't Bai Pu come out? Could he want to go to the third floor? Killen, who had been silent, discovered the blind spot and his face turned pale with fear. The second floor of the bone crypt, before the entrance to the third floor. Bai Pu was slightly out of breath, and his body was covered with shallow blood stains. However, as time went by, his health was restored and the blood stains were healing quickly. Bai Pu carved the flesh and blood spell again. After half an hour of carving the spell, his health gradually recovered to full value. Behind Bai Pu stood two figures, one tall and one short. The tall figure had thick bones, dragging a huge sword without a sheath in both hands, exuding a mighty aura. He was the skeleton warrior. The short figure had deep eye sockets, and the intensity of the soul fire was several times higher than that of ordinary skeleton soldiers. He was also covered with tattered robes. He was the bone mage. The two elite monsters stood solemnly with their hands down, and they had obviously been transformed into slaves by Bai Pu. It's a bit of a stretch to withstand the siege of so many level 2 monsters. When the monsters are one level higher than me, the damage they cause to me increases by 10%, while the damage I cause to them decreases by 10%. Fortunately, I have the magical skill, Adaptive Evolution. The virtual treasure chests on the second floor are all level 2, and the rewards are much richer than those on the first floor. Not only are there skill books, but the drop rate of equipment has also increased, with as many as 3 pieces dropped. It's a pity that they are just standard white equipment. Standard equipment generally only provides armor, magic resistance and other defenses, as well as some very basic passive abilities. There will be no 4-dimensional attribute bonuses, let alone excellent active skills. Now, many awakened forces have the ability to mass-produce standard equipment, so the price of standard equipment is generally very stable, just the money for psychic materials, plus a small amount of manufacturing costs. Bai Pu sighed and summarized his combat experience. The 50% reduction in special types of damage provided by Adaptive Evolution is indeed very powerful. It was not obvious when dealing with weak rotten bone skeletons on the first level, but at this level, facing a large number of level 2 skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors, the amount of damage reduced is too amazing. Even so, Bai Pu almost overturned. 2 undead mages suddenly appeared. One used the cripple spell to reduce Bai Pu's movement speed by half, and the other used the corrosion spell to greatly weaken Bai Pu's armor. Then the 2 undead mages began to chant spells, and 2 ice fragments hit Bai Pu, causing a high amount of damage that made Bai Pu's scalp numb. Although Adaptive Evolution immediately stored the third form Cold Body, which reduced frost damage by 50%, Bai Pu could not switch to this form and gave up the keratin skin that was against sharp damage. He could only take the frost spell of the Bone Mage. Fortunately, Bai Pu was well prepared in advance. Before the wave of tactics, he spent some time to activate Pure Blood Defense to enslave an elite skeleton warrior as a thug. The enslaved elite skeleton warrior was very fierce after receiving the 7 points of free attribute bonus from Pure Blood Defense. The strength alone was as high as 27 points. Under the cover of Bai Pu, it wielded the giant sword to kill a bone mage and beat the second one to the brink of death. Although the bone mage was 1 level higher than Bai Pu, it was only an elite template, 1 level lower than Bai Pu. In addition, the near-death state increased the success rate of enslavement of Pure Blood Defense. Therefore, after the battle, Bai Pu successfully enslaved it. Now, Bai Pu can be said to have played all his cards. After carving the flesh and blood spell again, his mental power was almost exhausted, his temples were a little swollen, and he just wanted to lie down and take a nap. In the semi-exhausted state, the recovery speed of mental power is extremely slow. Bai Pu used up all the 60 minutes of rest time, and his mental power did not recover much. In this level, Bai Pu used up 2 drops of precious pure blood and enslaved 2 elite creatures, just to prepare for the third floor. The monsters on the second floor are basically level 2, 1 level higher than Bai Pu. Because Bai Pu strengthened the suppression of the elite template, the success rate of enslavement can also be guaranteed. On the third floor, the monsters should all reach level 3, 2 levels higher than Bai Pu. Bai Pu wants to exert the enslavement effect of Pure Blood Defense, but the success rate is too low. Even if he beats the monster to the brink of death and obtains a favorable enslavement judgment bonus, it is difficult to succeed. Within the scope of my strength, the preparations for the third floor have been done to the extreme. Bai Pu led 2 undead servants and stepped into the entrance of the third floor. It depends on how far I can go on the third floor. The probability of getting good goods in the third-level virtual treasure chest should be greatly increased. However, my main goal is not the treasure chest, but to prove my own value. Bai Pu found the Shen Set army as a backer and cleared his criminal record in the security bureau. The super energy group could not use the official power to crush him, so it was bound to turn the open gun into a hidden arrow. In this case, Bai Pu needs to prove his worth and attract the attention of the Shen Set army to protect himself in the weak stage. As soon as he stepped into the third floor, Bai Pu was intimidated. Boom! The sound of horse hooves rang out, and a skeleton warhorse with magic fire burning all over its body and red light flashing in its eye socket stepped on the cave wall and galloped over. Under Bai Pu's command, the skeleton warrior bravely stepped forward and swung the giant sword horizontally. Ling! With a loud bang, the skeleton warrior actually flew backwards and suffered 35 points of concussion damage. Concussion damage has the characteristic of slowing down. After the skeleton warrior stood up, he staggered and lost his position. The skeleton warhorse rushed straight to the undead mage. It seemed to have some kind of perception instinct, knowing that attacking the undead mage was the most cost-effective. Relying on the fact that this was a virtual copy and he would not really die, Bai Pu stepped forward to provide cover. Then he also flew, like a small stone hit by a truck. Originally, Bai Pu possessed heavy armor mastery. When wearing heavy armor, Bai Pu was relatively difficult to be knocked away or repelled, but the difference in strength between him and the skeleton horse was too great, and the opponent had the inertia of running at high speed. Fortunately, with the delay of Bai Pu and the skeleton warrior, the bone mage finally cast cripple. The speed of the skeleton horse dropped sharply. Bai Pu called on the skeleton warrior to come forward to besiege, but in the next second, he heard the sound of a horse neighing, and the skeleton horse burst into magic fire all over its body, raised its front hooves and trampled down suddenly. The health of the bone mage plummeted by 3/4. The skeleton horse kicked the bone mage to pieces with a beautiful sidekick, turning him into bone slag all over the sky. In front of this powerful skeleton horse, a level 2 elite bone mage was declared dead with 1 skill plus 1 ordinary kick. Bai Pu was naturally not idle and dazed. He suddenly pounced on it, grabbed the tailbone of the skeleton horse burning with magic fire, and tried to climb onto its back. The skeleton horse raised its hooves and ran wildly, but Bai Pu held its tailbone tightly and refused to let go. Most people might be dragged away by the powerful force of the skeleton horse, but Bai Pu has heavy armor mastery, which makes it more difficult to be knocked away or repelled. He was like a stubborn weight hanging behind, and the skeleton horse could not start, and its speed was greatly reduced. The skeleton warrior suddenly spun around, and a black light flashed around his body. The giant sword was wrapped in huge inertia and slashed out horizontally. This is the skeleton warrior's proud fighting skill, a whirlwind attack. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the skeleton horse's front legs were severely injured, followed by a tooth-grinding bone-cracking sound. P.S. Explanation of the college entrance examination plot. A. Why write a college entrance examination plot? 1. The college entrance examination is a world event, and those who rank at the top will have very generous benefits too. Bai Pu needs to significantly increase his popularity in reality and get the attention of the organization, so that the cost of assassinating the protagonist by the superpower group will increase. The assassination of an ordinary awakener and the assassination of a top scorer in the college entrance examination will cause completely different social attention. 3. The top geniuses of the same age as Bai Pu will also take the college entrance examination, and there will be some collisions in the subsequent exploration of the spiritual world. Writing about a college entrance examination can make the geniuses familiar with everyone in advance, so that they will not appear abrupt. B. Is the plot of the college entrance examination copied from the Eye of Evolution? Answer: no. 800 years after the Psychic Age, the system and model of the college entrance examination are completely different from those in the Eye of Evolution. They have become more perfect and the competition is more intense. Finally, I would like to say that Lao Ya should have slowly shown everyone the reason for writing the plot of the college entrance examination in the subsequent plot, so that it would be silent. Why can't you sit still now and jump out to explain? Because it is not recommended yet. Those who are willing to read it every day are basically the old brothers who follow the Eye of Evolution. Lao Ya doesn't want to spoil everyone's fun, so I will explain it in advance. I urge everyone to read it patiently, and I believe that the future of this book will not disappoint everyone. Asher, November 13, 2023. Chapter 24, Stellar Super. The skeleton horse felt pain, put down its front hooves, raised its hind hooves, and kicked hard. Bai Pu's sternum was deformed in an exaggerated way, causing the bones of his whole body to vibrate like fluid, and even 2 clear horseshoe prints protruded from his back. The huge force surged, and Bai Pu flew backwards, spurting out a mouthful of blood. This kick was so powerful that it could cause hundreds of blunt damage. Counting the 2-level suppression of the skeleton horse, there was an additional 20% damage bonus to Bai Pu. Fortunately, Bai Pu switched to Fluid Skeleton in advance, which has a special targeted reduction for blunt damage. Even so, he lost more than 50 health points. Being 50 points of damage in a single attack is completely different from being 50 points of damage in a piecemeal manner. The biggest difference is that a single strong attack may cause additional disability. Bai Pu coughed while covering his chest. Your sternum is fractured, which will affect your force efficiency. The prompt of the spirit world's will came clearly. Bai Pu straightened his back. Although he had not received professional combat training, he had endured illness for a long time, which made his will very strong. The pain of the sternum fracture did not affect his combat power. The skeleton horse was hit by a spinning blow, and its front leg was almost broken by a single extremely high slashing damage. It wanted to run, but it lost its proud speed and limped like a lame donkey. The disability of the front leg affected more than just speed. The skeleton horse's trampling, sidekick and other attack actions were all affected, and the threat was greatly reduced. The trouble was that the movement of the battle attracted other monsters at the entrance of the 3rd floor. Soul fires lit up one after another, accompanied by the roar of and 3 or 5 staggering figures slowly approached. The other monsters on the 3rd floor were generally around level 3. Most of them were still ordinary monsters with standard templates, but the proportion of elites increased significantly, and even enhanced elite individuals appeared. For example, the skeleton horse in front of him was definitely not as simple as a level 3 elite, it might be your level 3 enhanced elite. Equivalent to the level of Agent Zwag. Bai Pu stepped forward and blocked the pass. He took a deep breath, and, adaptive evolution, switched from fluid skeleton to keratin skin form, and at the same time opened flesh and blood armor. He had to hold on to these newly awakened monsters to buy time for the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior swung his giant sword and chopped it down one by one. The skeleton horse had lost a leg and was very inflexible. The power of its kicks and side kicks was greatly reduced, so it could only passively take the beatings, and neighed from time to time. At the same time, Bai Pu ignored the several newly awakened monsters behind him, and he also swung his bone hammer and kept hitting the skeleton horse. With Bai Pu's tankiness, even if he didn't dodge, he could hold on for several minutes under the siege of the monsters behind him. In the end, the skeleton horse neighed and fell to the ground and died, and the soul fire in its bone eye sockets went out. A level 3 virtual treasure chest turned into light and merged into Bai Pu's body. Bai Pu was about to turn around and deal with the monsters behind him, when suddenly an angry roar came from deep in the cave. This roar was not any known language, but just a unique rhythm, but it could make people hear what the roarer wanted to express, just like some kind of thought fluctuation. Who dares to touch my beloved horse? I swear to cut you into pieces. Under the strange roar rhythm, the entire 3rd level cave trembled, and the dormant skeleton monsters woke up one after another, waving their weapons and shouting at Bai Pu at the entrance of the cave. Fuck. Bai Pu cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that the skeleton warhorse was actually the mount of the leader of the 3rd level, and it was the switch for the riot of the monsters on the entire 3rd level. Once the warhorse was killed, the leader would be furious, and the monsters on the entire 3rd level would riot. This skeleton warhorse should be galloping and patrolling in the territory of the 3rd level. It was his bad luck that he happened to encounter it when he came in. Bai Pu could only choose to end his experience. A flash of light flashed, and his figure disappeared. The scenery in front of him changed, and he arrived at the settlement interface. The background of the settlement interface was a spooky cemetery entrance, with faint flickering ghost lights. This should be the 1st level entrance to the bone crypt. Swish, 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 virtual treasure chests were neatly arranged, of which 3 level 1 treasure chests and 4 level 2 treasure chests had been opened, and virtual rewards were displayed after the corresponding treasure chests. The last level 3 treasure chest was unopened. Bai Pu chose to open it. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu, for winning the reward, Unstable Shield Skill Book. Please go to the corresponding branch of the Shinsen Army to collect it, Unstable shield. Bai Pu's eyes lit up. He had never seen this skilled book in the exchange list of the Transcend Army's quartermaster's office. What does this mean? This skilled book is a scarce commodity that Bai Pu cannot see with his current authority. All the treasure chests dissipated, and the last reward turned into text and appeared in front of Bai Pu. Congratulations to the newcomer, Bai Pu. Based on your outstanding performance, you have obtained the qualification to enter the border area, the Dead Bone Mountains once. Please go to the corresponding branch of the Transcend Army to collect it. This is the reward that Killen mentioned before, the qualification to go to the real junction. The Bone Crypt, just now, is just a virtual copy, designed according to the junction. In it, you can only train the proficiency of combat expertise, and you cannot gain experience points for your professional level. The rewards you get are all virtual rewards, and you need to find the military supply department of the Transcend Army to redeem them after you come out. The real junction is a secret space where the spiritual world and reality meet, an absolute treasure land. The countdown for settlement ended, and Bai Pu left a copy of the Bone Crypt. The scenery in front of him changed again, and he had returned to the end of the underground passage, the location of the Black Iron Gate. The Black Iron Gate was tightly closed, and Bai Pu tried to push it, but it didn't move. It seems that only when Bai Pu is qualified to explore the Bone Crypt again can the Black Iron Gate be opened. Fuck. You are so sad. Black Tiger's slightly exaggerated voice sounded. I always thought that Mad Dog was invincible in the second stage, but I didn't expect there would be a monster like you. It's a pity that you are a year late, and there must be a gap between you and the current Mad Dog. Killen said. Killen and he who were followed by Suzaioxio. The three of them had come from the tactical research room to meet Bai Pu. This was the radiation effect brought by strength. In the psychic era, personal strength was valued, and the strong would be respected wherever they were. Little Bai Pu, your potential has been temporarily rated as S-level by Instructor Chu, which is the highest level of newcomers in the organization. Suzaioxio said, handing over a beautifully decorated watch. Here, your personal information terminal has been embedded in your ID card. In the future, you will be able to directly check your honors, browse the information within your authority, and exchange military supplies for items. Personal information terminals, in the technological era before the psychic era, were also called mobile phones. Of course, compared to mobile phones, personal information terminals have a higher safety factor and comfort experience. For example, the Star II Super Series of personal information terminals issued to Bai Pu by the Transcend Army are resistant to falling in shock, and have powerful functions such as iris recognition, smart assistant, psychic recording, etc. They can also connect to psychic particle signals, ensuring full signal in border areas and wilderness areas. Bai Pu was not polite, and after thanking him, he took the information terminal. For other awakeners, the money for a high-end personal information terminal is nothing, but for Bai Pu, who is penniless at this time, it is a timely help. You look a little tired. Do you want to take a rest? I will redeem the virtual reward for you later. Suzaioxio looked at Bai Pu's slightly pale and handsome face, and her hidden maternal instinct was aroused. Thanks to Ziotiao Xiaoli, Rising Power, Little White Bear, Old Book Friends, Red Dust Like Water Washing Tears, Su Feng, and 2 digital book friends for their rewards. I saw a lot of familiar old faces. Crab. Chapter 25 Bai Pu's Skill Combination. The Bone Crypt is a copy based on the border. The injuries, mental power and energy lost by the awakened are real, so combat expertise and skill proficiency will improve. Of course, the awakened have extraordinary physiques. After leaving the battle, as the health value recovers, minor injuries can heal quickly. The higher the endurance, the stronger the recovery ability. For example, Bai Pu, whose sternum was cracked by the kick, no longer hurts. No rest. Bai Pu refused decisively. I want to get the rewards quickly, especially the skill book, so that I can study and comprehend it well. Alice, you are a newcomer, full of energy. Killen said with a smile, I used to be so passionate. Now. Bai Pu was very curious. The strength of the awakened was digitized, and even the slightest improvement in strength could be seen. What can motivate people to strive more than visible progress? Killen scratched his head. I'm a bit lazy. I can't help it. My strength is improving too slowly. I feel like I've reached a bottleneck. After half a month of hard training, my proficiency in various combat skills has only increased by about 10%. Black Tiger said, You still have to go to the real border or the spirit world to make progress quickly. The psychic particle strength of the Earth is only 1.1, which is still a bit low. After the two people's explanation, Bai Pu also understood what the world strength of 1.5 in the plane of blood plague origin meant. World strength represents the psychic particle strength of the world in the plane, which usually means the general strength of the indigenous people, and also includes the degree of danger of various beasts and relics in the world. Even the density, weight, of rocks and flowing water, and the energy intensity contained in plant fruits are affected by world strength. The world strength of the Earth is about 1.1. The advanced awakened people among humans can split mountains and rivers on the Earth, and the Earth trembles with a casual blow. They can jump as lightly as a bird, and the constraints of gravity seem to be non-existent. But in the spirit world with high world strength, it is impossible to have such superhuman exaggerated performance. Bai Pu also figured it out. No wonder the stones in the flesh plague origin plane seemed heavier and harder than the stones in reality. According to He Hu, if you train in a place with high psychic particle intensity, world intensity, your strength will improve faster. Kilin sighed and said, I'm not like you. Berserkers can resist and fight, and they are doing well as lone rangers. I'm an auxiliary word spirit master. I'll learn skills of assistance, control, and protection. The spirit world is not something you can go to just by saying it. Suzio Oxio interrupted Killin's complaints. Okay. Zio Bai Pu, let's get down to business. How should you arrange your rewards? Those virtual rewards that you don't use can be exchanged for honor points. Bai Pu said, can you let me see the introduction of unstable shield? Oh, it's a rare skill. Suzio Oxio said with a smile, you didn't have this permission originally, but now that you have received this reward, you naturally have the permission to view it. You can check it on the terminal yourself. Bai Pu glanced at the personal information terminal, which projected a red light of iris recognition and unlocked it after a second. Hello, Master. Smart Assistant is here to serve you. It's inevitable to set up the first time you turn it on. Bai Pu named the Smart Assistant Zio Bai. Then Bai Pu gave the command, Zio Bai, search for information about unstable shield. The light screen projected by the personal information terminal quickly gave the information. The following is the relevant information found based on your permissions from the Shenzhen Army Military Supply Exchange list. Unstable shield, 2-star skill. Create a shield to protect yourself for 10 seconds. After a delay of 3 seconds, you can detonate your shield, causing shock damage to all nearby enemies equal to the shield value. Attack and defense in 1. Group attack skill. Shock damage. Bai Pu's ability to extract information is extremely strong. At a glance, he keenly discovered the advantages of this 2-star skill. Shock damage belongs to the physical damage type and will be reduced by armor. But there is an advantage of shock damage. The affected enemies will be slowed down or even stunned. It is equivalent to having a built-in control ability. Fog, what a good skill. Black Tiger and Kirin both came over, very jealous. The star rating of a skill only determines the priority. As for the practicality of skill effects, it has no direct relationship with the star rating. Of course, the probability of a 3-star skill producing a fine product is much greater than that of a 1-star skill, and this is also a fact. Did you get this skill from a level 3 virtual treasure chest? Black Tiger was eager to try. Which monster dropped it? I'll try it next time I go into the bone crypt. It's a skeleton warhorse. Bai Pu had nothing to hide. Skeleton warhorse? Damn, it's Nightmare. You can actually kill Nightmare. That horse is a level 3 enhanced elite, and its owner, the Black Knight, is even more powerful, and is the gatekeeper boss of the 3rd floor of the bone crypt. Black Tiger's eyes widened. Lucky, the Black Knight is not here, and the horse happened to run near the entrance. Bai Pu said. Then I'll try my luck next time. Black Tiger muttered, I'm already level 4 now, which is considered an intermediate awakener. Well, it should be no problem to deal with a level 3 enhanced elite. Don't dream, even if you kill Nightmare and get a level 3 virtual treasure chest, the possibility of getting a rare skill is very low. Suzio Oxio eyed him mercilessly. The dungeon rewards must take into account the strength of the challenger. Zio Bai Pu is a level 1 newcomer, and it's his first time to venture into the bone crypt, so there is such a high drop rate. Without mentioning the envy of Black Tiger and Killin, Bai Pu exchanged a few words with Suzio Oxio and told him about the arrangement of his own rewards. The 2-star skill, Unstable Shield, and the 1-star skill, jump slash, will be redeemed, and other rewards will be redeemed if they are useful, and the rest that are not useful, such as standard equipment for duplicate parts and skilled books with ordinary effects, will all be exchanged for honor points. In the end, Bai Pu spent all his honor points and used the outstanding amount of 300 honors to exchange for another 2-star skill from the military supply department, spin throw. This skill has the effect of long-range interruption, and the cooldown time is the same as jump slash, which is 2 minutes, which can be said to be quite practical. The reason for choosing skills instead of equipment is mainly from the perspective of improving combat power. Comparing the two skills, jump slash, and collision, attached to the iron spike shoulder guard, you will know that the cooldown time of jump slash is only 120 seconds, while the collision is a full 12 hours. Instead of spending more than 1,000 honors to exchange for an ordinary elite level equipment, it is better to exchange for a highly practical 2-star skill book. Of course, the skills that the Awakener can learn are not unlimited. According to SYNOPSIS, although the will of the spirit world does not limit how many skills the Awakener can learn, the skilled book has a success rate of comprehension. In the case of comprehension failure, the skilled book will not be returned. The more skills the Awakener has learned, the stronger they are, and the lower the success rate of comprehension of new skills. Generally speaking, for a low-level Awakener, learning 3 skills is the limit. If you want to learn the 4th skill, you may not succeed even if you waste several skill books. This is also related to the hidden attribute of the Awakener comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the higher the success rate of comprehension under the same conditions. Of course, comprehension cannot allow the Awakener to learn skills infinitely. Therefore, Bai Pu decided to learn only 3 skills for the time being: jump slash, unstable shield, and spinning throw. In addition to the reason for the success rate of comprehension, there is also the problem of biting off more than one can chew. If you learn too many skills, the skill proficiency will grow very slowly. More importantly, using combat skills requires professional energy. Normally, the professional energy of an ordinary Awakener with a standard template can support 3 to 4 1-star skills in a battle, and then it will be difficult to continue. As an enhanced elite profession, Bai Pu's professional energy and blood and fighting spirit are about twice as thick as those of ordinary Awakeners. But the unstable shield and spinning throw he wants to cast are 2-star skills, which consume more. With SYNOPSIS, the munitions manager, busying around, Bai Pu soon got the 3 skilled books he wanted. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.